going to try to talk through the madness. Um, we picked up here within the Dale of Fire as you all kind of rounded out your evening, riding within the great fire ant alongside your Tabaxi allies, whose names I remember when they are in front of me. Get them. Nilam, Itana, Zumar, Sharash, and Amaji, who you had met upon entering the Dale of Fire and immediately being exposed to the destructive influence of Ifrit, the angry Ifrit, who shattered, or at least cracked, the shell of Terrastiel and broke the protection that you were under. Having allied yourselves along with these 5 crazy tabaxi, you opted to return to their city, which they had stated was currently under the control of an amethyst dragonborn. And through scrying spells and a detect thoughts that dug into the memories of Sharash, the one who had escaped from the city itself, you revealed the identity of that dragonborn to be none other than Vestariel. You made a plan that the next day you would wake up, prepare yourselves, and teleport into the city as quickly or as close as you could, taking one of the Nualists from Sharash as one of the focal points to try to aim for the artisan district within Farastiel. You made all necessary preparations and turned in for your rest. The night's sleep was uneventful, and you each awoke the next morning to your morning trainings and the final preparations you were going to be making. And as you ate your breakfast here and began to get ready to leave, the 2 scouts who were currently atop deck ran back into the fire ant, announcing that it was under attack as 3 massive fire elementals had emerged from the surrounding lava and magma and were trying to tear the ship apart. And they would have succeeded had you all not sprung to action and defended the fire ant from them. But it definitely dealt some damage, and you needed a moment to kind of recover yourselves before you attempted to leave, knowing that if your teleport did work, you were going to end up right there in the lion's den, and it could be squirrely right off the bat. You returned into the central chamber of the ant in the mess hall while it returned to its journey across the Firedale, trying to get closer to Farastiel, just in case something doesn't work out. They've at least not spent the time just standing still. And it's also something that the Tabaxi probably need to do just to keep themselves from ruminating too hard on everything that has been happening in these past few weeks for them. You healed up, gathered together in the mess hall, took Noalith in hand, and Rose cast teleport. Ifrit wasn't having it. You are within a domain that is hundreds of miles in diameter, and this creature is powerful and older than anything else, and it said no. But Rose is stubborn, and tried again. Unfortunately, it still said no. And as you bounced off of that intense heat and force and were repelled back into your origin point, you were each dealt damage from the fury of Ifrit and had to determine what you were going to do next. Dismayed by the failure, Rose retreated into the back barracks, slammed the door shut, cast silence on themselves, and began to scream. Aureus followed closely after, and immediately upon entering into that silence bubble, gave Rose time to vent within that emptiness of sound before confronting the crux of the issue. The 2 of you talked for a while the rest of the party attempted to repivot onto a new tactic. And Aerith and Ken heading into the helm to speak with Amaji, or actually hanging in the mess hall to speak with Amaji and have him provide them with detailed plans, or at least recollections of Farastiel and directions to follow upon entering there, now that it seems as though Operation Turtle Leg is probably the best choice. You're all doing this while looking like Tabaxi, by the way. That should also be reminded, because you are still under the seeming spell by Aerith, as well as Rose, who used their changeling ability to shift into a close amalgamation of Sharash. Rose and Orius talked for a while before getting Eonos, who joined with the constellations and kind of conversation along with Rose, where they bared some of what was weighing them down, but unwilling to truly show that burden, they asked for a family meeting, essentially. And as the five of you gathered, Rose confronted with the reality that talking about your problems is good, and that it helps make you feel better when people that you love listen, and that was what happened. You each bared a piece of your souls, that which was weighing you down, memories of restlessness and inability, of the future and the past, the things that everybody wrestles with. But when you wield the power to reshape nations, that becomes a little bit more of a serious conversation. And as Rose finally revealed the fact that the time within the Feywild had been a lot harder on them than they have been showing, party acknowledged. You guys had a moment to kind of air all of that out, and that is where we left off. So, as you are all here within the barracks, the pile of cards kind of between the group of you, as you had been using this strange hexadecimal, or not hexadecimal, hexagon-shaped playing cards that Amaji had in his captain's quarters, numbered 1 through 15, with the 4 elements representing the 4 suites. What you guys want to do?
I guess it's time for Plan B.
I don't like Plan B.
Well,
This is where you
No.
say, tough shit, Rose, do it. And I complain about it.
yeah, well, unfortunately, Plan A didn't work. So, yes, we're going to have to go with Plan B. We just have to tough it out together. And it'll be relatively fine.
Says you.
I'm trying to be slightly more realistic.
I mean, I think you're being optimistic. Realistic would be, wow, that's a really, really long climb, and that sounds awful.
And I didn't bring my climbing gear with me today, so.
Shoot. Aw, shucks.
Guess we gotta go home and pick it up.
Yeah. Time to go back. We'll try again later, right?
Okay, just wanted to make sure I got climbing gear. I have my rope of climbing as well. So that should help a little bit.
One set of climbing gear.
I have climbing
Yeah.
gear.
Okay. 2 sets of climbing gear.
That's not bad. How many of us are good at climbing?
Okay.
Just kidding. Okay.
That's about it, yeah. Unless, Yados, you've mastered climbing while you were in the Shadowfell. Were there a lot of cliffs there?
Not especially.
Alright,
Oh,
so
shucks.
we tie a rope to Ken, we enlarge Ken, and he climbs us all to the top.
Alright, Ken, you think you can do that climb in 10 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, right. Got it.
Literally carrying the rest of the group.
How long does illusion lose freeze?
It's either 1 minute or 10 minutes.
It's a
not
minute.
long. Yeah.
It's 1
Okay.
minute. Yeah, we read into this trying
So
to enlarge it a couple.
we got 10 level 2 spell slots.
Right. I retract that statement. Do you think you can make that climb in 1 minute?
Yeah,
So
right.
if we long strider him, or
Gains
like-
10 feet of movement,
what about
20
spider?
on a dash. Spider
Give him
climb just
spider.
lets you climb the same movement speed as your walking speed, which I mean would also probably help. But
So spider climb, long strider, large.
just
Haste.
cast every spell on top of
Haste.
Ken.
That's true. We could also haste him.
Yikes. That sounds like
See, we just need like a group of like 50 wizards to cast one buff spell on someone and just have that person run into the front line.
yikes.
Who needs an army when you can just buff one person to oblivion?
That's kind of like what barbarians are, right? They buff
Can he-
themselves.
If he's hasted and enlarged, can he scramble up that leg before that minute runs out, and then he's lethargic and let's go, and we all plummet to our death?
What's 800 feet?
How does catapult work?
On,
On objects.
Well, on
Too
objects
heavy.
to start with, yeah.
Yeah,
not
I'm way
people.
too heavy for that.
We turn someone to stone, shrink them,
Oh.
launch them, unturn them to stone.
Yikes.
They shatter on impact,
Yeah.
and we lose the person.
And they are dead permanently. And unless you weigh 1 to 5 pounds as a stone, even reduced, I don't think that.
No.
Okay, let's follow this train of thought. If we turn somebody to stone and we break them into 1 to 5 pound pieces, and then catapult them up there.
Going
90
back
feet
to
at a
that,
time. That's only 10 times.
Does anyone have reverse gravity?
Nicholas.
Plus,
Uh,
that's only 100 feet, I think.
Yeah, I actually keep reverse gravity right next to Wish. Hang on.
We get a little bit stronger, I'll have
gravity's
that.
really good. And just push us to the top.
Yeah. Yeah, just let's fuck around until we level up again, and then I got you. I got you.
What other spell?
Here's what we do. We
Close.
finish the fire, Dell. We level up. You wish us back in time to this point, at this level, and then you wish us up there, and we kill it and level up again.
Oof.
See, at that point, just go to the beginning. Like, all right, I wish you back to the beginning.
No, dude, I'm not. I don't want to Groundhog Day the entire adventure. I just want
Wait. No,
one
wait.
quick
Hear,
little levels.
hear him out. We
We
wish
can solve
back
all
to the
the
beginning where
problems.
Severin is there and just kill that motherfucker.
There you go.
Cut it
Go
off at the
back in
pass
time before he gets the object and be like, no.
and
Smite.
kill
And,
him.
and the real twist is we find out one of us is actually Severin, and this is why this happened.
It would absolutely be Takashi. 100%.
You guys get back to the future, and Ken's just like looking at his hands. He's fading away. What's going on?
We talked to Severin, and he's like, "Oh, finally, I can drop the disguise in his rose the entire time, just fucking with us."
I mean,
That
that sounds
would
like
be
something I would do.
Crazy.
It's not even a disguise. I can just change myself to look
Yeah.
like
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you
Yeah.
just drop it, and it's like, "Hey, about time you
You're
guys
better.
figured it out."
It's an alternate future version of Rose.
right? About time,
Or
dumbasses.
is
There were
that
so
the
many.
real, and we have the alternate, like the good rose, you know?
I'm the good Rose. Ooh.
We have
That's,
to fight the alternate versions of ourselves when we were evil.
We already did that. It was awful. You weren't there for that, actually. We already did that. It was awful.
And can you imagine how much more frustrating it could have been if like Eodos and Aureus had been the ones we had to counter fight at that point?
Instead of
Theodos
owning
gets his turn.
Baki.
Orius just reverses it on both sides.
Yikes.
Oh no. Just instant death.
Right, that sounds like awful.
The fight is just which side rolls initiative better. That's the winner.
With how small that room is, honestly, just sunbeam the entire room.
I had a
Like,
thought.
sunburst.
Just to start the game off with a little bit of dice rolling. Everybody roll me a perception check, because you've been kind of back in this room for honestly
Sticking
about
around.
hour and a half, 2 hours now, and the cadence of the ship has been this constant like.
Oh, that was unnecessary.
You're so screwed the rest of the day.
Right? I need those 20s for better
Oh,
things.
I don't know why I
For
still
the
have a +4.
teleport.
Like
Right?
decapitation.
Exactly. Or yeah, if I had rolled that to fucking teleport instead of like 3 8s in a row. That would have been great.
Is 8
But
your
as
lucky number?
Eh?
Is 8 your lucky number?
It's apparently my unlucky number.
As you've been having the conversation, Rose, you've been listening to all of the perspectives and the ideas from the group. But in the background, you've kind of been keeping track of it. The pace has slowed down and become a little bit more intermittent. You guys are also apparently going up and down a lot more. There's a lot more vertical movement that you and Aureus and 14, yeah, you're feeling it, like, pretty obviously. It's not, it's subtle enough that, like, you're not being bucked around like on the top of a ship, but the terrain that you're passing through right now seems to be more rocky, and they're going a little bit slower than they have been.
I know we can't fly, but could we glide? Like get to a really high outcrop or like mountain range and just get a glider and jump?
I mean, I guess that would be an inventor question. You want to make a giant glider that can hold 5 people, Ken?
With all of our equipment, yeah, sure.
Yeah. You got this.
Yeah, I mean you could make an airship, right? You got some duct tape, a few scraps of metal. You could make it out of that, right?
Just make an airship. How hard could it be?
Just fire up, fabricate a few times, easy.
There you go.
Make the airship out of gold. We know exactly where a huge pond of it is. And platinum and everything else in between.
Oh, jeez.
But how heavy would that be? God.
Heavy
lot.
enough it probably would fly.
Yeah. No, I'm just like, how many pounds would a solid gold airship weigh? I can't even conceptualize that. My brain does not go that high in numbers.
The turtle is alive. Do you think we could go up to the turtle head and be like, "Hey, can you like lower yourself to the ground real quick?"
Yes, because us asking for permission or making a request with others definitely has gone well.
The
I'm
giant
sure he'll
turtle.
listen.
I'm sure that like he like the whole thing is he like supports the city and they take care of him. Like,
Right. I feel like
would
he's kind of
assume-
evil right now.
is the turtle evil?
I don't know. I wasn't there for the first one. I just kind of assuming.
I would assume is under the effect of whatever that bitch Vistario?
Ooh.
Yeah.
I feel like
Whatever
it's
she has.
stronger than that.
Do you think the turtle is hive-minded as well? That could be an issue.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that. I don't want to think about that. I mean, this is our plan, right? It's really, we really don't have anything else as far as I know, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Great.
I don't know any planner allies that can climb good, so
Why do you? You
I have
cannot
the
solve.
spell. I want to use it.
No, you can't solve all your problems with summoning an angel.
I haven't done that yet, though. I just
Haven't
think
solved
That's
about
any of
true.
my
We don't.
problems.
That's true. We haven't tried it yet. He could actually solve all his problems by summoning an angel. We just haven't
Every
let him.
single one.
Someone says you can't solve all your problems by doing that. Well, I haven't tried yet, so I don't know.
Oh no, I didn't move that map
You don't
over
know.
here. Oh no.
Okay,
Sorry, keep talking.
quick, keep fucking around.
Incarnate.com.
All right. Does anyone have any sort of, other than the climbing tools, any other tools that might be beneficial? Do we have rods? Movable rods?
No.
No.
We had one of those, but I don't remember what ended up with like happening to that thing. Where is that?
We didn't shove it up someone's ass, did we?
I don't think
No.
so.
I don't remember using it. I know we found one, but I don't remember
I
what
think
happened.
Robert
to it.
has it. I think he took it.
Nicholas gave you guys one.
But I
Who
don't
did
know
you
who
give it
has
to?
I
Because
gave
I don't remember that.
I gave like 3 items as Nicholas.
That's
Yeah,
right,
I
you
remember
did, you
that,
did.
but I don't remember who or what. Did you give it to Mia? Because that would also be very helpful, because she's not here
No,
anymore.
she left at the same time as Nick. He wouldn't have.
So
Oh man, I have the answer
the
to all
hell,
our
man?
problems, guys. I have a crowbar.
I don't
Perfect.
remember
We'll break into the leg.
what the item was. Yeah, someone should have a rod somewhere.
Yeah, probably.
Why I say add this stuff to your inventories, guys.
No one
Once-
has it. It's been lost to the void.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
exactly
Gone
what
now.
happens. The astral dragon and the astral sea, you ate it out of your bags of holding. They just don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, since it sounds like you guys have prepared as much as you can, given the information you have at the moment,
which is not much.
which is not much.
Discord did the thing. I was asking, do you think you gave it to Oni or Takashi? Since they're also both gone?
No,
Possibly.
I think so. Takashi wouldn't have had any of that stuff. I can check his inventory. No, Takashi didn't have it. Takashi traveled very light.
I don't see it in Oni's inventory either.
I don't have it.
It's gone now.
Oh
It's
no.
been lost to the void.
It
Yep.
has.
Clyde took it. He's like, you know, this is random. How was this?
This is neat.
Huh. Uploading a file. Okay. There we go.
Did it like go into his mind since he was just an astral projection?
Right?
Does he have an immovable mind now?
Oh no. He already had an immovable mind. He was a barbarian.
Movable squared.
And then drop to map layer. And then get rid of grid. Okay. Sorry, I thought I had that up there already. And then I need to do a little shoop.
I guess we could ask them if they have spare climbing gear. At the backseat.
That makes things too easy. If you solve all the problems, then where's the fun in that?
I prefer not to break my back falling off a giant turtle.
What's the worst that could happen?
I break my back.
Falling
Falling off a giant turtle.
Is it the worst thing, though?
In that situation, probably. No, the worst situation would probably be like you climb up, you get mind controlled as you get to the top, and then you fall down.
Or you get mind controlled and join the awful hive mind. How are we going to potentially prevent that if it is a radius effect and not like her doing it by will?
Be built different.
Well, you guys do remember you're under the effect of Hero's Feast at the moment, so you have advantage on all wisdom saving throws, as well as immunity to fear and poison. And the 12 extra hit points that were added onto your hit point maximum. It is still in effect.
So just don't fail. Got it.
Yeah.
Just don't fail.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you guys have the daily inspiration stuff, so should be
I used mine, but you know,
everyone else will be fine.
everyone else being Ken and Aerith. Because you guys don't have it.
Okay, it's slowly getting down the amount of people that will be fine. We got other magic that could help.
Is there anything to prevent mind control?
You
I
hear
don't know. Charm effect, maybe?
muffled shouting, I guess, would probably be the. It's not like. But it's just like a raised voice, like. From the other side, from like the mess hall within the ant. And then the door open and a door closed. Not the one that goes into the room you're in, but presumably one of the other ones.
I can.
Did
All
we
the
go
most-
see what's going on?
Yeah, we probably should.
Eh,
I mean,
I feel like
we'll be fine. We'll be fine. We have
That's-
Bless and Bold and Bond and other stuff.
mhm.
There's no way
Sure.
someone rolled 2 nat 1s in a row.
Yeah, that's definitely never happened before.
Nope.
I don't like the it'll be fine plan.
I mean, that's most of our plans, so.
Yeah, you're right. I don't like any of our plans.
But they work.
Do they?
Eh,
We are here today, so I would say, yeah, they worked out great.
eh.
Alright, let's go check out the noise so we can complain about our plan as we climb the turtle lake.
Okay.
Yep,
I still want to
yep.
call that a plan.
Yes.
It sounds terrible.
A bad plan is still a plan.
Is it?
Yes.
All right. Well, that's me convinced. Go see what they're yelling about.
Yeah.
As you pick yourself up from your game, gather up the cards, kind of restack them into a deck. You turn, and Aureus being the closest one to the door, you spin the handle on the door and open it to see Amaji is walking down the hallway towards you guys with a consternated look on his face. Like he's in the middle of something he really doesn't want to be in the middle of, and he kind of looks at you in the eyes and kind of just sighs. You're going to want to hold on to something. Fool's taking us through the ruptured pass. Seems to want to give you as much time in the city as he can. I just hope you don't die getting there.
That sounds like a terrible idea. How terrible is it for
Well-
something called the Ruptured Pass?
Normal pilots don't use anything like these. He kind of just like walks up to the door and looks past the door at everybody. Normally, they go around the massive mountains that get created during the upheavals near the center of the Firedale, which apparently is where Ferastiel currently is, or has moved to. All our indicators and all our readings are saying that they're both in the same location. And Zoamar is confident in his abilities. Sharash seems confident in him. They can make it through this, but it's essentially... There's a, like, jostling motion, and you feel nothingness for a second. And then as, like, 6 legs slam into something, you all have to, like, grab onto the hammocks and brace yourselves. Yes, we're going to have to be making a few jumps. Shakes his head. But
Well.
it'll get us there several hours faster than going around the mountains, so he thinks it's worth the risk.
Okay, if he's confident, that's all that matters, right?
Sure, he's confident. He's confident about everything. He's confident he can fucking fly, and he just throws his hands in the air and walks away from you.
Hey, maybe he can. You don't know.
And there's a whoosh as the door slams.
I mean, we certainly can't.
Not right now, but under normal circumstances, sure.
About. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just sighing. I
Okay.
wasn't gonna follow up with anything.
Sigh,
As-
period.
The tumultuous changes of tempo from fast movements to this zero-G feeling to slow, methodical, like shifts in the weight goes for about an hour. It finally comes to a stop. You hear the doors within the ant open and close. As Amaji's going to go and check on what's going on, a couple of the other ones open. You hear the hatch above you, at least the one going onto the upper deck, open. But the ship doesn't seem to be moving anymore. What do you guys do?
He broke the engine jumping around like this.
Guess we should go check on if there's any updates or concerns. I know I am, at least.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's a suspicious lack of yelling or screaming, so that's a good sign, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Guys head
Unless we're
out
about to die.
from the barracks to see Zumar walking out from the helm. He's got his hands behind his head and a very pleased look on his face, and he smiles and just goes, "We're here. Good luck." And then he just sits down and puts his feet up on the table and kind of like leans back in the chair. Just seems very pleased with himself. You hear...
To have
Huh?
any spare climbing kits, would you?
They look at each other. Roll me a d20.
Go.
You get to
D20,
determine.
Go.
Hey,
Hey.
That
God, we're
yes. Well, of course. This place is... Well, fire and earth tend to cause a bit of an explosive relationship, so the mountains around here can be a bit jagged and rocky. I can't imagine why we hadn't offered it when we were talking about the leg earlier, but yeah, we've got... How many do you need? The ship should come with a full complement.
I think we need 3, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's run to Bayamaji, but, you know, sure he'll be cool with it.
Glad we're wasting all our nat 20s on the prep before.
Yeah, right? We're so screwed.
The door above opens, and you see Amaji look down. You still have the extra sensor, right, Aureus?
Yes, I do.
Kind of like looks down at you. Could you bring that up here, or at least all of you come on up here? I can't get a good look from the deck. He hit us well.
Alright. I guess I will also climb up.
Okay. Eodos and Aerith, you guys have been following along?
Yep.
Okay, cool. You guys climb up the deck, climb up onto the deck behind Aureus as you step onto the deck with the sensor in your hand, billowing out that sweet smoke. You are currently precariously perched on the side of a broken and rocky mountain. The legs of the ant are dug in a good probably 5 or 10 feet at an odd angle along the slope, and the deck is kind of sitting like the whole thing is pivoted so that it's flat, but the port side legs, the ones on the left, oh no.
Yeah.
Return to us.
I'm hoping that because I was mid-sentence, he'll know. There we go.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Yeah, Discord's just doing the thing. Love to
Yep.
see it.
All good. But the port side legs are raised almost to the height that the deck is sitting at, and the starboard side ones, the one on the right, are dug almost straight down to pivot you at this like 90-degree angle on the side of this mountain. You can pretty much see to the south clearly as the mountain range that you're within is this massive, like spiky shard of rock that just stretches up and up. And as Amaji heads to the bow of the ship and leans around, he goes, "You can kind of see around the mountain up here, but we're going to need to get down onto the ledge there." And he motions down to what is like a 2-foot wide ledge that looks like it is just naturally circling around the side of the mountain. Could have been a lava flow at one point, or maybe the rocks broke in a certain way, but it's relatively flat and circles around the right-hand side of the mountain. And he kind of heads over and opens up a compartment on the deck and flips over what looks like it looks like metal, but it moves like fabric. It's like a rope ladder, but it's made out of carbon fiber. And he drops that down off the side.
Gonna make a mental note of that.
Also, is the ground going to burn?
You got boots on, right?
Yes.
Don't stand still for too long.
Oh, joy.
He starts climbing down the ladder, gets down to the bottom part of the protective barrier created by the sensor in the middle of the ant. Kind of like fishes his arm through, and it's like the ant, probably like a 30-foot drop. So he's probably actually near the path at the edge of that border. It seems stable enough. Come on down. Make sure you bring that thing.
All right.
Did
Climb
they already
down.
hand us the kits already?
No. They need authorization from Amaji to hand out any equipment, so they haven't actually given you anything yet. But they
Yeah.
have confirmed that they have it.
Maji, before we go down, is it okay if we pick up a few kits, climbers kits?
Sure. Grab what you need. I'll be waiting.
All right. He said
you-
yes.
That was Zumar. You shout down to Zuamar, and as you look down, he's got 3 of them in his arms. He's like, "I figured he'd say yes," and he throws them up to you. So, whoever needed climbing kits, you now have climbing gear. They are simple carbon fiber harnesses that look like they go around your hips and thighs, as well as a coil of most of this seems to be made of some sort of threaded metal. It's not comfortable to the touch, and everybody has gloves too, right?
Climbers kit gives you gloves.
Yeah.
Climbers kit includes special pitons, boot tips, gloves, and a harness.
Yeah. I'm just up until now, does your normal character outfit have gloves? Because touching this stuff, it has a really rough, almost scale-like feel to it, but it moves and bends a lot more flexibly than you would think. It also kind of feels warm to the touch, but not as hot as you would expect iron or steel to be in this environment.
I do not have gloves.
You'll probably want to put on gloves. But you equip yourselves with climbing gear and follow Amaji down to the ridge where he's waiting. And as you get there, he kind of sidles his way around. You hear, "Good, it opens up a little bit." And as you turn around the precipice, you stand at the edge of about a 4-foot deep cliff that's maybe about 30 feet wide on the northern edge of this mountain. And you look out over what has to be a caldera 5 miles in diameter, stretching near to the horizon like an ocean of fire and magma beneath you. This puncture, this indentation in the very crust of the world going 2-3 miles deep, and you now realizing that you're standing on what must be the displaced rock that has been upheaved by whatever is doing this. And in the center of this caldera, a massive turtle. Its shell covered in steel and iron that has been shaped into spires and walls and city blocks. You see the 6 legs of it resting on the cracked and roiling ground, each of them in a pool of magma. And you see atop, the very top of it, a single... Dang it!
Damn it, Earth.
Come on, Discord! There we go.
Yay.
At least it's alerting us. It's badooping, and I can hold.
It's also conveniently happening like mid-sentence, so I know when it's pulling me out.
Right?
Sometimes it happens when nothing's going on, and it's like, hello, hello, and then it kicks me.
Atop the very peak of what is a mountain of metal and steel, a singular rock that must be 200-300 feet in length, hardly recognizable within the mass of steel that is the city. But you know it is Pride Rock. And I'm going to move you onto this map. I started this map when I got inspired, and then I had to pivot because there were a lot of other things I was going to need for tonight. So it's very rough. The mountain range stretches out beyond the edges of the map. This massive, spired, spiky kind of like... It's like someone punched the ground, and each ripple is creating these huge claw-like spikes of earth to rise into the air around you. And that is the mountain range that he just took you through with the ant. You are this tiny dot here at the bottom, so small that the ant doesn't even register on this map. And did I make it to scale?
30
I
feet
did
away.
not. Let me see.
300 feet away.
So 100 feet should really be... Okay,
So
got it.
what, like 2 miles away from it? 3?
If the whole thing is 5 miles across, then around about.
Oh,
That
God.
should be
Oof.
close.
Yikes.
Yep.
There we go.
That's
Get those
only
triple-
75,000 miles away.
Yeah. Get those quadruple digits in there.
There we go. So as you look down, Amaji stands beside you, the not gentle, but this constant upheaval of wind around you as the air is being heated, just blowing at his fur and mane. Moisity. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you guys live like this.
Well, it's usually quite comfortable. Nice days out on the iron roofs. You soak in the sun. Feels good on your fur.
I guess we better get that city back in the rightful hands then.
Indeed.
Just 1.5 mile walk in the volcano. It's fine.
I'm sure
From
From the
you'll
looks
be
of
fine.
it, standing in lava too, so we get to deal
Yeah.
with that. Trying to get onto the
So-
legs.
Ken, about that glider.
When you joked about that earlier.
I mean, it works. Heat rises. If we can catch a good updraft off of pools of lava, we could probably cut some of the climb out, right?
And
Rainstorm, draft, and create something to that specifications. I'm gonna need time, which we don't have.
Also, will be very obvious.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, we kind of have nothing but time. What do you mean?
Right? What source that could happen?
I don't know if we have like, because we need lightweight materials to make a good glider.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really have lightweight materials here. We got a lot of.
I think
If
it's
we were
just
to
you.
make heavy machinery, this is the
No, it's
perfect
just me.
place. But not a lot of grass to make cloth or fibers.
I have a marker.
Apparently it's just me. Hold on, let me restart Roll20. I could still see your line on my map.
Oh.
I will also say that where you are, because It's hard to tell on a two-dimensional map, but the caldera is deep, miles deep, and you're up on a mountain range that stretches up beyond where the top of the soil line, the earth line, used to be before this thing started to get created. So where you're standing, you're actually looking down probably 4,000 feet at Pride Rock. You're about a mile higher than the turtle where you are right now. Just so that in 3 dimensions, you
Yeah.
guys can kind of picture where you're at.
So, like I said, glider.
Turtle shell. Oh, why do I always have this stupid?
Or, hear me out, Assault on Astrozalia Part 2.
You guys are here.
Meaning,
We bomb the city
no,
with
Hold on.
ourselves.
better, but concerning still.
Either way, we'd still have to teleport, and there's no guaranteed teleport will work in general.
I mean, that was still fun the first time.
Yeah, but we didn't have a antagonistic elemental super deity interrupting us.
I mean, we essentially did.
How much-
Titania was kind of that.
I have a bedroll, and that's about the only cloth I got. How many bedrolls does everybody got?
How many bedrolls does it take to make a glider big enough to carry all of us?
Not
I mean,
many.
we could make individual gliders as well. We don't have to make one massive glider. We could just make enough gliders for one for everyone. But also don't fall off the glider, and then depending on the wind direction.
Which seems to be mostly just kind of up. Like Ken said, it seems to be billowing and rising.
I mean, I guess there was also the hammocks. I don't know if they want us fabricating their hammocks into something else. And also, I've never glid before. You guys know how to glide?
Oh,
How hard could it be?
I've also
Figured
never
out.
climbed 1,000 feet of a turtle's leg,
Yeah, okay,
surrounded by lava and heat.
but you've climbed things before, right?
I've also
Not a
flown,
day
which
in my
is
life.
basically just gliding, swinging.
I feel like
I
there's
don't
a
think.
difference of magically flying and just be like, oh yeah, I can fly, and oh yeah, I have to control this machine thing. I feel like we're going apples to pineapples.
Both options.
I do
suck.
appreciate you calling a glider a machine and not just a piece of equipment. That's pretty cool. I like the respect for the craft, but
They're so complicated gliders.
There are
I
also
don't
some very
think
uncomplicated.
we're like medieval D&D era. I don't think it's gonna be a complicated glider. But I also, I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine not gliding, but we got to figure something out because the turtle standing in lava is also going to create a problem for just getting onto a leg.
Mhm.
I have a decanter of endless water, so I can cool it down slowly.
Are you sure the water will not evaporate from the
Oh, it
sheer
will.
heat of literal pools of
because
lava?
of literal lava.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you put
I don't know
enough
about that.
water on it.
I don't know.
For a no, I like it.
Can everybody roll me a perception check really quick?
Oh boy.
Big fire. What do firefighters do? Lots of water.
They're not fighting lava though.
Where is
Damn it,
this
Eric,
lava
stop it.
I am
coming
burning
from?
I'm not meaning to, guys. Like I know.
Oh wait.
I know.
Stop rolling 20s. We need those.
I did.
You- Aerith, you think back to something Rose had asked about your feet and walking on the soil here. And you realize you guys have been standing here for a minute as you take in the sight below you. But you're not feeling heat. If anything, the earth feels like earth beneath your feet. You look over at your party and everyone's kind of like standing and looking back and forth and just, gesticulating towards the turtle. And Amaji is kind of like He's doing the Slav squat where he's squatted down, his tail is like flipping out behind him, but no one seems to be perturbed by any heat. And then you look over at Ken and you see this tiny little orange light right in front of him, just kind of gently billowing. You'd think it was a reflection of the sun or maybe the fire beneath you off his armor, but it's kind of just like this weird radiance out of him, and you then look down at yourself and you have one of the same. You think
Guys.
back.
Like, no, continue.
You think back to when you had freed Eden and the blessing of Earth was placed upon you and your allies. That the Earth will always find your feet wherever you walk.
Guys,
Yes.
I think we should be fine in terms of walking to the turtle.
How so?
I mentioned the whole, like, standing in one place, not really too bothered by the heat.
You're right. It hasn't been building like it normally does.
Does that encompass all of us, or just the ones that did the Earth thing? Because that wasn't most of us.
You haven't been.
I was
go
about
ahead.
to say, does Rose, Eodos, and Aureus have this aura too?
You don't see it emanating out from them, but they also aren't being affected negatively by the heat from the ground, it appears.
Also, the ones resistant to fire.
That's true. That is actually very true.
And worst case, yeah, the ones resistant to fire, you get to have a nice walk on lava.
You know, no big deal.
Be like a nice sauna.
I like the way you said that.
Sauna.
You gotta,
Sauna.
Especially if you start pouring
skin.
water all over it.
Yeah, exactly. Just to relax a little bit as you start your climb.
So we could walk it.
We could.
Actually, as I'm looking at the map, that foot doesn't look like there's lava underneath it. Or am I not zoomed in?
Or it's not
No, you're
as lava.
I'm not zoomed
It's
in.
There's pretty much
as
lava
bright,
under all of
yeah.
them.
Alright.
I mean, this back corner right here, though,
It's a little darker.
it looks lifted.
Not as much lava.
Yeah.
At that point, it looks like the leg has kind of dug in, and you know how like turtles will like dig into the sand with their feet and kind of like half kick it out. It looks like it's digging into the soil, and that part does look like it's closer to a rocky ridge than the rest, which seem to be more centralized within their puddles.
Also, Pride Rock's in the back, so like right here, right?
It's actually right in the dead center, right
All
here,
right.
on the highest peak. This is like, so as you look at it, this has a lot of like smokestacks and heavy industry. It looks like coming out of here. It looks like a lot of refining, thick smoke, and heavy
Craftsman.
fires.
Yeah, like the craftsman's quarter.
Gotcha.
Where's the docks in relation?
There are two on this side, both located between the fore and rear legs.
So we could
Specifically
climb up-
right here and right there in the dead centers.
So we could walk up, climb up the back end of this leg to get to the docks, and then try to make our way. And then I got the pathing to Pride Rock memorized, so we can hopefully make it there
Right.
relatively.
Is that a heavily populated area? Is
Normally, it's hard to predict what the city's doing now, but normally there is a lot of foot traffic that moves through the lower city slums. You don't get less populated areas till you start getting into the Noble District, Royal Palace, things like that.
Right. Which is towards the front more.
Higher up on the shell.
So it's like
Oh,
a
so like
school. Like it's
Yes.
yeah, like
Yes.
concentric. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
So
matter really
you
where
can
we
actually
come
see it
in.
now from the because that was one thing I wanted to add, like cityscape, but man, cities are hard to do maps for. So as you look at it, this is very thick, rough, like buildings that are very spiky and sharp and very tightly packed together. There's a lot of machinery and like cranes and things that you can see working at a distance, and then going up and up, it seems to get thinner and thinner. Back here has a lot of the smokestacks, as well as this part here and here are also pretty smoky, and you can see bridges that stretch between these two humps within the carapace. And then going up and up, the density of buildings gets less and less. It's still pretty tightly packed, and you don't really see earth or soil beneath it, just this constancy of metal with the occasional little bits of red or blue flicked here and there. And you do know from what Amaji told you when he was explaining it that there are underground or undershell water sources that are utilized by the city to get fresh water from Farastiel as he produces fresh water for them through.
It's pee.
It's not its pee. It's a natural elemental conversion because it's a creature built of all four elements. It's not pee. It's not
It's
alive. It's an
pee.
elemental. But
Tell me.
that's what they tell themselves exactly. It's not his pee. That's just a big elemental turtle. It's fine.
Don't mind the sour taste.
Yeah. But
Don't
yeah,
mind the ammonia.
essentially, the higher on the shell, the higher nobility
Alright.
you got, and then
So it doesn't really matter which
Pride
like
Rock
we
kind of
go
sits
up.
like this. Nope.
Well, we got like a mile and a half to walk downhill, so we might as well get started.
All right,
Yeah.
we'll wait
How,
here.
yeah, how exactly are we getting down? Rose kind of like leans forward and like looks over the edge.
Well,
not-
we have.
Okay.
I was gonna say we have climbing kits, or if you feel real special, we can get a sled.
I have Featherfall.
Or
I
yeah,
like that
roll
plan
down the
better.
hill.
We jump. Is it a straight drop? Is it
It's not
slow?
100% sheer, but it's pretty steep. It's about a 15% grade. So you could potentially like slide down it, slowing down your descent. But if you tried to walk down it straight down the like upheaval, you'd probably have to make some athletics checks to not get stuck in the run and then tumble.
Oh, like when you're running downhill and you just can't
Yeah.
stop.
Right.
Yeah, it's that steep where you're like, if I started to move down this, I'm not entirely sure I'd be able to catch myself without just keeping on going. And it's about a quarter of a mile you'd have to drop down. Actually, if you're going all the way to the bottom there, it's actually about 2 or 3 miles because that's a horizontal distance. This is much deeper vertically.
So if you trip and fall, you're falling for 2 miles.
Yeah. Maybe don't do that.
And Featherfall only lasts a minute, so. Well, we got climbing gear for a reason. Slow and steady.
I jump. No, I'm kidding.
All right. Then, as you all set to task, taking your climbing gear in hand, Amaji will help get you guys started from up here. Before you leave, though, he will ask for an escort back to the turtle, just because you have the sensor.
Ah, yes. Yeah.
And as he kind of loops his arm through the carbon fiber, gets one foot up onto the bottom rung of the ladder. I wish there was more we could do to help, but you are our best bet. Good luck.
Don't die.
neither. And don't let her get in your head. She's a
Ugh.
right bitch.
Oh,
Oh,
don't
we
we
know.
know it?
Starts climbing.
In the time it took to walk, by the way, would that have been enough time to squeeze a short rest in? Because I just realized.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna throw some hit dice because I
Me
lost 40
too.
something. Because we still under heroes feast, right? We still got that increased.
Yes. Yeah. And you're still actually under seaming. You have about 4 hours left on seaming because of the shortcut that Zuamar took to get you here. He cut about 3 hours off by going straight through as opposed to trying to find a like path through the pass. He just was like, fuck these rocks. I can do this. And
I
started
do.
jumping between cliff faces. And that said, you definitely have enough time for a short rest, having had your
Wow.
poker game.
Look at
and-
all those ones.
Once.
Oh
Yeah.
no!
Tragic.
What are you, Mal?
Nah.
Apparently. I'm supposed to be the opposite of it. I have so much constitution and health.
I know. Well, hey, you at least got like a flat 20 on top of your 8 that you rolled. If that was Mal rolling 4 hit dice, I'd have 8
48.
extra hit points.
That is true.
All right. As you walk back together, staying within the 30-foot radius that Aureus is producing, each of you kind of equip on your climbing gear. And Aerith and Ken, the gear you're wearing was not intended for this level of heat. And as you pull on the leather, you feel it stretches a little bit more than you were expecting. There's a little bit of give and suppleness
boy.
in it because it was not intended for this heat. You shore up your assault pack on your back, Ken, with potions and recovery materials within, and then I need to know what the marching order is as you guys make your descent.
Also, I'm not wearing that. Fuck that.
The harness?
Yeah. I don't want climbing gear. Fuck that.
If you fall to your death, I will do my best to save you, but then I will laugh.
Do you want my
That's
broom
right.
that will definitely fail and have you fall?
Nah. I'm good. I don't need to climb. Fuck that. I'm not climbing.
Okay. What do you polymorph into?
I'm going to turn into a small bird.
Okay. You see Rose turn into a tiny little red bird. You guys have seen some animals flying around. Not even sure if they're animals, but these red streaks through the air that look like winged birds. And you basically become a small version of one of those. This tiny little, almost like a fire chick. You flap your wings.
Well, I guess I will take the climbing gear that Rose was supposed to wear, and I will swap out my old one with that one.
Okay. As you,
That what gives us advantage on the athletic shit for the climb?
yes, sir.
Okay.
As you guys prepare your gear.
All more than 25 feet.
Mm-hmm. Who is leading the charge? All right, let's see. Let me get your tokens so you guys can kind of. No, Rose is
A burb.
a burb. And as Rose flaps their little bird wings, there's a flash of flame from them, like a little like spark, and they do take to the air, and you can fly without any issue.
Okay,
I
was
land
gonna
on
say,
top of
they-
Boreas's head.
Do you lay
Kind
an
of
egg?
chose something bigger to help us.
I already used the spell.
Fine, now
Too late.
You can't talk. You can chirp.
So, Rose, you are on Aureus's head. Aureus, you have the sensor in your hand, correct?
Yes, I have the sensor.
Okay. Are you going to be carrying it during the descent, or is somebody else taking it?
See, it would have been nice if you were even a slightly larger bird where you could carry the sensor.
You just become on Moogle carrying
But no,
fucking
I
chalice
got
to
that, I
protect
got
us.
Okay. Then, who is leading the way. And yeah, that was the whole idea for the Elemental Dales, was this like Crystal Chronicles thing where you guys needed to have somebody carrying the chalice in the middle.
Hmm.
If no one's volunteering, I guess I'll lead.
Okay, Ken's
Yeah, I
leading.
think you're the best suited to be the first one. I'm gonna be real.
Who's following Ken?
Wouldn't it be Eidos?
I mean, I will, but I'm definitely not suited for climb. So just a heads up, be ready.
Are you
Then I
using
guess
tongue so you can
Aureus would
talk
be
to the bird?
mid.
Yeah. Okay.
I was gonna debate using that on the bird. I'm like, is it worth wasting a spell slot just to hear Rose talk as a bird?
Have a Revivify on hand. Be able to listen to Rose talk. Man, that's a
Bird
dilemma.
talk.
Yeah. I was trying to click on it to like read it some more.
Mhm.
But silly
And-
linked it.
Everybody roll
How
me
everyone knows.
athletics with advantage, except for Rose, as you once again get around climbing.
Jeez.
uh,
Oh no.
Oh shit!
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
fuck.
Oh,
hey.
no.
Oh, no.
We are so screwed.
I like that unnatural 0 that you got there.
Thank you.
I need where are my Firedale backgrounds?
I'm gonna BRB
right.
real quick.
Well, if I
There
start
we go, that's
falling,
better.
by the way, you all have to
Okay.
fall with me.
That's why I'm coming with you.
As Ken begins to lead the way down, sliding down the carbon fiber rope, slams in a few pitons, hooks through the rope, moves on to the next. You guys make your descent for the first mile or so, and Ken leads the path down, carving a masterful descent, making it easier on all of you. At one point, Aureus, your foot slips and your hand tightens, but you're also holding the sensor with the other hand, so you've been having to kind of like do this rappel with one hand, having the rope wrapped around your right arm while you're lowering yourself. And as your feet slip and you kind of fall down and are hanging there, Aerith swings down, grabs you, and kind of like braces himself, and you hear this like grunt of effort as he pulls you back up and you get your feet underneath you, and you guys can continue down, making it about half the way down the descent off of this first one in about 30 minutes or so, given double natural 20s. You take a moment to kind of catch your breath and recoil the cable up. Aerith, you've been removing the pitons with each one as you pass it, passing them down so that they could be continued to use this like chain climbing its way slowly and methodically down and down. You take a few deep breaths, look at each other. Ken, you begin the descent once again. Let's do another athletics check with advantage. Okay. Okay.
Unlike that one there.
Hey, the 13's not bad.
Okay, I'm here.
Give me
Roll
another
again.
athletics check.
Oh shit. What if I don't
Don't
wanna?
fuck it up. Don't
What'd
fuck it
you
up.
say, Doris? You
Hey.
rolled so well. As you guys
got a -2 and you're rolling better than me.
right? Continue down, kind of in this quiet synchronization. You guys have been through a lot together, and you've climbed a lot of walls and a lot of cliff faces. And while this one might be the hottest, it's not the steepest. And the descent is actually relatively simple. You slide for about another half an hour or so, making these small jumps, hearing the hammering of the pitons. And the size you are, just so that you know, you are like ants on the side of a hill 50 feet away. You're these tiny little things just making your way down. And at the end of your polymorph hour, Rose, as you have kind of curled up on top of Aureus's head between his horns, and this tiny little fluttering of fire and burb noises, you feel your polymorph beginning to wear off. You shake your head. Do you get off Aureus's head?
How far up still are we at the end of that hour?
You look over, and it looks like Ken is just hitting the ground. He's about 30 feet beneath you, and he's at the very edge of the sensor's range, and he's just
Okay.
hitting the bottom.
Cool. Then no, I don't get off Aureus.
Okay.
So if I take you down with me, at least you hit the ground, and we're fine.
I won't even hit the ground because I'm 25. I can only fall 25 meters, so I'll fall just right before I hit the ground.
Yep. You feel a shifting in your weight, Aureus, and you kind of look up thinking that something might have fallen as you'd gotten used to this little patch of warmth in the middle of your head, and then all of a sudden you see Rose's thighs just right in front of your face, and the weight suddenly throws you off balance. Make me a strength saving throw.
I used to be good at these.
As your arm tightens around the rope. Rose, make me a strength saving throw.
Oh, good.
If either one of them
Okay.
starts falling, I'm gonna cast Featherfall.
Okay, neither of them
It's
fall.
20
Aureus
feet. Don't
catches
not
himself
worth it.
with his feet against the ground in a grunt of effort as the coil around his right arm tightens and he holds himself in the air. Rose, you become full height and your legs kind of spread down onto his shoulder, and as you feel him stop moving, you go toppling over backwards, and in that moment lock your legs behind his back, and you're now just sort of hanging there off of Aureus's back like a cape, about
Yep.
20 feet above the ground.
This is
I
fine.
was gonna say a koala.
You got this.
Yeah.
You got this. I believe in you.
Yeah, if before I was petrified, maybe.
You hear Eodos's boots hit the ground, and Eodos, you look up to see this madness about 30 feet above you. Ken, you've taken a moment to gain your perspective from down here within the caldera, and as your feet hit the ground first, the cracked magmatic rock beneath you was glowing bright red, and as your feet hit, there was this of orange around you, about 20, 30 feet out, and it cooled the fires. It's still warm to the touch, you can still feel warmth through your boots, but it's not melting anything. It's not hot, and the earth beneath your feet seems solid. You take this in and hear the sounds above you as Eodos's boots hit the ground next to you. Solid earth. And looks up. You both look up and see Rose hanging off of Aureus' shoulders. Aerith looking down from above them with a questioning look on his face.
Oh, jeez.
It's either position yourself in a way where you can climb off, or I got one hand. I cannot one hand climb down with you on my back.
Give
Rose.
Give it here. I'll hold it. Just keep climbing.
Fine. I'll hand you the sensor while I try and climb down.
Okay. You hand the sensor up and grab the coil, the carbon fiber rope with your other hand, and using that hand-over-hand method, you manage to climb down the remaining 20 feet, Aerith following in behind as Rose sits. You know how, when you were a kid, you chicken fight in a pool where you have, one person on your shoulders? That's pretty much what Rose is sitting like right now. As Aureus, you hit the ground, kind of look around, and Aerith jumps down next to you and pulling out the last piton, coiling up the rope, and handing out gear back to the crew of you so that you can each store the pieces of your own climbing kit. You are now here. You have made your descent. Took about an hour, so you have 3 hours left on seeming.
I'm like, where are we? I don't see where we are. And then I look.
Tiny dot.
I got a ways to go.
Yep.
And then another ways up.
Yeah. I think the same. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think the same is gonna last the entire time.
No. 'Cause it's probably gonna take us more than 3 hours just to get up onto the turtle.
How tragic.
Rose, please get off my shoulders.
Oh, fine. How else are you supposed to build your strength back up again?
Okay.
Climb
not
off
like
him.
this.
Okay. You clamber off. 5 of you stir up your gear. How are you making this cross, because between you and the back leg, let's call it the rear port leg of the turtle,
Starboard or larboard?
larboard.
Alright.
Yeah,
Stop
the rear
PTSD.
larboard. It's pretty open. It's you know, like I'm trying to think of what it would look like how volcanic magma flows look, where you've just got like heavily burnt, charred rock interspersed with cracked earth that seems to be just boiling up from beneath. That's pretty much what is between you and the leg. So are you crossing it quickly, stealthily, carefully? How do you want to do this?
Speed, it should be fine because we're the size difference. You shouldn't really notice us. So I vote for quick.
I also vote for quick.
Quick.
I'm down for quick skedaddle then.
Yeah, I was trying to, like, how big would a creature have to be to carry 4 other people? Like huge, gigantic,
Huge. Yeah.
Nah. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, large could carry 1 other. Huge could carry 3 easily, 4 if everyone kind of packed in together real tight.
I was about to say, Ascalon carried Aerith, the Spy Master, Caraway, and darn.
Yeah, and he's
Dorn.
huge, right? Is it 3x3, I think? Or is he gargantuan? I can't remember.
Yeah, his trial mode was gargantuan, I believe.
Yes. Yeah, his Ascalon, like, true, I'm gonna
Could
fuck
be an
everybody up.
elephant. Elephants are huge.
Right.
Yeah,
Hold
yeah.
for 2 seconds.
Ascalon's
Hold on.
huge,
Hold
yeah.
on. That's
Ascalon's
this
huge.
giant.
hmm.
Real?
Now that's a question for later. Never mind. That's a question. For later.
Feymire crocodiles are apparently huge.
How fast they move? Are they beast?
They are a Fey beast.
So technically,
Origin Fey type beast.
how fast?
10 feet.
Because
I'm looking. Where are you?
I think I found a good one, but I'm trying to see if there's anything better.
Cade just vibing.
Oh, never mind. That's
I
fourth
love this
edition.
music.
What?
It's 4th edition.
Oh.
Should probably check that one.
4th edition.
Sorry, that is my bad.
It's now extinct.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
Right. Well, I found one that goes 60 feet, so 120 dashing. That's not too bad.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
That's big.
Giant elk it is.
Okay. As you kind of look out before
Solve
you,
all our problems with polymorph.
the gap between you, you weigh the options and choose to go for speed over stealth or safety. Rose, you seeing the run before you, think back to your time within the Feywild and various massive creatures that you had seen run through those wildernesses and take shape. You
Often, you polymorph, people would probably think you're a druid.
Shape changing, that's my whole thing.
shift into the massive form of a giant elk, kind of like lower yourself down to allow your allies. Does everybody jump on? Anybody staying on their feet?
You want to run instead?
No, we're hopping on.
Okay.
Yeah, I think everybody's good. It's ride in
Alright.
style, you know?
Yep. As you all hop on, kind of one arm around the person in front of you, Ken and Aerith, you still can see that very faint little bit of pulsing orange energy, and as it washes over the group, it washes down into the ground. Rose rears up. What did you do with the sensor before you polymorphed?
Oh God.
No, I would have given it back to
I already said I
Aureus.
grabbed it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Aureus said he grabbed it. Cool.
Because I
Just making
don't
sure.
carry
I'm
that
just
shit.
I'm keeping you guys on
I mean,
point.
unless if I pull it into myself and then does it just radiate from me? Because I'm
You
cool
don't
with
know.
that too.
You don't
I'm
know.
not testing that.
You don't know.
One way to find out, right?
No.
Nope.
we all
I
we all
already
get
said I
tempered
grabbed it
immediately.
until I got on the floor, so...
Fine.
Let's see. Give me a strength check for the giant elk as you can rear up with your allies on back and run, leaping between lava flows, the heat of the ground beneath your feet. Pretty intense, and you have to keep moving to keep your hooves from burning against it.
22.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
You charge across the distance. Let's see, that was a little over a mile. After about, you said you can move at 120, right?
Yeah, 120 dashing.
So it's only a few minutes as you all hold on, and Rose masterfully dances between fire and flame, rocks seeming to materialize against the most intense fire as their hooves get close before they kick off, and that singular piece of stone is then once again engulfed within the fire in this caldera. They approach with about 55 minutes left on your polymorph. You're
Aw.
only about a quarter mile away.
I cast haste.
Oh well, shit.
Yeah,
No,
you cross that distance in about 5 minutes.
Never mind.
Yeah, did not need haste.
Not
It's the
haste.
opposite. We got there too quickly.
Yeah.
It almost
So-
didn't seem worth it, but that's fine.
It saved us all a bunch of effort, potentially falling into some lava.
How good is an elk at climbing turtle legs?
We'll find out, because god damn it, I have 50 minutes of this left.
Look, we're all massive now. We can hop on there easy.
In addition, as you close this distance, you realize that the estimate that Amaji gave you was definitely the turtle at normal position. When you rode away from Terrasdale, you were able to see the full size of the turtle in kind of like in the rear view as the Minotaur escorted you to the edge of the Firedale, and it is huge. It also tends to stand with its belly not resting on the ground, but as you've gotten closer, you realize that the belly of the shell is pressed almost directly against the soil beneath it. There's this line of almost electric magma that is pushing against it and reflecting off of the undershell of the creature. But what it also means is that the legs are not fully extended up, and you're only looking at about 400 feet up until you get to where its knee is, at which point it kind of just levels out into a flat plane over to the shell, since it's crouched down.
Is it angled, the bottom part, or is it like vertical?
So it's still angled. I kind of drew it over there, but like the bottom shell, God, I don't know why my stupid thing keeps doing this with the fill. So the bottom shell's like that, and the top shell's like that, and the legs are out and down, but they're just holding it against the ground. There's still this downward like rounded edge, so you wouldn't be able to just vertically climb up onto the shell, because it's kind of like it's like a turtle shell. You know, it's got the bottom shell and the top shell. Yeah.
No, I'm saying so like, the legs are like they're horizontal at the top part, but are they like vertical like at the bottom, or are they kind of like angled out a little bit?
They're a little angled out. They're probably at
Okay.
like a 30-degree angle. So it's a
Perfect.
slope that is shallower than the one you guys just ascended.
Then Rose, as we approach, I'm gonna keep running. I'm gonna angle out, and then try to run up as far up the leg as I can, on the elk with everybody.
Okay, roll me another athletics check for the elk.
Say, how high can you jump?
I don't know. Got a strength of 19. D20 plus. It's just the strength modifier, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have athletics proficiency, unfortunately.
That's good.
You pick off the ground, and what you do manage to do is cross the distance between where the edge of the ground is and the foot. And as your hooves hit this foot, and it is massive, each scale, each like little ridge in the scale has to be 100 feet across. These big, huge chunks of tough lizard skin your hooves hit against, and you scramble. The rest of you are on Rose's back as they begin to scramble and their legs kind of flop out from under them. I need a dexterity saving throw from everybody to stay on board.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that tracks.
Oh! What the fuck?
Okay.
I am so fucking screwed. You better have that Revivify up and ready.
You're fine.
Flash of Genius?
Okay, for 13.
Yeah.
Could, knowing how dangerous this be, kick dangerous in free.
Sure, I could give you as Rose as you see Rose kick off the ground, being the one on like the back, holding, Aerith and Aureus in place. You get your danger sense that this could be problematic. Hey,
I did need it.
Okay, didn't need it, but worth it because I don't want to fall.
yeah, 20.
Please.
you tighten your grip and of like holding your legs tight around
You should.
Rose's.
You sure you didn't want to give me a flash of genius there as well?
You can only do it once per instance.
It's fine. It's fine. It's all group athletics checks. You were just the first part of the group athletics check, and that's 2 natural
That's
20s.
That's fair. Okay.
As Ken, you being in the front, feel yourself kind of lose contact with the elk as Rose scrambles to get their feet beneath them and slides back towards the lava. You feel as 2 hands reach out and grab you by the arm, kind of swing you back in as Eodos tightens up around Aerith and Aureus, and both Aerith and Aureus snap out to grab you from the air and pull you back. You're all still on top, or you're still mounted on Rose, who manages to get their feet beneath them, although they are sliding just a little bit towards the lava down the hill. But they have mostly stopped. What are you guys doing in this moment?
Alright.
I mean, I don't know about
Everybody
anybody,
staying on?
everybody else, but I'm
Yeah,
gonna keep going
Yeah, I mean, we're here.
and keep trying.
Okay, Rose, give me another athletics check.
What's the worst that could happen?
Oh my
Could continue to do
god.
worse.
They scramble up, and as their hooves
Come on,
kinda
man.
hit into one of the divots between the scales, they topple over and boom, fall onto their side. The 4 of you go sliding away. Roll me another dexterity saving throw to stay close to each other.
What the fuck?
Oh,
What's
there
going
it is.
on?
Group
There it
checks
is.
are great for that 20 though, because the 2 successes, even though
At
you
least
guys
it
are
does help, yeah.
you're doing fine, but you feel yourself sliding out, Ken, and you grab onto that ledge, snap your hand out to grab Aerith, who's right behind you. Aureus and Eodos, you slow down, and Aureus, you kind of stop yourself just at that 25-foot range around Rose. Scramble back up as Rose picks Elk Self back up onto their feet. You are all now standing on a relatively steep slope of a turtle's leg. What are you doing now?
I wish I had like enhance ability or something. Put on Rose.
Right.
I
Can't bardic
mean-
inspiration myself, so
And you're an animal, and so
And
you do
also
it
an
anyway.
Would warding bond you?
Would that help?
Or the emboldened bond, sorry, not warden bond.
Oh,
That'd
I mean,
be
that would
the
give me a
D4.
little bit.
Uh,
I'm not gonna say no, but
Okay, actually,
If anything, better.
I could do both. So I can use my ring and do bless, and then also embolden bond. And then Ken can do the charge. Why am I forgetting what it's called?
Flash of Genius.
Flash of Genius.
flash.
Okay, so you guys are getting back onto Elk Rose?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm sure gonna keep trying.
All right.
I got
So as
45 more
Rose
minutes of this.
looks at the party and gives that like get back on the elk look. You guys all fall in line as they kind of crawl down, keeping their hooves locked in place. You situate yourselves back atop the back of the giant elk, or it attempts to once again spring its way up the hill that is the turtle's leg. Give me another athletics check. You used Embolden Bond and Bless?
And bless, yes.
Okay, so it's plus 2d4.
Let's just go.
I don't know if this will work like this, but I'll try.
I was not expecting a helicopter. Okay.
Hey, there we go.
You leap and leap and leap. Jump, and with one final springing and scrambling, kind of pull your back hooves up just over the knee. And before you all is now a roughly 300-foot wide, slightly rounded thigh of a turtle that stretches for about 150 feet before it terminates against the edge of a metal shell with ridges and buildings kind of built into the side of it. But you're on relatively flat ground now.
I'm gonna get us right over to the edge of the shell.
Okay.
And then I'll. How long do I have left? I guess it doesn't really matter.
That's about it.
At that point.
It's been about 45 minutes since you left the edge, which means you still have about 2 hours left, just over 2 hours left of seeming, as you retake your tabaxi rose form and look back at the party, the shadow cats and golden Maine Coons that are not the recognized faces of your group, but that you know are your allies. You guys are all about 10, 15 feet away from the edge of the lower city. It's just a vertical climb up this kind of like a retaining wall, you know? And then you get to the city above, and you can see buildings that stretch up and out.
I was gonna say,
From
would
here.
Rose just stay as a giant elk until we at least get one person over the wall? Because that height difference should be able to get us up.
It's true. One of you could.
If you tell me to, I guess.
Who's the person?
I mean, you're in the front. So
Ah. Okay.
So you.
Yep. This me.
As Rose, you run across the leg, getting up to the edge of the shell, kind of like looking up, you feel as Ken steps up and kind of like steps over towards the edge, grabs onto a metal spike. Give me an athletics check, Ken, to pull yourself up into this.
And to help, if I can help him, I'll like
he also
Yeah.
does
lean over with my head and like push him up.
Go with advantage.
Athletics advantage.
Okay. You kind of grab onto one metal shard, pull yourself in, and you emerge at this like strange fake alleyway where it looks like a curved impact of metal is just jutting out that forms like the bottom of the carapace here. This almost like barricade of a fence, and it's only about 2 feet before you're up against a metal building. You look to the left and right and can see about 30 feet down what looks like an alleyway to your right.
I'm gonna pull out my rope of climbing to
Okay.
help everyone else get up.
All right. As Rose, you budge Ken up, helping him that last bit. You feel the polymorph wear off as the 3 allies still on your back suddenly weigh a lot more than they used to just a few moments
fuck.
ago. And you get kind of flattened down onto the ground with Orius, Aerith, and Iados sitting on your back.
See, it's
Ow.
not fun when you don't get a warning.
Little tit for tat.
I am significantly lighter than you. Get off.
Sorry, Moody.
A rope descends from above as Ken's rope of climbing materializes from within the metal spikes. And I need athletics checks from everybody with advantage because of the rope to climb into the city. Okay.
Hey, look, my 0 again.
Yep, there it is. Okay. And for Rose?
Climbing. Just trying to figure out a way around it. Why?
Please
Just
do
one
not
athletics
put,
check.
like,
Come on, you can do it.
Can I?
It takes a little bit of time. Oh, excuse me. As Aerith, you head up first. You grab the rope and you kind of pull yourself up. You use that like practiced methodology and you climb and climb, and then you open your eyes and look, and you've only gone about halfway. So you have to like whimper just a little bit and climb the rest of the way before Ken's arm reaches down and pulls you up. You look down to see Orius, as elegantly as he can, holding the sensor in mouth and climbing with both hands, because climbing with one hand is really hard.
Yeah.
Followed by Rose, who similarly seems to take a little bit longer. Honestly, this 10-foot ascent probably takes your group about 20 minutes, giving you just shy of 2 hours left on your seeming. But as Iados, with practiced skill, just pulls himself up and up into that small alleyway, you recoil your rope of climbing, Ken, and lead everyone down this 2-foot gap to the alleyway that leads into the slums of Farastiel. As you have actually bypassed the docks by coming here, you look into what is kind of like a half-broken, half-assembled amalgamation of steel and metal, and you see 2 or so dozen tabaxi just going about their day. There are a few that are talking to each other. There are a couple carrying what looks like garbage or maybe salvage and are running, not running, but conveying it over to what looks like a makeshift smith. And you also see a few that look like they are burning, both inside and out.
Oh no.
I don't know what the fuck that means. What does that mean?
So if you're too, well, that's what happens if we lose the sensor. After a while, the elemental energies pretty much seep into our very beings,
Oh,
and
Altering us.
we
great.
I thought they were safe.
Awesome. Maybe they came from outside the city?
maybe
Either way, fuck
bit
that.
Ifrid. Long story short, we cannot let that happen to us. It's game over if we do.
Yeah, I don't want that, no. Gonna go ahead and say.
Just
Just
Also-
get there as quickly as possible then.
Hold on. Yes, without the attracting attention part, even seeming, I am not confident that that's going to be enough to stop. Like, they don't know who the fuck we are. I don't want to be
That's
asked
why-
questions.
Don't talk.
That's why we got Ken's rope of climbing to tie us all together. I can make us all invisible, so that we
Okay,
can
good.
just sneak on through.
I was going to say, I hope we're still doing that part of the plan, because I would like to
Yeah.
do that part.
I guess I'll go ahead and get prepped to Tie everyone up.
Okay. You take the rope of climbing, probably never even put it away. You just carried it over here, fix one end to yourself, go through, and with practiced skill, because you've done this many times, you loop the party together, literally. You guys are now all connected with Aureus in the middle. What is the marching order? Ken at the front, because he knows the way. Aureus in the middle. Who's in the back?
Probably me.
Okay.
That way, if something does happen, Rose and Aerith are sort of sandwiched in between Ken and Aureus and me. That way, we got a little layer of defense.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I guess I don't really care either way. I guess I'll go between Ken and Aureus.
Okay.
So I'm between
All
Aureus and Eodis.
Well, I needed
Yeah.
a stealth check.
Get back here!
Yeah. I actually do need to pee, so this might be a good time to do that. Quick bio break, and then we'll assault Forestiel.
I can grab more water.
Oh, sorry, Graham. I didn't see you there, buddy.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go grab a drink then.
Yeah. Trying to crack open a cold one.
With the boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
I am also here.
Same.
Heck yeah.
It's too bad we don't have like a big ring of spell stores so we can store more than like a couple of levels in it. You know,
Yeah.
we could chop full of all kind of helpful spells if we did. Need to get a
Bracelet of
brooch
spell
of
storing.
spell storing.
Yeah. Bracelet.
Armband.
Crown of spell
This
story.
is
Belt.
this is my pauldron of spell storing.
And I miss having that magical pauldron in our staircase game.
Yeah.
Because he was so nice, man. One of the artillerists, like, little robots you can make can give like the entire party a temporary hit point shield as a bonus action. With no limitation on how many times you can do it. So Will was just sitting there like, everybody gets 12 temporary hit points. At level 2, that fucking matters, man. Or I guess
It's like
level 3
the
would have been when
entire
it came in.
Yeah.
entire pool of health double.
Yeah. Alright. Kyle back?
Haven't heard him.
Okay. Also, that fire tabaxi art, it was so cool. I was so happy when I found it. It was so perfect.
I'm back, sorry.
All good. All right. So, as Ken ropes the party together, securing you all by the rope of climbing. Eidos, you cast invisibility.
Yep.
All right, and you can do all 5.
Because it's automatically a level 5 spell
Right,
for me.
Okay. As you cast out the spell, the wash of black shadowy energy passing over each of you, you see as yourselves and the party disappears.
Orius, you wouldn't happen to have Pass Without Trace by chance, would you?
Was that something that you do or your other counterpart?
That was something my other guy
I know,
did.
Takashi. Yeah, okay.
I don't.
I think it is a cleric.
It
Yeah,
is
that's
a
how-
I do not currently.
Yeah.
Not something you picked up.
No, I didn't think. Yeah, Orius is stealthy. I'll pick that up.
Is your class one that can change per day, or
I mean, clerics and artificers are able to change per day.
Yeah,
And
we
druids.
just swap out
So-
spells.
knowing that we were going to stealth out in like today, did you want to switch it for something when we slept?
Probably.
Guess
That
that's
is
a
smart thing.
PM verdict.
If
Roll me a
Orius
d20.
is smart, yep, that's what I was gonna say. Let's roll a d20 to see how smart Orius is feeling.
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
We're
Well, you
still
have passed
fucking
without a
dead,
trace, but you've burned so many 20s today.
right? How we're gonna die.
We're so gonna die.
We don't need tongues. We'll get rid of tongues.
No, it's all good. How long does that one? Because I know invisibility's an hour.
I think Pass Without a
Uh,
Trace is 10 minutes.
might be 10 minutes. Pass without trace is
Oh, without trace. Okay, I was doing a trace, and I was like,
1
why
hour.
isn't it finding it?
Oh,
One
it's an
hour.
hour.
Okay.
Oh,
Hey,
wait. Alright, that's 2024. Let me go to E really quick, just in case.
Oh,
That is very different.
yeah. Why is that so different?
Holy
Interesting.
why? Go from
1
wait,
minute.
No, it's still an hour.
Yeah, the player's handbook version.
Player's handbook says concentration up to a minute.
No, scroll
Yeah.
down. It goes down. It says concentration up to an hour.
Oh, that
that's-
up at the top is a typo within Roll20.
Yeah.
It,
Oh.
it should. Let me pull out.
yeah,
here.
okay.
I'm gonna get my PHB.
Right? I was like, but what?
Oh,
I can't get my
Wait, what?
PHB.
this class is Druid Ranger. It doesn't say.
No, Claire should have access to it, right?
I thought so.
It might be
Maybe
a
not.
specific cleric
Ooh,
subclass.
I wonder if that's it. Yeah.
Maybe not
well,
then. Never mind.
I bet you that's what it is.
Wasted that 20 for
Well-
nothing.
Shit.
Well, we'll apply that to his stealth. We'll give him.
Yeah,
that.
apply that to the stealth, please. That would be great.
That would
We'll
be
do that.
awesome.
So you don't get past without a trace, but Orius has rolled a nat 20 on his stealth check on this first
Okay,
leg. So
I'll
Ken,
take that.
as you take the party through the slums, heading towards the lower city and eventually the noble district, everybody roll me a stealth check, except for Orius. And you all have advantage because you're invisible.
It would be 23 actually.
23.
Okay, 23. That is good to know. And then Ken, can you also give me a survival
23.
check at advantage? Okay. You
Earth 23 on your stealth.
right?
Match
It's gonna
everybody
be a
else.
minute. Real 20 is having a heart attack for me right now.
No. What do you have in your mouth, Graham?
Nothing.
I
That's
can't
why.
tell if he even has anything or if his face is just pressed up against the side of the cone like a doof. He still has his cone of shame.
Couple more days.
Mm-hmm. Almost done.
Orius is so stealthy now without his armor. It's amazing.
Hey, I got you on that 23.
Hey, 23.
Okay. God.
4 23s. 4 23s and a 20. We're
You-
stealthy as fuck.
deftly move through, following each other's footsteps as carefully as you can without being able to actually see each other. You go off of the sense of direction like you're being led by a leash. And Ken, you know exactly where you're going. You're following the path that Amaji had laid out for you, and as you kind of run past the groups of tabaxi who are hard at work, and we must finish the project for the Queen. Yes, for her glory, for our love for the Queen. We must serve her. They all seem to be entranced within their duties, and everything seems to be directed around Vistariel. You pass by
Like,
tabaxi that seem to be guards working alongside what you would normally see classified within cities as like an urchin class, as though the walls between them no longer matter. It is all about Vistariel now. You pass by the Tempered, keeping a wide berth so that they have no chance of sensing you, but knowing what they are and seeing it, the heat billowing off of them. They don't seem to be participating in the day's activities, more like watching, guarding, and protecting. You even see more than one smaller fire elemental moving around here like a taskmaster with a fiery whip. Before you finally leave the slums, pass into the catwalked and almost suspended lower city that was built up into the gaps of buildings as it reaches up into the higher tiers of the shell. You lead the party through there before you reach an intersection. You have to stop and think for a moment. The rest of you who have been following this almost unerring path from Ken feel as the tension comes to a halt. There's no one around you right now, and Ken seems to be standing in the middle of it's like a junction of 8 or 9 different catwalks that all come together into this singular circular frame all around a roiling fire deep, deep, deep below. You look one way or the other, Ken. Remember, this way. It takes you a second, but it finally does come back to you, and you continue on heading towards the Artisans District, which you know there's several of them here, but there is one that sits on the rings between the lower city and the Noble Square. So as you pass into this more well-kept section of the city, the population hasn't really changed much at all. This consistent half a dozen or so that are around you at any time, working away. If anything, you'd think that this was just a normal city going about its daily business, aside from the Tempered and the Elementals walking around. But as you guys take on this next leg, I do need another stealth check.
no
And
problem.
another survival from Ken.
Okay.
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 Okay, okay.
I'll take middling too. That's fine. Better than terrible.
Okay. As you...
Let's bump that up to a 10.
Do you have to
Okay.
be able to see him?
Oh, shit.
I think the only one you'd be able to bump up would be yourself.
Yeah, probably. Shit. Okay.
It's fine.
You all feel the tug of Ken's movement as he begins the second leg, and he leads you up this kind of zigzagging staircase of metal and framework that leads up and up and up another 100, 120 feet. By the end of it, your legs are starting to shake just from the sheer exertion of all of the vertical climbing, but you emerge into a much more well-kept area of the city. Buildings that seem to be actually maintained and streets that are cleaned. The people around kind of each going about their daily tasks. You can hear the slamming of hammers and the calling outs from various craftsmen as you made your way into the artisans district. While you're passing through, you're kind of like weaving between these tables and like abandoned metal crates that fill the space around you, and you hear the dunk as unfortunately your tail end trips a little bit and bumps into a handful of the containers. Sorry, I lost the word there for a second. I'm sitting here looking at crates and I'm like, I guess that could work. As it does, half a dozen or so tabaxi turn, shocked at the sudden noise, and look. And I need to know what Aerith or what Eodos's, is it invisibility that I can see through if I look?
No, I think
No,
that's like mirror
seeming
or
is what
like
Okay,
images,
seeming.
illusions.
Invisibility is invisibility.
Okay,
Unless you
invisibility
can
is
see invisible things. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. They look towards each other, and two of them run over. You hear, "What was that over there?" "I don't know. Something moving. Let's go check it out." And two of them run over towards you guys. What are the five of you doing in this moment?
Maneuver around to where we can get around him, hopefully, without touching anyone.
Okay. This one's going to be an athletics check from the group to move through the space without hitting anything. I guess I could take athletics or acrobatics, your choice. As Ken, you attempt to create a wide enough berth to allow the tabaxi to come and investigate without revealing your position.
You know, like athletics is the only thing I got. So
Is it at an advantage or just normal?
This one would just be normal.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, I see the 16. It's still not bad. Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Acrobatics.
Okay. As you each see the tabaxi coming, there's that moment of like panic and that, do we talk to each other? Do we do anything? And then you feel a tug from the front and you just follow. Rose, you were the one between Ken and Aerith, right? Or Ken and Aureus?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you feel that tug and just move. Your feet moving instinctively beneath you as Ken leads you upstairs, kind of off into this side little alleyway where no one is currently occupied. You watch for a moment as the two tabaxi run over and look over at the crate, kind of like look over each other. We're keeping anything alive over here, were we? No, was just supplies. Things to praise her glory. Fan out. Let's make sure nothing funny's going on. And they begin to just look in areas around. You could wait. You could attempt to make a break. You know the path that you need to take is just north of here. And they are not currently looking in that direction. What do you do?
carefully make our way to the point.
Okay. Everybody roll me a stealth check. This one is at advantage. Okay. 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 You wait for the prime moment and then hug just a little bit on the rope, the signal being passed through the rope of climbing, and you scurry as quickly as you can, keeping your boots low and trying to stay as quiet as possible. You make your way out just as one kind of turns and looks towards your direction. You take one last look as you turn the corner into this. It's kind of like a like an aqueduct, almost an aqueduct. You've got these arched metal frames that run multiple tiers into this building area. It's kind of like an underground mine, and at the back of it is an exit that leads to the road that leads up into the Noble District. Now, you do know that there is a gate that kind of guards the entrance into the Noble District, and Amaji had no real solutions for that, as it's normally used to deter lower citizens from getting into the noble. But as you lead the party through these wide, well-kept cobblestone and metal streets and up the stairs to the next tier, you find that gate is opened. There are 2 guards standing at watch, but Tabaxi moving in and out, going about their daily business, carrying in crates of goods and food and things like that, and walking out with this blissful smile upon their faces. You approach as quietly as you can, wait for that moment, slip in. They don't seem to have noticed you. As you kind of crest the next series of steps, you can feel moisture in the air. You can smell water and hear bubbling. And as you hit the top of the steps, all 5 of you can see this kind of like lake beneath you. Only about maybe
Pee.
the P. Only about maybe 150 feet in diameter, but stretching out further than what you can see from beneath the metal catwalks that span the gap over the top of it, with these like large fountain-like protrusions that come up with a pump on them so that fresh water can be drained from the lake below. It's not as crowded as the lower levels were, but there are a lot of tabaxi moving through, going in the same direction that you're going, which is towards what you know is the ascent to Pride Rock. To make that last ascent, roll me a survival check, Ken. Let's do this in the right order. Survival first, and then stealth from everybody. Okay. And then stealth from everybody. All right.
Flash of genius.
Okay, 14. Okay. As you follow Ken's lead through this beautiful, but it's strange having no earth, like having no soil beneath your feet. There are very few trees and greenery. Everything seems to be made of metal and has this kind of crackling red light that flows through it. But seeing the water below, it's comforting and a little bit surreal, as it seems out of place here within a fiery turtle. You cross the noble district past the big houses with the large, open yards in front. They're really just like metal topiary gardens with strange structures and statues built from precious metals that were collected over the years. You cross into a almost reverent space, this circular platform, and at the far end of that, is the stone step stairway that leads up to Pride Rock. You kind of fall in line behind a group of parishioners, follow up as quietly as you can.
Have they made statues or topiaries in her image yet?
Yes, they have.
Damn it.
I don't even need to roll,
Cursed.
because as you take a look out of the thought of it, you see front and center in every noble's garden, statue in different shapes. It's been several weeks. They've had time. Praising her beauty and glory. And as you guys make your way through the city, finally crest, you finally see Earth. As you pass through this metal stride-like structure and emerge on the other side with fresh rock beneath your feet. A pathway has been carved up around this kind of like massive jutting stone that goes off for hundreds of feet off towards the head of the turtle, and this pathway that curves up all along the back before rising up onto, oh god, I'll just say one of the sides, because it's hard to tell you which one it is until I show you the map. And as you guys crest onto the top of Pride Rock, you see not a handful, a good number of Tabaxi commoners as well as the tempered ones standing around in a large circle. The parishioners you have been following walk up with their goods and like stand before Vistariel and offer them to her with a bow. One of the Tabaxi turns and walks over, familiar weapon on his back, the same one that Amaji carries. He looks, picks up the lid of the crate. This is what you offer for our queen? Get back in line and get back to work! And he knocks the crates out of his hands and knocks them to the ground. Like, we're sorry, our lord. We're sorry. We'll do better next time. I promise. I promise. Please, please forgive us, our queen. And Vistariel tilts her head back and smiles. You are forgiven, my children, for my love for you is boundless. Please, return to your duties. I'll be waiting for your next tribute. And then they scurry off. Can you guys each make me dexterity checks as they run straight forward towards your group without being able to see you, and you guys have to
Quick.
all kind of get out of the way.
Quick, clothesline him.
Just straight dexterity.
Dexterity check. This is your ability to, as a group, dodge out of the way.
Also, I just realized, has it still been 10 minutes since we've climbed in?
No, it's been more than 10 minutes. Why?
Because I just realized for some of the roles we haven't been using Emboldened Bond.
I
No,
figured that wore off a long
Yeah.
time ago, yeah.
It's honestly, crossing through the city has been about 2 hours, as Ken has been making good time, but you've been having to slow down, move slowly, and pass by.
Oh, we're definitely not invisible then.
Oh, that's
Did you only have the one to
that's
be
true.
re-up
Okay,
it?
so it's 1 hour. So it would be
Yeah, I
1 hour,
definitely would. I would definitely not be. I only have
Yeah.
3 spell slots. There's no shot I could use a
I
second
was trying to
invisibility.
narratively drop seeming, but I'd have to mechanically drop invisibility first. Unfortunate. That's fine.
Aerith could just drop it.
He could, but I'd have to trust him to do that. It's fine. As you see the group coming, you all dodge out of the way, except for Eidos, who kind of goes in the other direction. You feel that rope tense against your weight, Eidos, as you dodge the other way than the rest of the group, and you kind of have to do like a dropping roll to group up with the rest of them as the two Tabaxi, who were just scared off, scurry away. And I'm going to put you guys on the battle map as you stand before Pride Rock, a circular platform built into the stone with large pillars in the middle and these huge metal arches that ring around the outside. Beautiful colored tapestries flutter in the wind and are streamed between them all. And in the center, you see as one of the Tabaxi carries 2 chakrams similar to the ones Rose fights with, and is performing for all those gathered here.
Dancer.
Sitting upon the throne, you see an amethyst dragonborn. New character art, because man, I wasn't too happy with her old character art. But as
The
Vistariel
bitch.
leans back and smiles with the contentedness of someone who has won, she enjoys the scene before her and sips gently at a goblet of wine as a black crown drips with ichor from her head. On opposite sides of her throne, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I need to take. Can I I guess, try to observe the crown, see if there's
Roll me
any
an insight check.
familiarity.
Roll me an insight check.
Oh my god, damn it!
We're so dead.
We're so
You-
dead.
Take in the scene, and then you look over there, and it's like a pulse in your heart. Like a piece of you is there. And you know that it's been treated the same as truth. It is a corrupted artifact of Bahamut. It sits upon her crown, or her brow.
He's like, well, he's already angry that she's using it too.
Still alive.
And yeah, first
In
of all,
general.
he's pissed off that she's alive. Second, he's pissed off that she's, enslaving these people. And third, he's extra pissed off that he's using his dad's artifact to do the enslaving. So
I will
he's
also
just
say,
miffed.
with a natural 20, you also see that to her right, leaning the hammerhead down with the handle up against her throne, is a great hammer that is carved with the relief of 5 dragon heads on the front of it. And you get a converse feeling from it.
Oh God. Well,
Cool.
DMX.
Cool. So we gotta get the Hobbit's artifact back and go ahead and take that one from him to break. Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, no big deal.
And as
Yay.
this actually kind of works better, as you take it in and the dancer flourishes with a click of the fingers and the bells they're wearing rattle, you all see each other as invisibility wears off.
You better drop Simi. We are not fighting this bitch not looking as ourselves.
I drop it.
Okay. You appear within the space, and the tabaxi closest to you kind of scurry back, like, what? And you hear a, where the fuck, where did you come from? And then as you wave your hand through the air, Aerith, and the 4 of you become yourselves again. Rose, do you follow suit?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We're not fighting her
Rose-
as anything but ourselves.
Shifts into their changeling form. Astariel's head turns and her grin broadens, and she sets down her goblet. Wanderers of starlight, oh, you have finally arrived. Please come join in the festivities.
Yeah, we're gonna join in something, all right.
And can
You
you
look-
untie this rope real quick? Can you recall it?
Yeah.
for us?
Yeah, I'll recall it.
Okay.
Just
Speak the word.
preemptively.
Right.
And break the bond.
You look pretty good for being a doubly undead bitch.
Don't I? A gift from my queen and my new lord.
Well,
You got sugar mama
3
and a
times
sugar
makes the
daddy.
charm.
Alright, we got a bunch of civilians here. Let's not antagonize her.
She steps
She's
forward off
alright.
the throne
Shit's
and
already
reaches one
happened.
hand for her hammer and kind of just like drops it onto her shoulder. The thud against her armor. I have been waiting quite a while for you to show up. Are you ready to meet your end at my hand?
Bold of you to assume that it's gonna be an end.
Can I embolden Bond before we start fighting?
Sure. How long does that take?
It's an action.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. As you hear her begin to bluster, you cast out your emboldened bond, the small gold thread linking between each of you and binding you all together. She raises her hammer into the air. My queen, my lord, they are here. Bear witness. I destroy your enemies in your name. She closes her eyes, and lightning roils across the sky. Black and red, green and white and blue, as shards of lightning all meet in the center, and directly above her, a singular eye opens, red and burning with wrath. She grins wide and lowers her arms. I am ready whenever you are, wanderers of starlight.
I mean, this is between you and us. Why don't you send everybody else away?
No, they will not interfere. Only my God will interfere. Attempt to slow you down. They will bear witness to your destruction. They will stand by the queen they love, and they will revel in what they are about to see.
Does that mean you want everyone? Give us some space. How about have them back up like?
Ah,
We need room for our final
Slow.
fight.
We need a lot of room for all these extra activities.
Oh, you'll be fine. But if it helps, everybody, one step back.
One
And
step.
In lockstep, all tabaxi take one step back.
I don't like it.
Is the dancer still in the middle?
She has been continuing to perform, as well as the guard that is standing to the left and right of her throne. The one on the opposite side from where you guys approached, it's a little harder to see, but as he walks out to gauge you as you came from here, you can see the 4 similar looking objects on his back that Sharash carried.
So we got a dancer, a sage, and probably a gunbreaker.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. All right. So remember, guys, we can't kill the tabaxi.
Sure try not to.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can, but we don't. We're gonna try our best not
And
to.
go ahead and remember that magic you can't cast non-lethally.
Yep.
Yep.
Also, like, oh god, I can't remember the word, but back. I would have given Shrush. Speaking of, I would have given his thing
He
back. So
gave
then
his
that didn't
new
work.
he actually took it back when he healed you all after you exploded.
That's fair. Cool.
He seems to be waiting for you.
Oh,
Yeah.
how kind. Do you want us to
Can you
get
just
outside and
step in the arena?
Right. Might want to circle up.
we allowed to stretch really quick?
Whatever you need to do to prepare for your inevitable destruction.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I'm gonna move us over here.
Yeah, everybody's moving together, I know.
Should probably-
I'm tempered.
Immediately.
Dang it.
Cross.
How dare you have all these humans in the sidelines so I can't use my abilities.
Technically tobacco, not humans.
Alright, humanoids. How dare you
Civilians.
have civilian humanoids?
The
Right.
eye in the sky above you
It's fine.
blinks slowly, and she looks up. Do not worry. We will begin shortly. I would never leave you waiting. She steps forward, and as she steps off the throne, she steps into the air and begins to just sort of float gently about 10 feet off the ground. Her arms kind of half splayed down, and her hammer is still held in her hands, but she is seemingly flying.
That's not
Oh,
fair.
Okay. Probably already a given, but can Ken look up to, I guess, gauge who specifically is looking down on us?
Roll me an insight check.
It just flips it off.
Fuck you.
You're not sure. It could be. I mean, you know she called out to Severin and Tiamat. Could be either.
One of the two.
One
Or
or two.
both.
Jin?
Both deserving
they're
of a bird.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
I-
they're the same goddamn thing now. Who knows?
Buffing her, right?
Hmm?
The eye thing is like buffing her.
It doesn't appear to be. It just she
That's
raised her
wild.
hammer to the air and called out for her queen and her lord to witness your destruction.
Okay, so
And-
they're just watching. Okay.
Yeah, it's just watching.
Okay.
They're gathering intel.
Yep.
Okay.
You
Just
guys
being
are
a
strong
weird
enough
warrior.
that you actually warrant pay-per-view.
I hope he has to pay out the ass for it.
Mhm.
Hang on, before we start, I gotta drink this nice, refreshing Coke.
Totally not sponsored. Can you dispel magic items?
Temporarily.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do have Dispel Magic on my list.
Me too. Wait, do I?
And
Alright, who are we taking out
I
first?
still
Means they're
do.
Giving us time.
I mean,
Alright, we got healer,
if we're being smart, yeah, the healer is the first one. Should be, but
healer, gunbreaker, dancer, or healer, dancer, gunbreaker.
Yeah, I don't know if I can really do any non-lethal options, to be honest.
Worst case,
Just-
I'll revive.
just
them.
blunt your chakra. Put the baby bumpers on. That way when you throw it.
Put the pool noodles.
Right.
Breaker steps forward and draws his blade from his back. Dancer kind of steps back as Vestariel still floats, that majestic, serene smile across her
How high up
face.
are you flying?
About 15 feet off the ground right now.
Oh, dang. I was hoping she'd be higher so I could like dispel it and she'd fall and hit her head.
I guess since nobody's going yet,
Yeah.
but I will use my bonus action to summon my chakram.
Okay.
I'm going to use 5 to summon it at max, and then I'm going to go ahead and... If I use the extra charges to do the meta magic, do I get to cast a spell after, or is that the next spell I cast?
Yeah, you expend those charges as part of casting a spell.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So just the 5 for right now then. And I will go ahead. Did you go to... No, okay. I was like, did you just get just out of range? No. I can go ahead and bless us all.
Okay. As Rose draws chakram and magic washes over you all, Vestariel's smile turns much more sinister. Let it begins. And let's go ahead and just roll initiative.
Don't have my helm anymore, so I just got the 1 roll.
Oh yeah, the Horn of Initiative. I'm glad I remembered it after we're rolling initiative.
Where's the initiative?
Oh yeah, our
I don't
Bahamut
have it up yet
artifacts
because I'm
aren't
dumb.
active, are they?
Just not flying, I don't think. I don't think
no, they
completely
you can't
suppressed.
fly. But yeah, your Bahamut artifact works.
Okay.
It didn't work in Acheron. In specifically the Watchtower.
Helms.
That's right,
Yeah.
that's
In
right.
Helm's
Yeah.
domain.
Helms.
Helm was
yeah.
being a dick about it.
I'm like, nah.
Listen, you brought another god's toys into his house.
He doesn't need to know that.
He instantly
Could you-
knew that. He spelled it.
Could you have preemptively blown the Horn of Initiative so I can roll again?
That's
Because that was terrible.
EM discretion, honestly, because I
Verdict.
remember as we rolled it.
Roll me a d20.
Don't get another 20.
If you want to try and potentially burn a 20, unfortunately, no. Yeah.
Dang it.
That would have been heartbreaking had it been another 20 right before the.
Yeah.
Would have been nice for him to get like an 18 though. That would have been cool.
Like that.
Sage, the Queen's Dancer. Oop. I have Queen Sage on public,
Public.
apparently. Where's my Queen Breaker? Of course. That makes sense. That tracks, actually. All right. So, as Rose casts out Bless, and you all feel that that blessing kind of take over within your mind, that jovial, light-hearted, like almost laugh track like laughing, like you're watching a comedy or a sitcom. Embolden and bolster your abilities. Aerith, you are up first. What would you like to do?
I'm going to Blade Song,
Okay.
and then I'm going to cast Mirror Image on myself.
Okay. All right. Blade Song, Mirror Image.
Oh, it's a good icon.
Right? Thought there was
They
one that
added
was
in
like.
new ones.
This one?
I mean, I can technically add new ones myself. Yeah, that works. I just need to find ones that actually work. All right. So as you,
And-
oh, go ahead.
I don't know if I
What
want to get
about
too
what about
close.
this one? It's like
That does
3
actually work
shields
better.
and your image works like the clones.
Hmm.
This one.
Perfect.
I'm like debating if I want to get closer. I'll get to right here.
Okay.
That'll be my turn.
All right. As you begin your blade song and cast your mirror image, the 2 additional aeriths begin flickering around you. Actually, it's 3 additional aeriths begin flickering around you. Leap forward 10 feet. Eidos, it's your turn.
Well, I was really hoping Aerith would just jump the sage for us and split this, but Aerith is gonna step in, and as he does, just go ahead and cloak himself in darkness because he's gonna rage,
Okay.
and we're just gonna start swinging on this guy.
Okay.
D4 attacks.
Roll 20's taking his sweet time, and I know the second I go to click it again, that's when it's gonna roll
Yeah.
both.
Right.
I'm hoping it's not because of the jump gate stuff.
No, I think it's just roll 20. Yep, 27 definitely hits. Okay. You kind of step around this pillar beneath the fluttering, colorful ribbons, and as your eye opens and you become wreathed in that.
I forgot. It's actually I gotta add a D10. I forgot because I get the 2 charges. He's definitely in executioner style.
Gotcha. Okay. So that would be 47. You leap forward across with the Fate Render. It collides into him, carving across his chest and sending him staggering back from the sheer impact of it.
Alright, and then second attack.
15 unfortunately does not hit.
Who have bless and
With the bless that goes
Yeah.
for everything, not just the one like emboldening bond.
and
I'll
did you use
try it,
Roland
but I'm
on
also
the first one?
yeah, the first one. That's why I turned it off because I knew it was only one shot.
Yeah, for emboldening bond, it's only one shot. For bless, it's for everything.
16 still misses, unfortunately, but that's a charge.
Yep.
All right. Anything else on your turn?
Nope, that's it.
All right. The sage draws their weapon from their back, and then, oh boy, I think that was bonus action to do. Hold on, I need to. I wrote all the stuff down except for the very first thing I was gonna fucking. Is Cardia an action or a bonus action? I don't know. I put it in his abilities. That's Blue Mage, Dark Knight.
It's all the way at the bottom.
Bonus action. Cool. That's what I thought. All right. As he raises his hand into the air, the 4 Noelists snap out, and then one goes around each of them. One around him, one around Vistario, one around the Dancer, and one around the Breaker. He is then going to move to here, put his hand onto the Breaker's back, and cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Yeah, we don't like that. Get rid of him.
Right, we don't need
Yeah.
anything.
Like I said, I was really hoping Aerith was gonna be behind him when we just talked
Sorry.
about the healer being the focus.
All right. Oh no, that's not minus. That's plus. As he
I mean,
No,
we'll
that's
take
minus.
a minus.
Yeah, we'll do minus.
onto
Yeah.
the Breaker's back in a cast of spell, flash of healing magic, and then all 4 of the Noelists that float around him activate, and you see each of them also glow with healing energy. He then takes a step back here, and that's his turn. Ken, it's your turn.
Interesting. Yeah, so, Stario's flying.
Mhm.
Let me shrink my page a little bit. So I'm gonna aim it up to hit her and angle it to where it still hits the other 3.
Okay.
Like right here-ish. And yep.
Shatter, okay. Alright, that's how big of a radius again? 10-foot radius. Okay, you can hit her and the 2 in the back.
That'll work. As
Okay,
long as
cool.
I get that sage.
Sounds good. 15 thunder damage. Con save, got it. Okay.
DC 18.
DC 18. Con. And the dancer. Con. Okay, dancer saved. Sage failed, so Sage takes full damage. Dancer takes half, right?
Yeah, saves takes half. Yeah.
Okay.
And
This 7. Okay, and then for Vestariel, as the
and any non-magical objects.
that aren't being worn or carried.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yeah. As the shatter goes off, you reach your hand out. It's like space compresses into a single point and then just erupts in a massive shockwave of sound. You see as the sage is blown back onto his hind foot, kind of bouncing against this brazier, this smoking censer behind him. The dancer twists. Actually, oh, it's a con save, not a dex save. Yeah, she twists out of the way and is mildly offset by the impact of it. As the magic washes over Vestariel, the crown pulses, and you see as one of the tabaxi surrounding the arena blows away as though punched by an invisible fist. Slammed back 10 feet, they end up on the stone and appear to be bleeding quite heavily.
Motherfucker.
Oh, what a pussy! Literally.
Ah.
Alright, well, we just need to wrench that crown off of her fucking head.
Okay. I got something for you later.
That was your first action. What else would you like to do?
Okay, we gotta. Damn it. All right.
Go ahead and put him on his side too.
Yeah, we gotta get this sage out of here. So I'm gonna just try to focus on the sage
Okay,
as best I can without accidentally killing them.
that definitely hits. Okay, 14. Got it.
Then Fafnir.
Against the sage, 22 hits. Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Let's see. I'll do that. Okay. The dancer begins moving around in a very practiced rhythmic motion. They move around here, and then kind of like dance into Aerith's space before there's a click of their heels. They cast a spell, and then they're going to attempt to hit Aerith with their chakram. That's a natural 20. So, Aerith,
No.
could you give me a strength
No.
saving throw, please?
No.
Well, first
How
you have
dare
to see if you got to see if you hit Aerith. He's got mirror
Oh, that's
image.
right.
Roll me a d20.
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, I need to roll higher than an 8.
5, I think, if you have all 3.
6.
6, okay.
8
Cut the
is when I
difference.
have 2.
11.
You can do it. I believe in you. 6 or higher.
Haha!
Okay.
There you
Get fucked!
She swings out with the chakram, and it carves through one of your mirror images, dealing no damage. And you don't need to give me a strength save. She kind of clicks back into her stance and bounces in place just a little bit. And that is all she's got. So now it's time for Vestariel.
No, thank you.
She watches as you all have sprung into action. What does she want to do?
Fail at her breath
Why don't you
attack.
monologue? I'm sure you're great at speaking.
Right? Yeah, just keep talking.
touch spell.
Bad touch.
Rose, can you give me a wisdom saving throw, please? At advantage, because of your Hero's Feast.
Is she casting a spell?
She is.
Can I counterspell it?
If you want to.
Sure, why not?
Okay. As she raises one hand towards you and opens her mouth, you throw your counterspell, and her
Stop it.
words stick in her throat.
Fuck off.
Fine, then. We'll do this a different way. But that'll be her action, because it still burns that. She doesn't have a bonus to use there, so Aureus, it's your turn.
Because there's so many people here, I can't do half my spell.
I know, I'm sorry.
No, it actually works
He's
out.
not sorry at all.
Because now I had to think, and then I'm like, hey, wait a minute. This spell could be upcasted. When it upcasts, it does amazing things. So 8th, upcast, hold person, and hold person everyone.
Hold them all, dude.
Okay.
All 4 of them.
Cast the spell 30.
And the spell DC was actually higher than that. It's actually a 23.
So, I think you only need a 6th level to hold all 4 of them.
Is it only 6th level?
Because it's what? You get 1 at 2nd, and then
Every
Yeah,
2 at
for
3rd.
Each slot above
It's gonna be
2nd, you
5th
can
level.
get another person.
Okay. I misread that. I thought it was for every 2 slots above.
Yeah, no. That's even better. So you only need to use your 5th level to hit
Oh,
all.
perfect. Yeah, yeah.
and It's
Alright.
23, right?
Yes.
Right. Okay, well, that's one of her legendaries. That's fine.
Don't worry, I'll do it again.
You just saved him an 8 level spell slot, so you know he's
Yeah.
got it in his tank.
Hold on, let me see. Because you're doing it at 5th level, right?
Yes, to hold all
Okay.
of them.
Then, as a reaction to your casting the spell, the Sage is going to use Counterspell.
I'm gonna counterspell her
to-
counterspell.
God damn it!
Good, because I don't have
Get
mine right
up!
Fine! Fine!
Get held, nerds.
now. Be paralyzed.
The 3 Tabaxi paralyze in place. The dancer freezing, and you see as their chakrams kind of like lock in step, and they look quite perturbed. That's not good for a dancer. They don't get to, unless they can move, they don't get to do any spell casting because they can't cast with verbal components. They can only cast with movement.
No.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No.
You hold them in place, and as it hits Vestariel, you see her smile and a pulse of, let's see, where would it originate from? Probably from within the scars on her face. A pulse of black energy, and she just grins at you. Tricky.
Why are you so gross?
I could have
Why
sworn
are you?
I could have swore you still had most of your face last I saw you.
Before we killed her again.
And you weren't much of a coward before too.
I'm not anymore, or I am not now either.
I mean, you're hiding behind a bunch of people, and that's pretty cowardly.
They love me. They sacrifice themselves willingly, don't you? And then you hear this raucous applause from the tabaxi around you.
In a monotone.
That's pretty
void.
cowardly.
Yeah, I'm sorry no one loved you as a child.
We got people that would sacrifice themselves for us, but we're not letting them do that. Fuck you, dude.
Yeah. Who all did they? Everyone else got held though, right?
Yes, all three, the 3 with the little slugs are held.
All right. That's it. Also, by the way, if you're within 5 feet and you hit them, you have advantage, and it's automatically a crit.
It is. All right.
What does that mean for me?
That's what I was gonna.
You don't hit them, Rose. You focus on the dragon. Don't accidentally decapitate one of the specs, and we gotta. This is the one time I don't want you decapitating something.
We got enough diamonds. We could put their head back on. Don't do that.
All of them? All three of them?
No.
Wait, we did this for us.
Go.
We die.
Yeah.
Please do not only decapitate Dragon Lady, but get that crown off her head.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a way to do that. I'm not exactly built for this.
Well, I will use 2 legendary actions to cast a spell, and Vestariel is going to, with her left hand, which has been like the open one, she looks down to her left and goes, "Be free."
Nah, counter.
Is going to cast a spell magic. Oh my god, how many counter spells do you guys have?
Everybody has
Is it all-
counterspell now.
You're lucky me and Kid don't
Everybody's got
have
a counterspell.
Damn it. I don't get to do anything. That's fine. Okay, legendary actions for it's your turn. Because it's a third
Oh,
level
wait.
spell, so, you know.
Stario's turn just ended?
No, she used a legendary action.
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
It
I have
is
plans.
Rose's turn. Yeah.
Can I... 10... 20, 25. If I'm, like, near her, can I reach her? She's, like, 10 feet up.
Yeah, not really.
7, 13, 20, 25, 30. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
We need Aureus to still be a paladin so he can compel dueler.
Yeah.
Did you know that dancers get compelled duel as a spell? I didn't until today.
I really don't know what to do if I can't attack her and I can't reach her.
You could polymorph into something that can reach.
Yeah, but well, see, that's what I'm struggling with is because like if we hit her, we are killing the commoners. So I don't really know if I want to do
turn into a
damage.
giant octopus and grab her.
Grab her. Is there a giant octopus?
See if you
Yeah.
can maybe mage hand or crown off.
That was one of I don't think you were there for it when we played in Daniel's Ghost of Saltmarsh. That was one of Yesh's favorites to wild shape into.
Alright. Hold on, let me reading. Hold. Will I die if yeah, I'm good. They can only breathe underwater.
Yeah, they can hold their breath for I think it's like an hour.
Okay. We can do an hour.
I mean, I'm not telling you to do it if you don't want to.
Yeah,
I'm just
no.
saying. I keep forgetting that we got to get that crown off of her first.
Right?
I'm glad you said it because I was about to swing for the fences on her and kill like 4 tabaxi.
Yeah.
Damn it, missed.
Right.
When I was planning this in my head, I was like, Iedo's just gonna sneak up behind her and while she's monologuing, just like cleave her and people are gonna drop. But you didn't, and I was disappointed.
I was very tempted. You don't know how hard it was not to Misty step directly onto her as she was talking to swing, but
Yeah, you don't like it when my villains monologue.
I'm glad I didn't now.
Try mage hand, just see if it stuck to her head with glue or something.
We got the universal
yeah,
solve.
I was about to
This
say
is
we
what
have
it's
the
for.
solve.
We have solved your crown puzzle, Kate.
Persons.
Okay, yeah, I guess just to start to see where we're fucking at, I guess I'll use Mage Hand and summon it like right next to her and see if I can grab it and pull that fucker off.
Make me a charisma check.
Yoink!
It's gonna attempt to dodge you.
The crowns.
You cast your mage hand out, kind of right into her blind spot, and you swing it down, and it collides with the black, spiky, ichor-covered physicality of the crown. But as you pull, she just turns her head out of the way, and it's like your crown, or it's like the crown carves through your mage hand, leaving it in just like wispy tatters until it reforms itself.
We can grab. It's just really hard.
Right, it's like
physical.
Did I just like not roll well enough, or you can't pull it off?
It
Yeah.
Could you add the bless or the emboldened bond to that to see if it would be
I can
higher?
add. Oh, I can add in Emboldened Bond. Bless no, but I forgot that we had Emboldened Bond.
you managed to grab it, but it seemed like as soon as she noticed that you had it, all she had to do was turn her head, and it broke your grasp of it.
Okay.
But it was physically there.
Okay.
It slipped through
Um,
your fingers.
Right. All right, and then I guess bonus action, I'll unsettling words for her
Okay. So
if there's another
words.
roll coming up.
Got it. Okay, I just need to know. Yep, that one and
As my unsettling words, I'll just look up at her. Just, you're not pretty enough for a crown. Give it to someone who can.
I am more beautiful in my queen's eyes than any who has ever walked this earth.
Fuck you, not my fiance.
Got him.
The Queen's Guard, the Queen's Breaker, does not get a turn, as he is held
Yep.
and paralyzed. He gets to try to make his save again, but I'm not too hopeful. Oh, that's only a natural 15. That don't gonna do it. So, it's his turn. Aerith, it's your turn.
Beat up the healer.
Wee! Because I don't think I can stand here since there's a pillar in the way.
Yeah, it's a bit.
I mean, I'm standing there.
Yeah, you can fit there.
Okay.
It's kind of like tight up against that pillar, but it can technically be used. Most of it's just window dressing.
I am going to Booming Blade.
You have advantage.
They're gonna move
Uh,
around a whole lot when they're paralyzed.
That's fair. Gonna Green Flame Blade then.
Okay. Green Flame Blade. Got it.
Advantage.
At 31 will absolutely hit. Okay.
That means it's a crit, right?
Yeah, it's a crit. He's you attack within 5 feet.
Oh, do I roll
It
again
is.
then?
Yeah. Roll all the dice. So just hit the button again, and then I'll do the math. Oh,
Hey.
it's another
Nice.
19. Got it. Okay. And then Green Flame Blade jumps, right? Or they had to be within 5 feet, which she's actually technically in the air. So.
On a head. And you can cause green fire to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice.
Yeah,
that
it's
you
within
can
5
see
feet.
5 feet of
Yeah,
it.
she's far.
But she's a bitch and flying.
That's probably good though, because that means that we're not accidentally
Yeah.
killing more detectives.
Murdering more people.
As
Fair.
you kind of like flick the rapier out, the tip becomes engulfed in green flame that carves its way up towards the hilt. And as it reaches the handle, you slice across the chest of the sage as he's standing there, his guard broken and completely revealed. He takes the hit and staggers back. Blood begins to drip and run from the wound on his chest. Looks pretty badly wounded.
Non-lethal next attack.
Okay.
Oh god.
Non-lethal
Alright.
max damage.
You see that kind of like staggering panic, that instinctual like, my life is in danger in his eyes, and you quickly just take the butt of the rapier and wham right into the side of his head. The of the impact sends him staggering against the hold person. What does hold person do when you go unconscious?
I think you're just stuck. Held up.
You're just paralyzed, I guess. That sucks.
Let's see.
It's a great question, though.
I mean, in Baldur's Gate 3, it just falls off.
Yeah, this one
I
just says
think.
paralyzed for the duration, so.
Yeah.
I guess I
Okay.
could drop concentration on
just unconscious, standing there like
Yeah, that's it.
stuck.
Their head kind of goes
He
limp
just
a little
has
bit.
that dead look.
Yeah, it's like a puppet being just held by its strings right now, but he is apparently unconscious right
Woo!
now.
I move here.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Alright. That's your turn. That brings us back around to Eidos.
Alright, well, I don't have a lot of options to try to get that crown off of her head.
Great.
So I'm going
focus me
to
up Vex in the meantime.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah,
take
I'm
out
just
the-
gonna swing on this guy. I'm not booming blading. There's no magic here. It's just gonna be non-lethal.
Okay.
Oh my god. For future battles where we don't have to not kill them, Aureus, if you hold person everybody and I can use Steel Wind Strike and fucking decapitate 5 people in a row.
Oh my god.
Holy shit. Oh no.
Oh
Oh,
no.
You both use Steel Wind. You and Aerith both have it.
Yeah, we do.
But mine decapitates on a natural 20,
That's
Exactly.
true. That's true.
I guess, unless you don't want to rule it that way, but
No, it does.
yeah.
That does hit. Yep.
Yikes.
And that
Yep.
would be a crit, so that'll be another.
Hmm.
Well, it's just the dice, so.
Yeah, just take off 12 of that second.
Okay.
Because Great Weapon Master had Rage. Oh wait, and Life
It's like-
Drinker.
And Life
And
Drinker.
Life
So it would be
Drinker, yeah.
18, so 6, and so that's an extra 9 from the crits. It's 32 is 57 points of damage. Alright. You take Fate Render in hand and like swing with the flat of the blade, something you're not used to doing, and as it slams across him, he kind of like staggers off to the side. Still looks pretty hale.
Here's the second.
Okay, that does definitely hit as well. Okay, and then the extra crit damage for pretty much. Oh, well, that was a lot more. The second one.
Yeah, and I mean, because these are all crit, he also has the third attack guarantee.
Yeah, it does, doesn't he? 16 actually misses.
I could bump
For
it
him, I
up.
thought a 16 hit. At least by my notes.
No, it was a less than 21 and above 16. I rolled a 16 when
20.
it didn't hit last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
27, 16.
Did
Okay,
you
sorry.
add-
Other way around.
I'll roll the yes. I already rolled
are-
in Bold Neighbor.
Okay.
And you do have Bless, though. You at least have
Yeah,
one.
I'll
more.
roll that to see if
20?
so 20.
When he still misses. Does hold person lower AC at all?
No.
Okay,
I
then
don't
yeah.
think so.
Okay, what would a 21 miss?
Yes.
Okay,
But just
then I
barely.
have 2 charges. All right, well now we know.
All right. You hit him with the flat of the blade, sending him staggering. And as that second hit slams with like it's like hitting him with a paddle. You're just like pivoting at your waist, hitting with the side of. Actually, it's in its executioner state, right? So it's the.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
big ass axe right now, and we
Yeah,
know it's a
yes.
22 now.
Mhm.
So if you want to put that.
That's true. You said it would just barely, so yeah, 22.
With the flat paddle end of the axe, and as the third one comes around, you swing quickly, but you realize that in that last moment you had gone for an instinctual killing strike and pull yourself away because you're not really actually trying to kill these people, and it looks like he may have less than 10 hit points left. Queen Sage on the ground. Okay, Ken, it's your turn. Oop.
Yeah.
And, well, that still doesn't work. That's good to know.
Ah, damn it. I was about to rush up and just punch her in her fucking mouth, but I can't do that.
Right.
It's not safe.
And I will also have
It's
moved
making this
5
very
inches.
difficult.
Okay. I'll get. As I'm running, I'm gonna look over to the Queen Break and I'm like, "I'm sorry, bud," and just like non-lethally, like karate chop him in his neck.
Okay.
Judo chop.
roll me your attack.
D4
You have
or
advantage
2
as
if
well.
you want to use both.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
and advantage.
Yeah, the
She's
paralyzed right now.
paralyzed, yes.
Okay, so potentially 2 D4s if you want.
Nope.
I just saw Chekhov's post on the tavern.
I don't think that's gonna.
Yeah, because you have 2d4, and if you got 3 from
Yeah.
one, the minimum on the other one's going to be a +1. That's 22. That hits.
Oh yeah, knock his ass out.
Okay.
There you
You run by, look over, and with that feeling of regret, but knowing that this needs to be done, you give him one swift judo chop right against the edge of that dope coat collar that he's wearing, and he crumples against the strings like a sage.
Alright, and then I'll get right here, just laser focused on that crowd, and knowing what it is, I'm like, you have something that belongs to my family. And then he's gonna try to cast Dispel Magic.
On what?
The crown.
On the crown. Okay, roll me an intelligence check.
Ooh, intelligence check, so I can use
Yeah.
my ring, right?
If you want to. It is an extremely high DC to dispel something like that.
I'm gonna. Yep, worth it. Flash of
go.
Genius.
So 21.
26,
Flash
okay.
Genius.
26 still isn't enough.
Oh,
Fuck!
This is divine artifact corrupted by something more powerful than a divine artifact. Unfortunately, as you gather in your dispel magic and release the spell at the crown, it washes over. You see as your platinum energy sparkles against the dark ichor of it, kind of reflecting like stars on a nightscape, and you see from within the platinum light of the true artifact attempt to break free before it collapses around with darkness and your spell is resisted. It's not impossible, but I will tell you it's a 30 that you need to hit that.
All right, well, let me give you a bardic inspiration next round, and we'll try it again.
Yep, and then you also have bless and then the emboldened thing.
So you can 2d4s and a d12. We can make it happen.
Okay. Alright. But to help Arif with dealing with this darn dancer, I'll just have Fafnir pop at the dancer.
Okay. You fire a pop shot over at the dancer. 17 unfortunately does not hit.
I know it's not an automatic crit, but does it still have advantage because he's paralyzed?
Yeah, that's what I was just looking up. So I think he still has advantage.
18.
Still doesn't hit, unfortunately. Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I was about to say, I just used the D4s for knocking out the breaker.
Yeah, and I don't think Fafnir is blessed.
yeah,
Yeah.
Fafnir is technically a different creature. So,
Yep.
well, fortunately, the Queen's Dancer only has a +3 to her wisdom, and so she needs natural
He's still
20 to
stuck.
break this, so she's still stuck. However, Vestariel, not so stuck. She drifts down to the ground and then gently rests her feet on the ground, crouches
Oh, even
down,
better.
puts one hand on the sage. Keep fighting. And with a flash of black light from her, the sage's eyes fly open, and the wounds
Well, at
upon
least you're
it
still
are healed.
paralyzed, I guess.
Yeah, that's convenient.
She will then step here, and I need the 3 of you to make me strength saving throws as she takes the hammer and hits the butt of the hammer against the stonework at her feet.
I'm going to use my reaction to turn this into a charisma save.
Okay.
Bless?
Yes, you have bless.
Oh yeah.
And then if you haven't
Just to
used
be
your
safe.
emboldening, bond, you can use that as well.
Another
Why was
D4.
that a negative? Oh, never mind. I rolled the wrong one. That was bless, not bane. I was like, why is that a -1? That was weird.
So 17,
Let me just re-roll those.
18.
Yeah, so you had a.
It rolled really weirdly.
It did roll really weirdly. Just roll the 2d4s again.
Yeah.
So.
Plus
13.
5.
Okay. Okay. Ken's, what was your final number, Ken? 22?
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, yes.
Okay.
I got a 23.
Okay. As the wave of destructive energy washes over you, Ken and Eodos, you buckle your defenses in against this onslaught and feel your feet kind of grinding against the ground. You both take 5 force damage and 6 bludgeoning damage.
So
So
I
a
take
total.
8.
Yeah. With your resistance.
How-
Rose,
How much? I'm sorry.
5 and 6.
11.
Rose, as you feel the wave wash over you, you brace yourself against it, but your feet lose contact with the ground and you are blown 15 feet away. You also
Ow.
take 10 force damage and 12 bludgeoning damage. And as soon as you pass the protective barrier around Aureus,
Oh shit.
nothing happens.
Oh,
Well, at least we're okay because we're in the city. That's fair.
However,
Well, that's good.
the 3 of you also now take a -1 to your AC, as
oh.
the destructive wave that washes over each of you seems to
God.
have sundered your armor.
Ah.
It's weird. I have this note in my sheet that says that doesn't happen actually.
I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
Alright.
Ah, damn it. Alright.
And that's both her actions. She doesn't have a bonus, so there she is. Okay. Aureus, it is your turn.
Do you guys want me to just go for the crown?
If you have the means, sure. You've got everybody else held.
Well, I know you have the bardic inspiration, so I think you have the. Does upcasting the dispel magic help at all?
Not unless it's a
No, but
spell.
it shouldn't. Yeah, you normally need to either meet the spell level or beat it or roll against it. And something this high is probably higher than 9th level magic created this.
Gotcha. Alright, Ken has the best option then, so instead.
But if you have anything to try to burn legendary resistances,
Oh, yep.
that will probably help.
I'm going to command. What's her name? Veristeel?
Vistariel.
Vistariel to kneel.
Is command a concentration?
No, it's not.
No, it only lasts the one
One action.
round.
But she has to spend her entire turn doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And she's a -D12 to her save.
Okay, roll me your d12.
And it's supposed to be a 20.
Yeah, I don't know why yours isn't updating it correctly. Dang. Okay. That's another legendary resistance that she has to use, 'cause she is not
Okay.
going to kneel to you.
Give me a turn.
Give me a turn. As you call out your command, she bares her teeth against you, and that darkness erupts out from within her maw and repels the golden magical effect around her.
Alright, that is my turn.
Okay. End of your turn. She is going to. Let's see, there's still. And you're going to just counterspell if she tries to do anything about that. So she's not going to try doing that. She's going to use her legendary action to just do an attack. She's going to try hitting Ken with her Great Hammer.
Disadvantage because of cloak.
That is a 27 to hit.
Oh my
Motherfucker.
god!
Well,
As her. Ooh, I roll. I
no.
almost. Well, I rolled max thunder, but I didn't roll max
Uh-oh.
damage. I rolled really good damage. But
Can I take that actually?
if you want, let me look at the reading of your ability. Hold on.
I don't know if it's worth you taking that, honestly, because then you got to make that con save. And if this is a beefy number, we want to keep these other guys out of there as much as possible.
I'm just wondering how the Sundered would transfer over.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to read the. Because it's your peace domain, right?
Yes. So as a reaction, I can teleport and take the hit for them.
Yeah.
The exact thing.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
just
looking for
want to
the-
know if it would take the stack or not. No. Is this it?
It takes all the damage and. Yeah,
Don't know.
it would pass the Sunder onto you because you're actually getting hit by it by teleporting into that place. So that's how it would.
You know what? For shits and giggles, I will take that.
And you take 27 points of bludgeoning damage, and your AC is reduced by 4.
Oh no, not my amazing AC I had.
And I do need a concentration check.
I have advantage on those.
Okay, good to go. Then that's the end of her legendary action, Rose.
Damn, I would have been dropped to 23.
That's
Well,
why I wanted to take it.
I worked so hard to get past 23.
I have doubts this will work, but I'm gonna try it anyways. So bonus action, bardic inspiration for Ken,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna come in, and I'm just gonna make a grapple attack against her, but I'm just gonna use my fucking hands and try to grab the crown.
Okay. All right, roll me athletics. You rush in as she swings out at Ken, and as Aureus appears and she slams the hammer into him, and you see dark tendrils of magical energy wash out from the from the hammer across Aureus's robes and cloak. The armor that you have right now, the AC is coming from a tattoo, right?
No, mine right
Or
now
not,
is
Aureus, sorry.
fully. Oh,
Yeah.
Aureus.
Okay. Then as the hammer hit passes through Aureus, it seems to coalesce into that tattoo and leave these dark little cracks in it, these break lines. You charge up behind her and reach out, trying to grapple, and she deftly twists down as she rolled a natural 20 on her athletics and spins out of the way of you.
That's right. Waste those 20s.
Alright, that's it then. That's all I got.
Okay.
I don't really have a way to lower it.
Okay. That's not what I needed, but it's close. Okay. Aerith. Your turn.
Non-lethally, because I don't know how well this one is doing.
They seem fine.
I don't think that one's been hit. We've kind of
They've been hit once by something. I can tell you that much.
Well, they're basically useless right now.
You're so mean.
Non-lethally, I will attack the healer, the sage.
Okay. They are prone and paralyzed. Actually, no, they're just paralyzed because we decided they were being held in place, so that does hit.
Does it matter if I roll damage?
Yeah,
Okay.
Vistariel didn't just restore her with 1 hit point. She used to fucking lay on hands.
Oh.
It's also a crit, don't forget.
So roll your dice again. It should be 2d10.
Well, I did. It's a 17 and 11.
17 and 11.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay. All right. You slide into position. Whang! Smack the sage across the head as they have regained consciousness. And you're trying to take it away from them again. You're so mean.
Are they still conscious?
Mhm.
I guess guess I'll attack again.
Okay.
Non-lethally.
Okay.
That should be in that spec. So you're just stuck in place, just constantly lights out.
Yep.
Back up,
They're
lights out.
they're not too happy right now.
That fucking that Faye way back when
Right.
he was guarding the fucking the tower thing. And it's just we were just not letting him get up to take that potion. It was like, no, as soon as you flinch, dropping him again.
The dude that got knocked out right on his
Oh, that was my high priest, man. I remember that now. 26 damage or 22 damage. He's still on his feet.
Jesus.
Hey, I mean, it means that she pumped a good chunk of her lay on hands into him.
That's
So
true.
there's at least that.
I mean, that's all I can do.
Okay. All right then, Eodos, it is your turn.
Alright, Eidos will slide out of Ken's way so he can hopefully just grab that fucking crown off. And
Okay.
he's gonna try to knock this guy back out.
Does a 23 hit you?
Yeah.
Then, as you move out of her range, Vistaria will take her attack of opportunity, and you
Feel free.
take 20 bludgeoning damage and 1 sunder. So your AC is reduced by 1 more.
Alright, I take 10. Cool.
Yeah.
Alright, now I'm just gonna swing on this guy.
All right. Oh no.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah. Hey!
Yeah, I was saying I'm pretty sure 28 hits as it
Yeah.
deceits. I just went in and rolled while I was rejoining.
It did. As you dart past Ken, you feel that hammer blow in your back. It sends you staggering forward a couple steps. You look down and can see those dark tendrils of energy cracking their way through your armor. But you twist the axe and drive it blade or flat of the blade down like you're trying to hit a whack-a-mole. Right onto the top of the head, and he seems to now be puppets on a string again.
Alright, and then I'm going to step right here and try to help knock her out too.
Okay.
Find off.
So many saves. 21 hits, yeah. Joe, that's not your food. Get out of here. Okay.
Alright, she's still good?
Yep.
Alright, here's the third.
60. Okay. That does hit. These crits are just killing me, man.
They are a little ridiculous.
I mean, like, when you look at his numbers, it's really only the 5 and the 14 that come out of the second batch, but that's still another 19
Still?
damage on that crit. Alright. See, that's just 1 and 4. That was just an extra 4 damage on the crit, so a total of 48 damage. As you whack-a-mole the sage, you use that momentum, like, bam, and like your feet go into the air and you hit the ground and turn, wham, wham! This one's also unconscious.
There you go.
Alright, then I'll step that right here. And that's my turn.
Okay. The stage gets a does you wake up check? Nope. Okay. Ken, your turn.
Slide over. With a really quick deep breath. Look at Vistario. Give me back what belongs to me. And he's gonna try Dispel Magic again.
Okay.
Go ahead and click it again.
And roll me an intelligence check with the emboldened bond. Or
Get two
Bardic
d4s and a
inspiration,
d12.
bless,
Yeah.
and
It's
a
just
golden
one
bond.
d4. Oh no, you get.
You get both.
Golden one best.
Golden bond each turn.
Or
I don't think bless is on ability checks.
oh no, not it. Never mind. Yeah, 1d4.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Damn.
Attack and
1d4,
save.
1d12.
Attack and saves. But you
Yeah.
do have the d12 from the Bardic inspiration.
Okay.
19.
Okay. 19 plus a d12.
1d12.
Okay.
Okay. And a d4.
D4. And then flash it just
Maybe?
to be safe.
Right?
Flash it.
And
Flash genius.
That'll bring it
Yes.
over.
Okay.
Yes.
As you gather the spell energy, the mana that flows within your own body into the artifact built into your hand that produces this dispelling effect, you release your palm towards her to a spray of platinum magic that coalesces through the air into this stream that slams into the crown at the top, and you feel that same resistance, that darkness, and in that moment you clench your fist, and while it is not purified, there's a flash of black magic, and you see as almost in unison this pulse out from her washes over, and as it hits the tabaxi, they all stagger back and blink and begin looking around at each other, and they're going to start running.
Take the injured and
Oh.
run.
Oh.
Just allow. Yeah, just take the. Yeah. Take the injured and run. Find wherever you count as police officers, defensive positions. There are intruders. I'll leave it to y'all to fucking deal with it. We're gonna deal with one enslaving y'all.
Can everybody roll me an insight check really, really, really quickly?
Inside, I'm so good at it.
Just as you take in this moment, dang, Aerith,
I don't know what's
you're
going
so well
on.
here. I know. You look around, Aerith, and you see both the tempered and the untempered. And the untempered are looking panicked and afraid and like they're about to run. And the tempered are staring with fiery eyes down and down, not at Vistariel, but to something beneath their feet. They aren't moving, but the other tabaxi are.
Ah, so they're listening to Ifrit. Got it. I guess that makes sense.
That's fine.
It's still your turn, Ken. What would you like to do?
I guess about to do some experimenting. I'm just trying to sock her in the mouth.
All right.
Get a quick punch in. That's a treat.
Love that it took the emboldened bond from Aureus, Rose's bardic inspiration, and Ken's flash of genius, and that because if you hadn't flashed,
Yeah.
it would have been a 29. You needed to bump it up over. It definitely hits her.
No, I had to call Booming Blade first, but I am gonna call Thunder Gauntlets.
Yes, you can do that.
Punch her with thunder.
All right, as you hold your hand out towards the crown, the sparkling platinum energy, that tether having snapped in reaction to that wave, to the attunement being broken. She snarls her face. You! Wham! You clock her right in the snoot, and her face spins off to the side with a thunderous blast that pulls her head, and you see that it did actually hit her that time.
Lay into this bitch. Ow.
Kitty gloves off now. Aww.
Okay. Anything else you want to do, Ken?
I guess try to find a way to like. Well, I mean the attunement's off, so I'm not too worried. But I'm trying to find a way to like tie this crown onto me so I don't get it.
She's still
It's-
wearing it.
Yeah.
Oh,
She
there
has
is.
it, and it's just suppressed for the
You
moment.
broke
like
the
her spell
attunement.
magic.
She needs another hour to attune to it in order to make it
Oh.
work again. But
Okay.
she's still wearing it. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. Never mind. All right.
Anything else you want to do?
Bonus action defensive field. Because my AC's looking kind of concerned.
As you take on your defensive stance, she looks at you. Be gone. Make me a charisma saving throw.
Uh-oh.
Is this a fear or charm effect?
I think
Neither of
it's
those.
Yeah.
It is a spell, yes.
Okay.
Okay. As she growls this word into existence, you watch as Ken vanishes. Boop.
She begone you.
And that is the end of her legendary action. And I'm trying to figure out where all this new stuff in Jump Gate is. There.
Oh gosh, excuse me.
Yes, I could roll for the Queen's Dancer. It would only really help you guys in this point. So, all right. And then that is now her turn. She's now used another one of her 4th levels, so I'll take that away.
Not much of a queen, are you? All your people ran the moment you lost the crown.
It's because they didn't really love you.
She raises the hammer, swings it down at Aureus,
That's what I wanted.
and as it courses through the air, stop me! And it's going to spend one of her 3rd level spells to smite the shit out of you.
Oh, Lord.
So you take 28 bludgeoning damage, and your AC is reduced by an additional 3.
Does it go past my natural resistance?
It won't go
natural.
past your... So your AC can't be reduced past your touch AC, so 10 plus your dexterity score is the lowest it can go.
It's already past that.
Well,
No,
then it's whatever 10 plus dex is your current AC. But...
So 28
Okay.
plus how much damage?
14, so total of 42.
What kind of damage is it?
Necrotic.
Are you okay,
I-
Boreas?
Oh, I'm fine.
Okay.
Seeing it...
Can I
Seeing
just
her...
laugh at her? Like, is that all you have?
I
I don't look like
she
I've
turns and swings the hammer wide. Rose, does a 27 hit you?
Oh yeah.
You
what I do.
take 20 bludgeoning damage and 1 sunder. Aureus Shirk Tate onto you.
You said 20.
20 bludgeoning, yep.
Okay.
And 1 more sunder.
Yeah.
All right. And then that is her turn. Aureus, it's your turn.
I'm casting aid on the 3 people that are down.
Okay.
So they all come back with 5 HP.
5 hit points.
An additional 5 to their AC.
Yeah,
Oh.
right.
No, temporary hit
No.
points.
Or temporary.
Yeah.
Was it temporary?
Yeah, it's 5 heal and 5 temporary.
All right, if you guys are getting up now, now would be the time to make some space and then help out if you can.
Roll me a persuasion check really quick with advantage, considering everything that's going on right now.
Plus the fact that you have them all paralyzed and held in place.
I'm dropping that the moment that goes off.
Okay, so as you taunt her, you take that hit from her hammer, and as the hammer slams against you, and she withdraws it, seeing no physical damage as it was eaten by your wraps, she snarls, and when you taunt her further, she swings and strikes straight for your ally. You cast out aid and watch as the golden magic washes down over the 3 Queens Guard. They blink their eyes open, and you drop the hold person. Guess we'll see what they do.
I'm sure they're friendly.
Rose.
I
It
was
is your
gonna move
turn.
here just so
okay.
Gus has advantage if he wants to move in.
Perfect.
Well, I kind of wanted that, but that's fine. I can use it too.
I
Uh,
can stay. You can do that.
I was going to utilize it.
No, I misread the turn order. I thought I had my scroll wheel down.
Oh no.
Okay.
Let's see. Do I want to? Yeah. Why not? She's feeling a bit wrathful at the moment. She's gonna take another legendary action. To. Oh, do I want to do that with it? No, it's just gonna get broken off of her immediately. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it. Eodos, can you roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
Is
Is
this a
this another
spell?
spell?
With advantage. It's a spell, yes.
What is it? Is it a charm or frighten? Because I'm immune to those.
Neither. No.
Counterspell.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking about it because I'm running low on spells, but
I still have plenty.
As you see
So
her,
yay or nay on the?
that is a nay on the wisdom save. Aerith has stopped the wisdom save from being necessary, as it was a second level spell.
Okay.
She
stop it.
attempts to cast it, and you snap out with the Sicarius, this crack like a whip carrying the wave of dispelling energy through the air that snaps it out of her hand, like you just swatted away a kid with a cookie. And she looks at you and snarls, but that is her turn.
I
Rose,
just
it's your turn.
flip
Or
her
legendary
off.
action.
Alright, while she's distracted, I'll just
So many middle
Draw
fingers
me.
in this fight.
Yeah, right. draw my sword, crouch, and then slice, and
Okay.
hope that I can fuck her up.
Roll with advantage.
Oh, I thought I was
28
really
does hit.
hoping that the reason it was taking forever to load for me was that it was going to be a nat 20.
I think it's just because there's so many dice
Yeah,
rolling.
yeah.
That.
Oh, I think I know what spell she was trying to cast on you, Eidos.
Don't come near me. I'll die.
Yes,
So,
that one.
Unfortunately for her, I can hit her from here.
You're right, you can. You got the stretchy arms.
Yeah.
It's fine. Alright, as
I
you
guess
crouch low
might
and
as well
carve up, Rose,
be
you
more cheaper.
slice through, and as you cut into her, she kind of like staggers away from you a little bit and looks back at you and just grins, the new thin thread of purple blood dripping down her back from within her scales. You snap your wrist on your other hand, and the sock and buskin comes flying in and carves across her shoulder blades with that radiant flash of light. But she doesn't seem so much affected by it. It's definitely hitting her now. And as all of this has been going on, initiative count 10, the Tabaxi are running the heck away. I'm just gonna
Flee like the wind.
way down here. These
Flee.
ones get over here. The other ones are still all standing with their heads pointed straight down, staring at the ground beneath their feet. And at the end of initiative count 10, all of their heads snap up in unison and look towards the fleeing Tabaxi.
Oh, no.
I'm sure that's fine.
The ones running
Don't worry about it.
have a head start a little bit.
They can dash tabaxi stuff, you know.
Yeah, they're fast. They like naturally they have a higher movement speed, but so do the fire ones.
It'll be fine.
It'll
Did
be
no one
fine.
grab the down guy?
They did, yeah. So, and they actually like ran through the center of the battle map. Like they were running past you all as you're striking at Vistariel. As you reach out to heal the ones on the ground, Aureus, a couple of them stop to reach down, and the dancer shrugs them away, and you see her kind of like picking herself up onto her feet as they walk past after you had healed them. But they are making their way, at least trying to, down to the hill. And then it is the Queen's Guard's turn. So he is going to... where is the slug? I want to take it away.
Also, if she banished Ken, she has to make a couple con
She
saves,
does. Yes, she does. You are very correct. Thank you.
which I'm assuming is what she did.
She did. She banished Ken.
Yeah,
Poor Ken.
it happens sometimes.
Maybe
We'll bring
they
him back.
banish him to
Right.
like a vacation spot. He's like in Hawaii. He's like,
She,
I
she
mean,
rolled
maybe
a 10
he,
and an 11, so she barely does keep the concentration, but it is
Yeah.
just barely.
right? It depends. Ken, where are you from? You from the material? Because then you just go to space.
Yeah, you're just in a no space right now, technically speaking. That's where your home still... Well, yeah, no, that's, I think, where your home still lies.
Maybe she's causing another near situation. She just sent him to real life Tokyo to start a plague.
God.
This one will... Oh, he needs to be able to move more than that, though. That's fine. He's just going to raise his blade, and he's going to swing on her with his 2 attacks. His first attack, he's going to use his Gnashing Fang, because he didn't get to use it against you guys. Oh, he actually hit her.
Hey.
Very good, you guys
Sorry,
got
guy. You
When you
look
pass
pretty
the
dope.
test.
So now she needs to make a con save against that.
When you look dope, the first instinct is just don't let them do anything.
Yeah. She fails the save and uses her final legendary resistance because Gnashing Fang
Hey.
stuns when you fail the
Hey.
save.
Oh,
It's a stunning
baby!
strike. Yeah.
Woohoo.
So she uses her last legendary to avoid being stunned because she really didn't want that. But she does take the damage from the gunblade.
Alright, Orius, you ready to fuck this bitch up?
Hell yeah.
Got no
Makes
more,
his
no more
second attack.
saves.
With a 17 to hit, does not hit her. And he swings out again, just like, "Oh, you abomination! What have you done to the king?" Swings out, and she just giggles to herself as he cuts into her. That first one, she goes, "Ah!" and then just laughs as he swings and misses. Aerith, it's your turn.
She's still wearing the crown, right?
She is still wearing the crown, yes.
I don't know if I can do this, but I'm kind of hoping I could like run up the stairs on top of the throne and kind of just like jump over her, and as I'm somersaulting over her, I grab the crown.
You can roll me an athletics check, but it's a good narrative way to make a grapple check against her, but she'll have an attempt to dodge it. But you can
It
certainly
has to
try.
be athletics, not acrobatics.
I'll give you acrobatics, only because I'm
Yay!
looking at her athletics, and I think that's fair.
I didn't get to do
I
that.
think I have advantage.
You
on
didn't do a
acrobatics.
somersaulting flip.
Yeah, you gotta do a cool flip to get
Yeah, that's what
acrobatics.
I'm
You don't
trying
know.
to do. I'm trying to like jump and like flip so I can like reach down, grab it, and flip back down with the crown in my hand.
We could've.
Was Rose just gonna do like a sick backflip in place just to try to pull it off?
Roll me acrobatics, but it's just a straight acrobatics, Aaron.
Oh, it's just
You
straight.
also
I don't get
have the
It's just a
advantage.
straight acrobatics. It's
You
just
do
a
have
normal
D4.
acrobatics.
Well,
Because what
I
you are
have-
trying to do is
I have advantage with Blade Song on acrobatics.
okay. It comes from your blade singer. Okay.
It does. It says you have advantage on dexterity acrobatics checks.
It's specifically on the acrobatics checks. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give you advantage then.
Yay.
You can use your advantage that the game has given you.
And you said I also have a D4.
Emboldened Bond.
From
Yeah.
Emboldened Bond,
Okay.
yes.
So.
Yeah, Bless doesn't count towards checks, but
Woo!
Nice.
She rolled a 28, which means you guys matched.
Fuck!
Well, so let's say you grab it and twist, and you manage to pull it off her head, so it reacts to you, and then her hand snaps up and grabs it. So you both are like wrestling. It's no longer on her head, but you both have it by
Tug-of-warring
one
it?
hand. Yeah, you're tug of warring it, and she's looking at you. Her left hand is now entirely used, holding on to the crown, which will make future attempts to stealing it easier.
And she can't use
Does
two
that
hands
use
to
my whole
weapon.
action? I'm assuming. it
One of
does.
your attack actions.
One of my
it's
attack
It's a grapple
actions.
check, so it uses one of your grapples.
I will then.
Shoot her in the mouth.
You guys are so rude.
she was rude first.
She
was
used
rude.
innocent civilians as fodder.
He doesn't care.
The
Just a
thing is
conquest
that
element.
That's why we're being
we don't-
rude.
Right? That's why I don't care either.
the thing is that I kind of want to use Misty Step, but like since both of us are holding on to an item.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You know what will happen.
No, I don't know what will happen. That's why I'm scared.
I know what we'll have to do as players of this game, but I don't know what the end result will be.
Don't do that. It sounds like it's gonna throw a wrench in everything.
I
Don't.
know.
It's a trap.
Oh God, what can I do?
Just hang on.
Just stab her.
I got. Yeah, stab her.
Or shoot her in the mouth.
Don't shoot her. You're gonna have Advantage where you
Oh
are.
yeah,
Don't
advantage,
shoot her.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just stab her.
stab her in the mouth.
Right in the face.
I guess I will. So is my extra attack like? Can I still cast a cantrip, or just a normal
Yeah.
attack? Okay.
Yeah, as long yeah. Because a cantrip spell attack in our game only uses one of your extra attack features like a grapple check. So you can do grapple and spell if you'd like.
Okay. So I will butterfly blade her. I don't think I have
Okay.
an advantage. I do not.
So as you run up the stairs, kind of twisting elegantly through the air, you snap out with your left hand, grabbing the crown, the spikes digging into your palm through the gloves that you wear. You twist and hit the ground, but you feel tension against it, and as you land, you realize that you both have the crown by your left hand and are holding it, staring at each other intently. You snap your blade down behind you without even looking at it, cast your spell, and carve out across, snapping her across the face. That does hit.
Yay! And then she has a minus. What was it?
D4.
D4 on her next attack.
Which is,
And
go
it
ahead
has
and roll
to
that
make
for me
another
now.
con save.
And she does have to make another con save against.
Whoops! Nope. Cancel.
Let's say dirty 20.
Aw.
Uh.
Anything else you want to do, Aerith?
No, that'll be it.
Okay,
that's a
end
four.
of your turn. She's going to use another legendary action to use another weapon attack. She's going to then use her reaction. Do I use my reaction? No. She doesn't have to use her reaction to do that. She can just totally do it. Okay, got it. As she kind of like twists the hammer in her right hand, heavy and unwieldy for a single-handed weapon, she raises it up and slams it down on your shoulder, Aerith. And as it gets close, Queen, guide me. She uses her guided strike to add a plus 10 to her attack roll for a 30. 30 to hit?
Well, let's see if it hits a clone.
That's true. It does need to hit a clone.
Do you still have those up?
This one's an 8. Roll me a d20.
Come on. Yes.
Hey!
All right. As the hammer slams down into what she presumed to be your shoulder, one of your shadows is broken apart in a flash of black energy, and she bares her teeth against you. Eodos, it's out your turn.
Alright, well, Eodos is going to slowly circle around.
Okay.
Get right here to take advantage of advantage, and as he
Oh,
does,
no.
Oh, no.
Sorry, hold on. Moving. Oh god.
Moving numbers.
There you go.
as he does, he's going to mark her with his curse.
Okay.
He didn't want to do that while innocent people were, potentially wrapped up in it, but now that's it taken care of.
All bets are off.
That's fair.
Oof.
All right, no, I need to get some charges though. I'm gonna be real.
Upside to Fate Render. No matter what he rolls, he wins.
Mhm.
And I
The
lose.
only drawback is boom whiffs,
Mhm.
But the more of these charges I get built up, the better.
Ooh. Unfortunately, 18 also misses.
Why I didn't turn the fucking thing off? Why is it still rolling? Okay.
Anything on your bonus action? Oh, you.
My
Text
bonus
blood
action
curse.
was putting a curse up. Yep.
Yep. So as you kind of walk methodically, terrifyingly around, you turn your gaze to her. The eye that now burns with the darkness of the Shadowfell pulses, and that same intent locks onto her. You swing out twice as she makes two quick, deft dodges, the second attack glancing against her heavy armor before being deflected off. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it. I'm staying right here. We're keeping this advantage.
All right. The sage is going to pick himself up off the ground and panting heavily. Let's see where to get rid of his little sluggy. He's going to reach to the breaker. Give me a second. I didn't think I was going to need their names. Now I want to say his name. Oh my god. I need to give him a name. Renala. He kind of like moves. Actually, he doesn't even need to move right here. And just steps forward and places one hand on him. Speaks his healing, his cure wounds spell as I pull up. That, and he's going to do that. Actually, he's just going to use heal because he's got 1 6th level slot.
You should have named the Gunbreaker Leon.
That is a better name, isn't it? Leon.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll write that one here. Remember that for later.
Yeah.
Alright, as he rests his hand on his shoulder and the healing light washes over him. I guess he should have cardied first, but that's a classic Sage mistake.
Yes, it is.
He'll go ahead, throw out his Cardia again, but it's just on the 3 Queen's Guard. It just sort of snaps out, covers the 3 of them, and comes back to him. He just stands up and is panting very heavily. Ken, unfortunately, you are in a nothing space, and I apologize for having done that to you, but
Can't break your goddamn
Isn't this the
concentration.
second
Yeah,
time?
sorry, AJ. I was trying my best. If I could get one good swing on her, break you out.
yeah.
Oh no,
Right.
I'm chilling. I'm enjoying. I'm
He's
enjoying the
just
show.
Hanging
polishing
out.
his armor in there. He's like, I got plenty of free time now.
Right?
He's just messaging Mia.
All right. The dancer in the back will stand up onto her feet. You dare to use me for your own pleasure. You'll pay for that. Throws the chakram across the distance. 31 does hit, and as it hits, she like twists her hips and clicks her feet together, and with a flourish will deal an additional 66 damage.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically
That's a good
thief
hit, isn't
beats like paladin. It's
Right? I wish
fucking
my chakrams
nasty.
could do that.
Dancer is dumb.
Dancing smite.
Yeah, it's kind of a dancing
Yeah.
smite. 33 damage. And then the chakram flies back to her, and she turns and kind of just stands.
And
That's true, concentration. I need a 16. That is a natural 20.
damn it.
Damn.
Stop it.
I know.
Knock it off.
I rolled a 1 on every one of those d4s, by the way.
You're right. Apparently.
Yes. Okay. She kind of seeing everything around her, still in this tug of war match with Aerith. She, get away! And raises the hammer into the air again and slams the butt down onto the ground. I need literally everybody except Ken to give me a Constitution saving or Strength saving throw. Sorry,
Ugh.
including the Queen Sage. Okay.
Got bless on that, and if you want to use your emboldened bond.
Yep, I'm once again
Scared.
reaction to charisma.
Okay.
Can I just? I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Because I don't have
Just go ahead,
faith
just
in
get over with.
myself.
I have a feeling 10 won't be enough, but
That's a 19.
How did you manage that?
2 5s. Roll me a charisma check, Aerith.
Charisma. Ah, jeez.
Okay, I had to give you a chance. All right, so who got under a 20? Everybody,
Thanks.
except for Rose.
Except for me, I passed. Yay.
So as the destructive wave of energy washes out across all of you, everybody except
Also-
for Rose is blown 15 feet away.
Aureus, I did give you the D12 after Ken used his and succeeded, so if you wanted to add
Oh.
yours to this as well.
okay, I have a chance.
Right?
Very small chance.
Hey!
Hey.
Hey, what do you know?
All right, you don't get displaced.
Yay! There you go.
However, you do hear the sickening sound of a creature behind you not taking non-lethal damage and hitting 0
Oh.
hit points.
Uh-oh.
As the
We can
sage
heal him real quick. It's
kind
fine.
of braces against it, and you see that wash of energy pass over him, and then his limbs just go wide. The
They've
Noelith's
got
no
death
longer
saves.
floating. He flies back, not against non-lethal damage, not when you're an NPC, before
What?
rolling against the ground.
Oh.
They hit 0 hit points, they die. That's how NPCs work.
I wanted
But
to
they
use
were-
a spell,
Oh.
but now
I
gotta use
know.
another
You have spells that could save him, okay?
I'm gonna
You know
save
you
him,
did.
but I wanted to use a different spell to
You wanted to use the
her.
spell that. Oh, I see. Okay, all right. That's fair. That's a fair reaction from us.
Is it
But-
too late to counterspell? Or is the
It wasn't a spell.
Oh,
It's,
It wasn't a
it's a
spell.
natural ability. Everybody also takes another -1 to their AC as the
Even if you
destructive
pass?
wave. Yeah, it affects
Okay.
you no matter what.
How much
I'm up to a
Damage
20
was it?
now.
A total of. Did I actually roll the damage for you guys? I don't think I told you.
I
It was
didn't hear-
total
Damn
of-
it,
yeah, I
I
didn't
should
hear
have
it.
I should have kept my mouth shut.
It wasn't a lot. I did not roll well, so I rolled on 3d6 for the force damage. You took 3 force damage.
Wow.
And on 3d6 for the bludgeoning, you take 12 bludgeoning. So total of 15. But you all have resistances and things that may affect bludgeoning and force.
Was
Yep.
it half damage if we succeeded?
Yes, half if you succeeded. So if you succeed, it's 1 in 6.
This is okay.
But that was her turn, as special abilities like that do use up their entire turns. It is now Aureus' turn.
Mildly annoyed. I don't get to do what I want.
I mean, you could. They can wait.
Does this mean
He's
I
already
lost my
dead.
grip
We'll
on
get
the
him back up
ground?
later.
Right? He's already dead.
Bad if they die.
I lost my
though.
grip on the
Yeah,
ground.
he's
They're
already dead.
Yeah, he's
You
not
didn't
making
have
saves.
the
He's
rest of the
dead, Oris.
Wait, he died? I thought he like
Yes.
got
Nope. That's what I was saying,
he's-
and
Ew,
he's dead. So
It
do
was-
whatever the fuck
that's
you want.
Killing blow, yeah.
my bad. I missed
We'll get him up later.
All right.
If you knock an NPC out non-lethally like that, they start, unless stabilized, they can start making them. But for NPCs, as a simple way, when they hit 0, they're done.
Gotcha. Oh yeah. Command drop. So she drops her items.
Okay. It's a wisdom save, right?
Correct.
Okay. She drops the crown, but her hand tightens
Yeah.
around the hammer.
That's fine.
As
We'll take
fine.
that.
it slips out of Aerith's hands as he's blown away. You command her to drop it, and against her will, the most important thing to her, her hand opens and it falls to the ground.
All right. Rose, you know what to do.
Yeah,
Yeah, because I can't use my action to grab it.
No.
I got it.
Yeah, I used it to command. Okay, that's fine. And you know what? Just so Rose doesn't have to move.
It always looks so funny when you guys move into the places where I put them on the DM layer, because now you and Ken are like one token.
He's gonna come back on your face.
We combine into form Mighty Ken.
All right. End of your turn. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that's it.
She bares her teeth and then grabs the hammer. With her legendary action, she's going to hit you with it.
That's fine.
I
I doubt she can miss, but
rolled a natural 1.
Womp.
Hell yeah.
It always misses.
Against all
17
odds.
to
You can.
It always misses. It's fine. She angrily takes the hammer, and as she swings it, her left hand will not tighten. It's like she can't get a grip with it, and it just swings wide. You easily dodge out of the way of
I
the
just
attack.
look at her disappointingly, like, how did you miss?
Rose, it's your turn.
Alright. Does it take an action to pick up something, or can I use a bonus action?
You can use bonus action to kind of
Okay.
scurry up and grab it out from underneath her.
Yeah. Well, they'll like kick out with their foot and like kick it up off the ground like a hacky sack and grab it with one hand, and then with the other, I'm gonna slice out.
Your attacks will be at disadvantage, but normal. Yeah, that still hits because you're flanking.
Okay.
As you're attacking with one hand on a two-handed weapon, but the 37 will still hit her.
Dang, that was so close. God damn
I'll try and hold her next time. That way it's auto.
it. Right.
She's out of legendary resistances, so.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Concentration.
Yep, concentration check. That is a 10.
God damn it.
she's-
Roll.
We're gonna get our boy back. It will happen.
Yeah, well, I believe. Anything else you want to do, Rose?
I think that's all I got.
Okay.
But I will secure the crown as best I can.
Looks over towards the sage. You monster! And he's just gonna rush right back in. And this time, because he's moving this much, he can actually use Rough Divide, dealing extra damage. Well, he gains an expanded crit range of up to 18. So does he get his Gnashing Fang back?
18.
No. Does have his burst strike that he can use, so he'll run up and swing with a 20 to hit. She twists out of the way, kind of slapping the side of the blade with the back of her left hand. He then, turns it and makes for another attack, but with a 16 to hit. Just can't seem to actually land that strike. Aerith, it's your turn. End of his turn. You've served your purpose. She's gonna try to hit him with a legendary action. Yeah.
I can't use my reaction because he's not part of my bond.
Nope.
No.
She swings out her hammer, and it slams through the extra hit points that actually those were eaten already from the aid. It slams into his chest and armor and reduces his AC and deals some damage. But he's still there.
He's still alive!
At least he's not dead yet.
Heal
He did-
heal is
he got healed,
sufficient.
yeah.
Oh, he got healed.
Yeah.
Literally healed. That's like 70 hit points, so he's okay.
You hear as he finishes that second attack getting parried. Selphie, stay back! Their names are Irvine, Selphie, and Leon.
Hell yeah, that on track.
Yep.
Let's. Butterfly blade.
Okay.
I don't have advantage on. I do not know.
No.
I mean, you can always move into this spot even if you don't want to stay there, just to get it for your attack and then move out
Yeah,
of it.
I'll do that.
Okay.
27.
All right,
Or 28.
27,
Oh.
28 does hit. Either of those. Whatever the number is that's bigger than 22 hits. Actually, sorry, not 22.
Oh, not 22?
Fox is immediately about to ring it up for us.
Yep.
All right. You slash out. Striking twice.
Twice.
All right, it's 2 con saves. It's right ahead to close and reopen, so it's all... Okay. It's an 11 and a 17.
God damn it.
I know. She only has a +4, so she's like
Right?
she's beefy,
It's
but
very
she doesn't have
unlikely.
like, proficiency in it. I just need Eodos to. Oh, there we go.
You said his name. That's what.
Okay. Anything else you want to do, Aerith?
I can't cast a spell as a bonus action, can I?
If it's a bonus action
Unless it's a
spell.
bonus action. There are some bonus action spells.
Like Misty Step.
I thought isn't
Right?
Butterfly Blade a bonus action spell?
No,
That
it's a
buffs the
cantrip.
attack? Oh, it's an attack cantrip. Okay,
Yeah, it's an
gotcha.
attack
Yeah,
cantrip.
and there aren't
like
a lot
Lightning
of-
Blade.
Gotcha.
Not a lot of bonus action cantrips, if any.
You can also use a leveled spell if it's bonus action at this point.
I'm gonna use Spirit Shroud, which I should have used at the beginning. Because I'm super
Better late than never, I
smart.
guess.
Yeah.
It's a 15-foot radius around you.
I think you're thinking of Spirit Guardians.
10-foot radius. Or, yeah, so... Okay.
Just does extra damage.
Okay, it just does extra damage. Okay, gotcha. Alright.
And she
Alright.
can't heal,
She
though,
can't
which is
heal.
nice.
Well, if
That
I
might help.
hit her, she can't heal.
If you hit her.
Which is why I should have casted the spell before I hit her.
Probably.
She, at the end of your turn, uses her final legendary action this turn, and seemingly unperturbed by you striking at her. Roll me your d4, because it's going to reduce the next attack she does against Leon. She does not like that he turned
-2.
against her.
2?
That's a 33 to hit after the -2.
Damn, Leon,
Still
you got
hits.
this.
Yeah, no.
Survive.
He's fine. He's still got like 50 hit points.
He survives, but he does not have very many hit points left. As she
The only
drops
one
the
that
hammer
matters is the
once
last
again
one.
on his shoulder, and you see those black tendrils creeping into his armor, and he buckles down onto his knee. Not that you kill me in front of my king's throne! Resists dying in that moment, but Eos, it's now
For
your
now.
turn.
Alright. Going back 15 feet. Since I got knocked 15 feet away. Bonus action, gonna turn on the tattoo. We're gonna start swinging on this bitch.
I will also say that at initiative count 10 of the last turn, which would have been after Rose's turn, the rest of the Tabaxi did continue to move, and as the free Tabaxi is what I'll call them, the normal commoners are scurrying at full speed down the hill and running away, the fire aspected ones are moving intently, but they're not running. They're just... It's like watching a flame creep across the ground. This constant, incessant movement, and they are following after them. So I'm going to remove all the tokens, but it looks like the fire tabaxi are chasing the commoners.
Less
Through the
than
city.
ideal, I suppose, but we'll
Yeah.
deal with it later.
Yeah, we got several other fires in the pans right now. So.
I
Literally.
just wanted to get the tokens off the field as they have pretty much kicked up all of the dirt into the area and have now abandoned ship.
Oh.
Hey.
I think Ken's coming back.
Yeah.
Here's hoping.
If you deal more than 48 damage, then I can't save against it. Yeah, I
How
think you
about
dealt more
whatever
than
that
48.
let me see. Let me see if it can
Oh,
be
no.
Oh,
higher.
there it is.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, that's
it.
higher,
128 plus 22, 100 and 150 damage versus 114, 29.
You just gotta roll a
It's
90.
142 or 150, you know, it's all good.
One or the other.
Good
Roll an
lord.
85 on the die.
As you raise Fate Render in the air, she grits her teeth again or towards Leon, angry that he has betrayed her, furious in this moment as Rose has recovered the crown and seemingly has now forgotten that you're behind her. And as you drop the blade through her, it carves through her back and into her, deep into her body. She roars with pain. Ken reappears in the area right next to where he left. Hold on, I gotta get him onto the right space and then drop him because Aureus is where he left. Change layer, tokens.
It's our boy. It's our guy.
Hey.
She roars out in anger and pain, but is not
Here's deck number
dead.
2.
Yeah.
But it's only a 21. But I can add a D4.
You also
And
have
I
a
have
D12 if you
charges.
need it.
Oh,
21.
Because I kicked my.
yeah,
inspiration
because
to you.
it's the emboldened thing is still on.
Ah, I see. Okay.
I forgot to click it off, so
No, you're good.
it's at a -5.
All right, give me that D4. Let's see.
But you also have a D12 if you need it.
That don't need to use that. You can use it for the damage if you want.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Let me see if I can. Well, that was the D12. I rolled it first by mistake.
Oh, okay.
But I do have charges, so if 3
Yeah.
works, I can throw charges in there to make it hit.
23 is her AC. So with a 21 plus
Oh,
2,
shit.
that is 23.
Hell yeah, never mind. I don't even need to use charges.
Nope. Roll me damage. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, God. All right.
Wait, it's not that high. I thought I clicked Eldritch Smite off. I'm not gonna.
Okay. So minus 9, 13. Cool, it's just minus 20 off the top, so a total of 58 damage. Got it. Okay. Just
No big
problem.
deal.
Good lord.
And then he badoops out.
Yeah, right?
Deals massive amounts of damage. Doesn't elaborate. Leave.
Just walks away. All right, well,
It rip-corded me right on out of Discord.
it was offended by how much damage you just did to my boss. Okay. Bonus action?
Oh, the tattoo was the bonus. I can't.
Ah, that's right. You activated the tattoo. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So gets us over to Irvine, who is not in the initiative tracker anymore. Ken, it is your turn.
Boy. Payback's a bitch. Yep, just gonna jump right into it. We're punching.
Flank with
Booming blade and
me.
thunder.
Sorry.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, the only
Oh, yeah.
the one spot available to flank is up there.
Yay!
Yeah.
Diamond
yeah.
pattern.
Yeah,
so-
dude.
Booming blade and thunder gauntlets on this first swing.
Okay.
And
29 hits. Roll me damage. Okay. As you circle around following this massive attack from Ito, she spins and tightens her grip on the hammer. The second hit slams into her and sends her sprawling. She's like half crouched down. Definitely didn't have a dragon's level of hit points. She has a good amount of hit points for humanoid, but that's you've done a lot of damage in a short amount of time.
That's a lot of damage.
She kind of like breathes heavy as the blood drips out from the corners of her mouth, and she stands to her full height, and you fly up behind her, bam, right into the spine. She cracks forward, staggers. You see the dark scars in her face begin to glow as you hit against something, and she was warded against.
wait, what?
Uh-oh.
It seems like a spell took an effect as you dealt your attack, and
She had,
she is
like,
still on her feet.
The death
well,
one
I'm
that
gonna,
prevents her
yeah,
from
I'm
dying.
I'm just gonna punch her again.
Okay. Okay, roll me damage. Okay. As she arcs her back up and her face begins to glow along those claw marks on the side, you see that magical energy off of her as she resists dropping below 1 hit point. You lower yourself and deliver another blow to that same place in her back, and you feel crunching, and she cries out in pain. And now we do a phase transition as dark
Oh.
energy twists around her and blows
didn't think that was
everybody
it.
back 15 feet in a repelling explosion that sends you sliding along the ground. She lifts into the air, her legs limp, her back shattered. My lord, my queen, I surrender everything to you. Take it, take me, strike them down! And she releases the hammer from her grip,
No.
and as it falls, the eye in the air blinks, and in a flash of sapphire light, it disappears.
The hammer?
Erupts. Yeah, the hammer.
Is there any way we could try to catch it?
It
I
was a
got
held
a
action.
15. Ah, I got
The
a
man
15-foot
watching
reach.
had a sapphire in his hand and was holding his action for when she let go of it. Unfortunately, he was ready.
Can
I'm
I
gonna, with my
counterspell it?
15-foot arm, reach 15 feet up towards that eye and flip him off again.
That you can do, as it sparkles away into the radiant sapphire light. The twisting black energy around her turns from black to red to green to blue to white to whatever the color. See, it's white, black, red, green. Yeah, it's those are the five. Why did I think there was one more? As the five chromatic colors twist around her and then explode, and the Vestariel you now see before you is not the same one you had been facing. The Vestariel of the undying love is no more. As Vestariel puppeted by tyranny. Possessed by tyranny, I guess I should say.
Ew, what the fuck?
Wait,
Manifests
oh.
in that same space. Oh, where's the
That thing's
Where's-
creepy, dude.
where's the token that I got? Hold on. Okay, that's what I did wrong.
Said we got knocked back 15 feet.
Yeah, 15
Yeah.
feet away.
I'm like right here on the. near the
Right, me
throne.
and
I
Ken
can,
are
like-
against the throne. Can we
Yeah,
get
you guys kind of
knocked
just
back?
got repelled back into the throne, and then actually you would be up here, like on the throne. It hit you with
Okay.
such force, you would have been like tumbled up and over.
Jeez.
Yeah. Okay,
God
there we
damn
go. Now her bubbles are correct. Get rid of the one that's on the DM layer so I'm not confused. She floats in the air, her head snaps back, and you hear a roar. You've heard her scream and yell in rage, but the roar that emerges from her throat is beyond unnatural. It resonates as though five voices are speaking through her at once. Enemies, you will die by my hand, and I will take the world you love so much and cast it into my domain. I will have what is due, what my brother has kept from me, and you will away. And we're gonna go ahead and re-enter initiative.
Yeah, it sounds like you can talk her down, Orius, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it. Go for it.
Be my
Tell me about your
guest.
family. Where is your hatred coming from?
Leon actually would have been blown back as well, and Selphie kind of got pushed back just a little bit because she was further out. She looks up at this horrible abomination that has manifested within the body of Vestariel as she is burned from within, this darkness and the five chromatic colors corrupting every aspect of her nature. She is going to make a wisdom save as to whether or not she runs. Yeah.
Oh.
She kind of just like steps away. She goes, Leon, this is beyond us. We need to go. Heads over here. I can take care of our vine. Help me. She gets him by one arm, and Leon, who is pushed back as well, looks over his shoulder at her. He's gonna make one as well.
It's probably a good idea, honestly.
Yeah, this is probably a little above you guys' pay grade. Why don't you leave her to us?
Bring her like 5 feet closer though, so I can revive her really quick.
Leon grits his teeth. If I don't help stop this now, I won't live with myself. If I die, so be it. For the king. For
You won't live with
Waza.
yourself because you're gonna get fucked up and
Go.
die.
She nods and will use the last of her movement to go that way.
No, I can't revive you when you go further.
Astariel, corrupted, possessed by tyranny. Gotta pull up the right character sheet. Raises both hands to the air. Let's see, is everybody...
We're all at least 15, like within 15 feet of her.
Let's see. I just want to. Okay.
My turn order.
Huh?
The turn order went away.
Oh no, that was my fault.
Yeah.
I closed
Yeah,
it.
it's back. No.
Goodbye, turn order.
As she raises her two clawed arms to the air, a blue ball of lightning manifests. She holds it at the tip of her finger and then snaps her hand towards Eodos. I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Is this a
Right.
spell?
It's a spell, yes.
Can I counterspell it?
Roll me a charisma check.
Fucking lightning ball.
Right. Or chain lightning. I don't want that.
I think it's
Charisma.
Charisma, yeah.
Yeah. Can I put bliss on top of that too?
Well, you don't need to, as Rose has counterspelled the chain lightning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, fuck that.
that's
Anyway,
right.
no.
As she raises
Thank you.
the ball of lightning into the air and it begins to release it, you immediately lash out with your spell work and snuff out the attack. She turns towards you and in a darting motion flies at you. and
Okay,
tries
so
to-
booming blade goes. I get an
Okay.
opportunity attack.
Yeah,
Alright.
my booming blade also goes off. 2d8. I thought it was 3d8.
Oh, is it 3d8? Okay.
I think it's 3d8 at your level, yeah. Does a 21 hit you, Rose?
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
I gotta turn
Reaction.
booming blade.
Sentinel punch.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you use... No, you don't use reaction for moving blade, that's right.
Yeah.
What? Unfortunately, that's not a crit.
Dang.
We got blown. Yeah, we got blown back. So
Too far.
I can get a charge though.
Yeah.
Ah.
Okay.
Aw. That definitely
Okay.
doesn't it.
Minus that. Okay. As the thunderous energy booms off of her, she doesn't seem to even feel it. She screeches down at Rose and raises both claws, carves them through your chest. You take 17 slashing damage and 12 poison damage.
Ow.
But that's her turn. Aureus, it's your turn.
Leon, your name. Just leave with the others. Protect the people of the city. We can handle this. Others of the city are in danger. And I'm going to hold person.
Her?
Yep.
Okay.
Please roll a wisdom saving throw.
Say 23.
That saves.
Uh,
Boo.
Yep.
Somebody give her a negative, quick!
right, if I had any reactions to negative, I could.
Yeah.
don't think
Do
I
you have
do.
any way to give her a negative? Do you have silvery barbs?
I don't think so.
Beans.
Are you still here?
Sarah?
I don't
sorry.
think so.
No, I don't have silvery barbs.
Ah. Oh well. But yeah, that's my turn then.
You call out to Leon to protect the people and then attempt to hold Astariel in place, but she resists. End of your turn. She's going to use a legendary action to cast another spell.
Somebody else
Uh,
counterspell her. I can't do it this turn.
Counter
Which one is
spell.
You're going to counterspell?
I'm gonna counter spell.
Roll me a intelligence check.
Gonna use Ring of Puzzler's Wit.
Okay.
19.
19. Okay. 19 will counterspell it. She reaches
Keep
both
counterspelling.
hands in front of her and begins to call forth this ball of cold, icy energy, and you snap this
I don't want
curious
that
at
either.
her and dispel the magic out of her hand. She
Chain blizzard.
No, it's probably Cone of Cold.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I don't know.
it should be Rose's turn.
Yes.
Decapitate a Rose right now!
Right, I fucking hope so. I'm gonna try.
Imagine.
I
Right.
believe.
See, can I find the full art that I had for Astariel's current form? because it was scary.
It looks scary from
Definitely,
the fucking
yeah,
Right?
definitely looks creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
from here.
Mm-hmm.
While you do that, I will jump down across to flank with Ken and twist and slash.
Okay.
Actually, I guess first I'll use unsettling words just in case for any
Okay.
reason. On her. Bonus action and then slash.
Sounds good.
Please?
It does hit.
God damn it. Fucking 18 again.
Alright, 17 slashing. Got it. You carve out. Again, the impact hits, but it just doesn't seem like it's landing as much as you wanted it to, or it's not affecting her as much as you would expect it to. She just doesn't seem perturbed by it at all.
If she's resistant, if it's a resistance, a slashing, Zanar will overwrite that.
That
But
is true. Alright, and that it actually does, because it is resistance to slashing.
cool.
Thank you.
That's my turn.
All right. Leon, as he like levels his blade against the ground, looking at her, looks over to you, Aureus, kind of like sizes you up and nods, "The people," and then he will make a break for it as well. He's actually going to go and join up with the other two.
He got scared.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know
He
why.
got skinny real quick.
He ran so fast.
He's to halves now. That's
unpoofed.
pretty cool.
He's like a cat that was all poofed up and he unpoofed and got super skinny.
Got
But
super
he'll grab
red.
them, and then they're both gonna basically head over here. And this is a ledge that drops down. Looks like they're getting ready to just leap and run. But I'm gonna just take them out of initiative because they are no longer contributing to the battle. He heeded your words, Aureus. Aerith, it's your turn.
That's good.
Boop. I'm going to butterfly blade her.
Okay. Okay.
Oh fuck.
Aw.
Oh, unfortunately, that does not hit.
Oh,
All those 20s
Jesus.
we rolled are coming back to
I
bite
know
us.
they're coming back.
Right? I told you
19
we
does
were
not hit
fucked.
either.
I kind of figured.
Told you we were gonna get
Yeah.
to die.
All right. End of your turn. She's going to use another legendary action to cast another spell because it only costs
Alright,
us
Aureus,
4
you're up.
legendary action to do it. As she kind of condenses her palms opposite of each other in front of her, a green billowing ball of light begins to manifest.
Are you
Counterspell
not
will
gonna
be
count?
a
I was gonna say, are you not gonna do it? Because I could, but I'm running out of spells.
Aureus? Oh.
wisdom check for Aureus to counterspell. Guys, you gotta roll less than
Okay.
10 at some point.
No.
You reach out with your divine light and break the spell in her hand, and she cackles and continues to just seeming undisturbed by the constant setbacks. She just keeps trying. Eonos, it's your turn.
We're in there.
Okay.
Sure, everything is on. Alright.
Yep, that does hit. Okay. She's not afraid, but I am.
I'm just making sure I don't still have fucking Eldritch Smite on. Okay, I don't.
Yeah.
Because that's always heartbreaking, because that's going to bump every damage roll.
Right.
It's going to make it look really nice, really quick. Bond off. I got one more spell slot too, baby.
I decided it would probably be tempting fate to ask if you had any more. Nuts on a horse.
I'm gonna roll. Let's see if I can get better. It
You
can.
better.
It absolutely can get better.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
103, 122, 138. Okay.
Don't cry,
Where's the
Kay.
third?
No, it's fine. As I said, as you strike in, your attacks land, your hits hurt. but they're not landing as hard as you would have expected, even with the types of damage Eodos is doing, almost as though she's resistant to everything.
So 26 still hit?
Yes, 26 still hits, yes.
Okay, cool.
But you're still carving through her hip pool, guys. Come on. Let me get at least one spell off.
No.
No, no spells.
None
Fuck
for
your
me.
spells.
None for me. Alright. Alright, got it. Okay. Anything else you want to do, Eodos? That's
Nope.
all three.
That's all both my attacks and my bonus action. We're just sending it. We're gonna try to stop this as quickly as we can.
Okay. End of your turn. Final legendary action. She's gonna try casting another spell. Anyone have any counter spells left?
Yes.
Anyone have any reactions
Yeah.
left?
Yes.
Yeah.
God damn it.
You got this, Aerith.
All right, who's doing
I'd
it?
appreciate it
Me.
because I am running.
Fourth
I am
level.
running quite low.
4th level. All right, roll me an intelligence check.
Gonna use another charge of Puzzler's Weight. Cause I can. Fuck you.
Didn't need it.
Okay. I mean, it's like a 50-50 shot to do this against these level spells with your modifiers. You
Right.
guys are hitting every one of them. I am impressed and
Doing very
annoyed.
well.
We're a well-oiled machine when we really start to come together like this.
She once
Got the
again
original
tries to
party
bring in
back.
that billowing green cloud of magic, and you snap out, casting it out of her hands. She's not happy with you.
It's like I just shoot at it with my gun and it just shatters.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Ken, it's your turn.
I'm pulling out justice for this because something.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm like, is that my auntie talking through the mangled body of Astariel?
It does seem as though Tiamat has taken her as puppet. Yes.
Oh dear. Yep. Justice. Yep. Let's do
Seems
this, bud.
ideal.
Justice, kill these savages.
It stings into being the speckled Damascus and platinum blade humming in your hand.
Alright, let me pull a little something up real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Make sure I'm reading this correctly. Da, da, da.
I just keep looking at all of our sunders, and then Orius got up to minus 8.
I mean,
Yup.
it's not like it's doing anything because my AC was so low to begin with. It's like, I'll take the negative modifier.
That's
Sure, why
such
not?
hopes,
So I
such
did
dreams.
So I did read that correctly. I can use Thunder Gauntlets and Booming Blade with my longsword attack.
Yep, you can use it with any of your weapons.
Yep.
Because
yep,
you're
yep, yep,
a Swiss
yep.
Army knife.
Yep. Sweet.
27 hits.
Hey.
Swing again.
26 also hits.
Hey.
Okay, so we noticed we're starting to whittle down to the AC.
Right.
26
It's
hits.
still somewhere around 23, hopefully.
Another 14. Got it. Okay. Yes, that's gonna be okay. All right. You take sword in hand and strike out with two quick, heavy across her shoulder and back. And while the blade cuts into her, she turns at you and sneers with that hatred. And you can tell it's not coming from the meat suit here. The hatred that emanates from her is from so much deeper than that. Anything else you want to do?
No. That's all I really can do.
Okay. Then who has a counterspell left? Because she doesn't need spell slots to cast her spells.
I
Oh,
do.
dear.
Okay. As she let's do the lightning one again. Snaps her hand into the air,
Fourth
staring
level.
directly at Ken in his beautiful metal armor.
Oop, not advantage, but 24.
Stop! Dispelling my magic.
No magic.
She turns and is going to instead try to claw at you, Rose, because
Okay.
you're the one being a pain in the butt. You're all being
Yeah,
a pain in the
that's
butt, but in that moment, you were the painest.
Yep.
Sentinel.
Okay. So you take 22 slashing, Rose, and 12 acid damage, and can crit. Of course, can crit.
And 12.
Hell yeah, dude.
And I wish I could do that.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
Just
I'm gonna
need to
use.
get one of these spell slots off.
No.
You know what? Time to put that
No.
installed training in my brain to use. I'm gonna use the charge on Justice. Use one of his Justice maneuvers, and I'm gonna hit it with a distracting strike.
Okay.
And since it's a crit, that's an extra 2d8.
Yes, it is.
And Thunder Gauntlets, why not?
Why not?
Send
You
it.
have them, you can throw it on there.
Oh,
Yeah.
that hot
28.
8.
And then distracting one is the dex save, right?
Yep. DC 20 Dexterity saving throw.
Or knock prone.
Oh man, she's in a bad way if she gets prone.
Yeah, that is a 19. But it's also her turn, so she can
I was
just
about to say,
right back
I
up.
was like, I was waiting for it, and I was like, I'm waiting for the butt.
Yeah,
Right.
sorry.
Nah, that's good.
Didn't you hit her with something that gave her a minus, Rose?
It failed, but then it's her turn, so she just gets it back up again.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Does she still
Okay.
have it?
Still have-
She should
then
still
we're
have
gonna
the
modify.
unsettling words, yeah, until my
Gotcha.
next turn here. So
Okay.
Okay, yeah, because she failed. Okay.
if you would like
Alright.
to use that.
That's claws and spell. That's what she's got. Boreas. It's your
Hold
turn.
person.
Let's play a game.
Making me eat my higher level spells.
That one's a 28.
Minus D12.
Okay,
Maybe I can do
D12.
it.
I believe.
She has a much higher wisdom save in this form than in the last one.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Tragic.
we're gonna
Very
engineer a
tragic.
situation. Decapitate this bitch. Just off
Right?
the principle.
I'm blasting at this point. I think that's all I can do.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Who's counterspelling the next one? Because she gets 4 spell attacks every round. And she uses all of her legendary actions to spell
I
attacks.
used
so-
mine, so it's got to be one of you guys if
I
you have it.
used mine too.
I don't know if I want to start
Words?
burning my high spell slots.
Up to you. She once again coalesces her hand into that kind of like palms facing each other position, and the billowing green smoke builds within the center of it. Do you counterspell?
No.
No. Okay. Then I need everybody to give me a Constitution saving throw.
I'm curious what spell she's casting.
She casts
Probably.
Cloud Kill.
Yeah, I was about to say Cloud Kill, which we're gonna get fucked.
Wait,
Cloud kills
Don't
poison,
we-
though, right?
yeah, don't
is
we
poison.
still have?
We're immune to
Oh, it's
poison.
immune to
We're immune to
poison.
poison. Oh shit! Oh, thank God.
She didn't
Because
know
we were
that.
gonna
Hell
She
shoot
yeah.
didn't
up.
know that.
Know that.
Hell yeah.
As,
I'm glad because I rolled a hot 2.
as the spell
I
manifests
Wait,
kept
in this
saying green. I'm just like, wait, we have heroes.
poison.
who's-
I mean, it
yeah,
could have been acid though, so
It could
it
have
could
been.
have been acid or poison.
I forgot.
Oh.
She didn't know. And so you guys live to fight another turn.
Oh,
So it
thank God.
tracks.
Yeah. As the billowing fog fills the area, her hands spread apart as she casts the spell and she laughs madly, and then the dark, bleeding eyes look down at each of you, seeing you unaffected, and it turns into a furious scowl. Rose, it's your turn.
Get a Rose.
Not counterspell.
Sword through the cloud.
Okay.
Maybe it'll distract her. I still can't roll worth shit anyways, so it doesn't matter.
It still hits. You haven't really missed
know.
her, so it's not
You're
been
going
bad.
after the 5%
just-
chance when you don't get it. You're like, ah,
Yes,
bullshit.
because otherwise I can only do like 10 damage, 16,
Yeah.
but that's still not
Hey,
compared to
every
like the
chip-
hundreds that you guys do.
I've been doing 0 damage the entire time.
You
Yeah,
also
you haven't
turned
attacked,
into. You also bypassed climbing down the wall and then got them across the fire. Rose brings so much to the party. Don't worry about the
I
numbers.
want to
in
cut off
battle.
a head.
I know. I hear you, love. I do.
Hey, you've cut off several heads. Don't sell yourself short.
You
We got
cut
to
off
watch
the
you
head
cut
of
off multiple
Malachi.
heads.
All right. Anything else you want to do, Rose?
I'm gonna go ahead and another unsettling words,
Okay.
and that's it.
All right. This time, she's going to reach her hand into the air and start calling in a black, bubbling ball of magical force.
That don't sound good.
Yeah, I'll use a 5th level.
A 5th level.
Yeah.
All right. That just does it then, because she was casting
Okay.
it at 5th. So you dig deep into your magical well and strike out with your counter spell, sending the magical sparks that she had coalesced in the air above her into the wind. She's going to start working on the next spell. Aerith, it's your
Great.
turn.
Why can't you just use fire?
God.
Question: Is she been casting her spells with verbal components?
No, she
Okay.
seems to just call
Do it.
magic into space. Yeah, she's not using somatic or anything. It's just magic coalescing through will.
Gotcha.
If it was verbal, I would definitely take care of that.
Silence the bitch.
Yep. Oh, yeah,
Ironically, if you
absolutely.
silence a dancer, it doesn't stop their spell casting. It's really cool.
That's pretty neat,
That is really neat. They just have to be able to move.
right? So when you hold person them,
Yeah, that sucks.
not
for
as
a
good.
dancer.
Scared to find out, but I'm gonna cast Mental Prison.
Okay.
Please
She's a
make
negative D12,
intelligence saving throw.
which
Okay.
is hopefully better than a 1. 11.
It uses her second resistance in this form.
Damn
it.
you.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah.
I mean that's good though. You're burning resistances.
Right.
I'm just gonna attack her.
Okay.
It means it's just a matter of time before Oria's hold, and then we murder her.
Right? Super
That
murder.
does
She has a really high wisdom, so I was gonna try something different.
Oh, the Spirit Shroud should be Radiant.
Radiant. Okay. I was gonna ask. Got it. All right.
Mm.
You strike out your blade, like carving through the exterior of her form, but not leaving much of a mark behind. You cast your spell, and as you interact with that mind within the body before you, it's like being taken to a different place in a moment. You are floating in nothingness and darkness, and 5 heads emerge and look at you, and you feel your spell break as you attempted to interact with the mind of a god.
No, fuck you.
It's not
Anything
gonna
else you wanna
stop
do?
me the next time.
That's bravery. That's what bravery is.
Or stupidity.
Or
or both.
stupidity. Yeah.
It's both. It's both. We all know it's
You
both.
can do both.
No, that'll be it.
All right. Who's counterspelling the next spell? Who's gonna do it? This is the last one of the round.
I can't.
Any reactions left? Any spells?
I have a reaction and I have spell slots, but I don't know if I want to. If I can, I'll use it.
You're gonna
What
use
level
it.
are you doing?
4th level.
Okay, roll me a wisdom check.
Wisdom.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hooray! The spell goes off. Can
No.
I?
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. What color was it?
It was blue. Can I have
Oh,
every
that's
or
not
all
good.
4 of you
Uh-oh.
up around Vestario make me a dexterity saving throw, please?
This is quite poor.
Oh, this is
As-
quite poor.
The ball in the air above her of lightning
God.
that coalesces
Woo.
into existence.
That's only without the 4 for me because I forgot the. No, actually, wait.
You should still
Never
have
mind,
Emboldened
whatever.
Bond. It's just once per turn.
Yeah, I
And this
couldn't
is
remember
her
if I'd
turn.
already used it this turn, but I don't
Well,
think I
you
did.
use it
Can
on
you
your
put
turn.
Can you put Emboldening Bond on the
You can
saves?
put it on saves, yeah.
Oh, well, let me see if I can bump that up. Okay, so mine was a 17, so plus 4.
So outside of your
21
turn, you
now?
can use it whenever.
It's once
So-
per turn, so if it's
Everybody
someone
has a
else's
different
turn, it's still a
turn.
turn.
Yeah.
Right.
There's rounds, which is your turn to your next turn. You can only do something once per round, like a reaction during that time. But if it's
Mhm.
once per turn, you can do it during your turn, her turn, Aerith's turn.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
So I had a 21.
All right. I'm just looking. I think 'cause it's always hard to find where the fucking spell save DC ends up on an NPC sheet. It is unfortunately
a lot.
23.
Oh god, no. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
roll
ahead and
23.
use. I'm gonna use, which I've never used before because I can't ever fucking remember to use it. But I'm gonna use my 1 legendary resistance from Zanar to
Okay.
succeed.
As
Nice.
you attempt to twist
That's
out of
holy
the
shit
way,
now.
the lightning that strikes into Eodos arcs off of him and crackles around Vistariel into the 3 of you.
Luckily, I have resistance.
You do.
That's good.
So you take full damage, Eodos, and then Rose, you use your
Wait,
legendary resistance to save,
and
and the
then-
rest of you save.
Well, I technically will be safe because I have lightning resistance.
Right. So you take the
In that way, you save.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you
Oh,
each
will
take
this save me?
22 points of lightning damage.
Hey,
Okay, that ain't bad.
I'm still alive.
Okay.
As
so
it
at
arcs.
22
22. Yep.
minus
Out.
16
Minus 16.
defensive field.
Oh, okay. So 6. 6 goes through.
Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, okay.
That was close.
Mhm.
And that brings us to Eodos' turn.
Alright, well, not a spell slots, but I do still have a little utility belt of free casts from a bunch of different spots. So I'm gonna throw a hunter's mark on this bitch.
Okay.
Get Hunter's marked.
She has been Hexblood cursed and Hunter's marked.
And then I'm just gonna take my 2 swings and hope for the best.
Okay. Let those hit.
I'm gonna roll that again because that was the 14 was kind of low. Oh yeah, much better.
About the
Okay.
same.
It is a little bit more. It's 64 to 66, so
2 more.
works out in the long run.
I'm gonna use a charge of the legendary action ring after Eodos' turn.
Okay. All right. You swing out with your second attack, Eodos. Unfortunately, 19 does not hit.
Give me that
I have
charge.
one more. No, never mind. Sorry.
It's not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
it's
has
not
to-
it's not a -2. It's a -5. I just didn't turn off the.
Yeah,
thing.
but you could have used Bless, so that would have been the 3. Because Bless still does on all attacks. It's not just one.
Yeah, but the 3's still gonna miss.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
All right. End of your turn. Anything else you want to do?
Nope, that was my actions and bonus.
Okay. Aerith, making an attack.
Yes.
Okay. You strike out with a quick attack, drawing from the ring of legendary action, which you know pulls from your future self a small bit of physical
I'm-
strength.
Also gonna use a charge of Truth of Bahamut.
Okay. You strike the rapier across her shoulder, the flash of radiant energy from truth illuminating the dark spaces within her form. The shadow that clings seems to resist that radiant light, not wanting to be exposed. Anything else you want to do?
No, because that's my legendary action.
Okay. Then she is going to,
Counterspell. No, I'm joking.
as the chain lightning hit, she raises her other hand in the air and calls forth that black bubbling ball of magical energy once again. Anybody counterspelling?
I can't remember if it's been past my turn or not. If I did it before or not, I don't remember.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Level 5.
Hey, you just had your turn. You can do it.
At level 5.
Yeah, that's my last high level spells.
Okay. You snap out once again with your counterspell, disrupting the magic that she is summoning together. And Ken, it is your turn.
Okay. All right. Let's click this back on and swing and swing. Click this off. Click this on because I'm going to use Booming Blade with this first hit.
That does it.
Swing again.
22 just misses.
23 still.
Okay.
Oh,
She's definitely showing that you guys have beat the shit out of her. There's
Let's
some
see about
clear signs of wound.
the bliss and
Yeah, I
emboldened
was about to
bond.
say, for sure.
Oh yeah, that will do it then. If those weren't included, yeah, that'll definitely hit then. Okay, another.
We're whittling our way, cutting
Right.
through it.
Chip damage.
Through it. Anything else, Ken?
Defensive field.
You strike out twice and then drop into your defensive stance. It's time for another spell, everybody. Can you stop her?
No, what he said.
Okay. Then I need everybody here to make me a dexterity saving throw as the black bubbling ball of energy in the air above her reaches the maximum size and bursts directly above her, covering this entire area 20 feet around her in a pool of acid.
Danger sense, baby. Let's go.
Let's see.
Okay, thank God.
I don't think it matters, even if I save.
I could use my reaction. No, I think I already
I
used
don't
my
think it
reaction.
matters for me either.
I think so. Okay. So we're looking at let's do totals. Ken, what's your total?
24.
24. That saves. Aureus, total
15.
15 fails. Ito saves off of that one. Aerith, total 17.
17.
Okay. And Rose saves. Okay. So for Aureus and Aerith, you both take 26 points of acid damage. The rest of you take 13 points of acid damage.
Oh, please tell me this is now difficult terrain.
It is not, no.
Ah, I saw the big
It's covered
circle
in
lingering. I was like, oh,
It's
I
just
thought it was a
covered in
persistent thing.
acid.
Yeah, you're now covered, and at the end of your next turn, you're going to take an additional 5d4 damage.
even if you succeed.
If you succeed, you do not.
Okay.
I don't use Vitriolic Sphere enough to know it offhand.
That's a dope sounding spell, though. I'm gonna be vitriolic sphere.
Yep.
Yeah, I know that one.
Oh
That
no,
sounds metal as
Rose.
fuck.
Yeah, I told you it didn't matter if I saved or not.
Okay. 34 hit you, Aerith?
Yes.
You take.
But does it hit real air? Because he's got
Oh,
one
I
more
got
claw
one
in the
more, that's
tank.
right.
You do.
Oh, I have to roll higher than an 11. Oh God. Fuck yes!
Hey!
Hey!
Mirror image putting in work.
Yes!
Right?
The bubble explodes around you, and you quickly dodge out of the way of the majority of the acid. You then look over to see her bearing down on you, claws streaming through the air with black energy, and as they collide with one of your mirrors, it is broken and dispelled. You no longer have mirror image, because that was the third one, but she didn't hit you, and it's now Aureus' turn.
I gotta find where it is. Where are
I'm gonna
ya?
use the last charge of the legendary action ring and attack her.
Yep. Okay. Pull once again from that future Aerith.
I forgot.
And
It
then
took what?
another charge of Fang of Bahamut.
All right.
That acid was what, 13 after the save?
Yes.
I forgot I had Hunter's marked up.
Perfect.
I haven't had to concentrate on something in a while.
I know, Graham. It's okay. You're fine.
Alright, I'm using my action, so I'm gonna do a long pass so I'm within 5 feet of everyone. She does not get an attack of opportunity, and I'm using my Balm of Peace, so everyone gets 2d6 plus my Wisdom modifier HP back.
Okay, so you're
Which
moving
is-
directly to there, just staying out of her 5-foot range?
No, it doesn't provoke opportunity when I do this.
Oh, okay.
So it is 2d6 plus 5. Nice!
Hey,
Alright, get 16 HP back.
everybody gets 16 hit points.
I'll take that.
Just like that, Rose is back up. No problem.
Sure.
Now just hit this nat 20 and cut her head off, please.
Well,
please
you know.
Anything on your bonus action, Aureus?
No, because I need to save my spell spot.
No, you sound so sad.
It's fine, it's fine. I just.
know.
How is she looking, actually?
She looks pretty messed up. I mean,
Okay.
like her physical demeanor, she's not really like changing the way that her body is being held. She's not panting heavily. She's not really showing it, but you can see there are deep gashes that are bleeding heavily. There's like one arm that's kind of half hanging by cracked bone and ligament, but she just doesn't seem to care.
Gotcha.
All right. End of your turn. Anybody counterspelling?
I've got nothing.
Beans. Sure.
You are?
Yep.
Okay. At what level?
4th level.
Okay, roll me a wisdom check, please.
Come on.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Okay.
My spell
Can-
slots.
Aerith and Ken and Aureus, please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
As
Hey, look,
she
it went that way. That's fine.
takes both hands centered around the middle of her and pulls together this white blue ball of energy. She then twists her hands and releases the cone of cold over all of you.
I got an 11.
3 of
that
you.
one.
Wait, 2d4, 2d4, 2d4.
And you flash a genius, Ken?
Yeah.
Okay, so 24 for Ken, that saves. 25 for Aerith, that saves. Unfortunately, an 11 for Aureus does not save. Let's see. Oh, I haven't rolled damage yet, that's why. Okay. Those that save take 23 points of cold damage.
Alright, here's the last 3 of the tip. And then 20.
Okay, and Aureus, you take 47 points of cold damage.
Jesus.
You haven't took any damage, baby.
Well, now.
Rose, as
Okay.
you have been brought back to consciousness, you flash your eyes open to see Aureus running away, the heels of his boots moving away from you, the billowing of his robes filling in your sight. You open them and blink them awake and can see Vistariel turn and release the cone of cold at your allies. What are you doing?
Just struggle up to my feet. I got one shot.
right, that hits.
14 damage.
All right, got it.
Not resistant.
Not
And
resistant.
then,
Yes.
I guess you're gonna have to go ahead and roll that 5d4.
Yep. End of your turn. Take.
Oh, I will. Last bonus action, d12 to Eodus.
I'm gonna post this because I just rolled the d4, and it's just too funny based off of the healing that Aureus just gave you. You take 15 points of acid damage
Oh my
as the
God.
acid
Oh, yeah.
reduction digs away at your skin before the last of it drips off, and you find yourself at death's barrier, or at least unconsciousness.
Ow.
End of your turn. It's spell time.
God damn it.
Oh, no.
Hey, I had to make this fight as hard and as fun as I could. So this one, you actually see as she raises her hand
Fire.
in the air, and it is fire.
To fire, there we go,
red.
fire.
But there is a darkness in it,
Oh.
black at the heart of the spell that she is summoning forth. Do you counterspell it?
Damn it.
I have nothing to counterspell.
Yeah,
I already used my.
I literally have one spell slot left. Yes, fine. Fifth
Okay, roll.
level.
Fifth level,
God damn it.
that interrupts the flame strike
it.
from a dark god, which would have dealt necrotic.
Yeah.
But as you catch your breath, take a deep one, and shout out your counter spell, the magic dissipates from her hand, and she grins at you. Aerith, it's your turn.
Can we, real quick, for the reaction to take shots for each other, can we do that with anything that deals damage, or is it just if it's an attack?
As long as anytime
Any
they
damage,
take
I think.
damage. Yep.
Okay. All right. If it looks like it's gonna get bad, I got you, Rose. Especially if it's if it would have been necrotic and you failed it, I
Right,
absolutely
fire
got you.
necrotic. Yeah.
I will cast Butterfly Blade.
Okay.
Get him.
Okay. 31 hits. I don't think you guys have missed more than like once or twice this battle.
Right, not much.
All right. You strike out your blade, carving through flesh, not seeming to affect mind as much as you had hoped.
That's
He's definitely getting close, though.
all I got.
What is
Hey.
she weak to?
He's not weak
Nothing.
to anything.
She's resistant to everything.
Help. She literally has resistance to everything. End of your turn, Aerith. Gonna cast another spell.
I'm out.
Anybody have anything?
No, I already used my reaction.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
Best I
out.
can do is absorb elements.
Take it or leave it.
She's going for the fire one again. Because she hasn't been able to use that one yet.
Alright. It's my best case scenario, I suppose.
And everybody give me a dexterity saving throw.
Boy.
Okay. Wow.
Skin of my teeth.
Right?
Wow. Pretty much everybody except for Aureus. Aureus just misses it. But everyone else saves as the black and red swirling ball of light above her streaks out into the eye that has been watching you, that reflects it down upon all of you with a... You each take 21 points of fire damage and 16 necrotic.
Now with my
I guess if you save, if you save, I just read the numbers. If you save, you take 11 fire and 8 necrotic. For Aureus, it is the 22 fire. 16.
All right, and how much is it if I take both?
I have resistance.
I should have listened to the original one because since I'm
Yeah.
taking unhalved. What was the normal one?
38
21 and
total.
what? Okay. Because
Yeah,
I'm definitely
38.
not gonna. I don't want Rose to go down right here because I'm holding out hope they could decapitate this motherfucker.
All right.
I just wanna cut
as-
your head
What
off.
was the damage halved? You said
11
fire?
and 8, so 19 total.
And then the fire halved from that.
Would be 5 and 8 for 13 total.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Cool.
I have finally been tickled.
Nah. All right.
Oh
As-
wait, it would be less because I have resistance to both of those on top of saving, right? So, would it be the
Yes,
38?
you'd still have the. It would be 19 and 16, or. Wait, hold on. Sorry, it was 20. So it would be 19. 19 total, because you're resistant to both necrotic and fire, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So 19 total
Okay. Cool.
for both you and Rose's hit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. So as the spell manifests, Rose, you look up and you kind of grit your teeth with that. Damn it! And then as it explodes around you, you feel heat. You see shadow through your closed eyes, and you open them to see Eodos standing in front of you, having taken the hit.
What a bro.
It's now Eodos' turn.
You know that scene in Solo Leveling where Eagers holds the cloak up and Jiwoo
Yeah.
walks out? That's basically what he did for Rose. Like, nah, you're good. All right, and yet we're swinging.
Okay.
All I got's all I got.
You got a D12 for attack or damage.
All right, well, let's see if this D12 hits it then.
22 just
Aw.
misses.
Okay,
He keeps
well,
the
turn,
D12.
go ahead and turn it into a 27.
Okay. 27 will
Because
definitely hit.
I have 5 charges, so I might make sure that Booming Blade hits
right.
and add 5 on top of that.
Okay. Okay. Oh god, come on, Graham. I know. Alright. You strike out, once again carving through. He staggers away from the sheer force of the blow. The body seems to fall almost limp for a second before it. She's definitely really, really close.
All right, we're gonna try to get her as low to the ground as possible.
Okay.
Well, that's a
16.
whiff.
Yeah. Anything else on your
Alright.
turn?
Not really. I don't think I have anything else bonus I can do.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be it.
All right. Ken, it is your turn.
All right, I need to end this right now. So I'm swapping to two hand.
Okay.
I'm dumping my. Well, I can't do all of my charges, but I'm gonna dump 3 charges of
Okay.
justice into the platinum rune to extra radiant, and I'm gonna just that thunder gauntlets, booming blade. I'm dumping it.
Okay. You kind of throw your left arm out, and as you do,
And
the
fuck it, I'm gonna
arcane...
use my absorb element too.
Hell yeah. The arcane buckler spins back into your
Everything.
arm, taking justice in both hands. You raise high, swing down.
Bless,
You might.
Yeah,
please.
maybe.
No.
No.
Does the D12, since I succeeded, can you move it? Can't you move your?
I don't know if I have a reaction. I'm really losing track of my reactions right now. It's been a lot of reactions.
I know.
So I'm trying to figure out which ones to turn off. I know booming blade's got to get turned off. Yeah.
Let
I
me
think
see.
the only thing I think the absorb element still is there because I missed.
And the charges, because that just fires up your sword. That just
Yeah.
powers it up. I do think you have your reaction, Rose, because I don't think you
Do I?
counterspelled the last time.
Okay. Well, I thought I used my last one, but I couldn't remember when I used my last spell. Because I know I used my last spell to do one of them, but I don't know which one.
Right. And I wouldn't need to roll for that. I was looking for a roll. I think you're right. Sorry,
Right.
that was my bad.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you're good. That's what I just can't remember, so I don't want to
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
fuck it up.
Well, let's try again, I guess.
Send it. You miss 100% of the
Oh
shots you
my
don't.
God damn
Still
it.
have your bless. You still have bless.
Right, still got one.
Oh my
Oh. Hey,
You-
Rose, you might get your opportunity to decapitate him after.
Maybe, or I might
Ouch.
die.
I'm
Twice.
gonna use 2 charges of the legendary action ring and attack with Butterfly Blade
Okay, at the end of Ken's turn.
at the end of Ken's turn.
Okay,
You're
anything
about
else
to
on your
die
turn,
after
Ken?
this battle, man. You're gonna
I
take
probably
6 steps of exhaustion and die.
defensive field.
Okay, you activate your defensive field. Aerith, you dig deep again, calling from that future version of yourself. Moving quickly, you snap your butterfly blade into action and strike out in less than a second. It does hit.
I'm gonna use another charge of Fang of Bahamut.
Okay,
I just want her dead.
I feel it. Okay. Good damage. As you see Ken kind of fall back into his defensive stance, having missed those 2 attacks, you call from that future version of yourself, cast the spell onto your blade, and strike heavily. The blade drives straight through her heart. For a moment, it's quiet. You've brought her below 1, but she had another death ward up.
Oh my god!
That's what it is, death word.
Your rapier is ejected from her body. The inch-wide hole in her chest now dripping with purple and black blood. Her eyes unfocused but staring in your direction. And now it's her turn. I was about to ask if there's anything else you wanted to do, and I realized that was a legendary action. I was like, you could.
Here we go again.
Safety cover is flipped.
All right. Let's see which one she uses for this. If you insist. If you insist.
No, don't insist.
And Eidos, Aerith, and Ken make me dexterity saving throws, please. I don't need one from Rose because though you are targeted from it, you
Doesn't matter.
can't survive it. Yeah.
But someone
Unless
can
you have
die.
evasion and can take 0 damage from a dexterity save.
Not currently.
Someone can take the damage for her though.
You could.
Yeah, I'll take the damage for him. If
If you-
this is chain lightning again, I'm.
Right.
the
If you
lightning.
have a reaction, it takes a reaction to do it.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
because my
already
turn-
saved me once
but
or not.
I saved you at the in between before my
Okay.
turn started, so I've got my reaction.
Wait, is it
Okay.
everybody?
Everyone except Aureus.
Oh.
Because I can only hit 4 people with it because it hits 1 and then arcs to 3 others.
Wait, I still have one
I don't know if you
more
still need me
D4.
to roll it or
Me?
not, but
Yeah.
23!
D4 from.
Makes me
Well,
sad.
Bless and, what's the Horace's one?
Bolding Bond. They both work
Bolding.
for
Oh.
saving throws, right?
Might
Yep.
as well throw
They
a
work for everything.
Uh,
bless. Might as well.
yeah, Bless doesn't work
Okay.
for checks, but it works for the other ones.
Okay. Okay. So then that's 23 for Aerith, which does save. I wanted to do max damage to Aerith.
Fuck you, no!
Okay. Eidos, did you have? Okay. All right. Cool.
24 for me.
Heck yeah. Okay. So that's a save. Save from Aerith. It's even a save from Rose.
Oh yes. Take that half damage that me and Rose take. Go ahead, half it again, and then give me the combined.
Okay. So the total damage was 62 points of lightning damage from the attack. Halved is 31. So Ken and Aerith, you both take 31. Halved again and then doubled is 30.
Okay.
So Eidos
Hell
takes
yeah.
30.
Hooray, math! I got to take one less.
She sees Eodo snap into position in front of Rose and sneers. Is she that petty?
Maybe.
No, honestly. She turns and in a quick, flurry of claw strikes, slashes out at Ken with a 35 to hit.
Minus 1d4.
Yeah, right.
And,
yeah, okay.
and
Minus 3.
disadvantage. Don't forget disadvantage. She's got a
Disadvantage.
cloak.
Oh, I know. It burned a 20. Don't worry.
She's
Oh,
so
Yeah. Okay, we take those. That's a win.
Yep. As she claws through your armor, Ken, you take 22 slashing damage, and let's
So
say
minus 3.
Yep, so 19, and then let's say let's say this one's lightning damage, and it's another 12 lightning damage.
Okay, so what's the total on that?
31,
Minus 31.
and that is her turn. Those are her 2 actions that she's got. Glorious, it's your turn.
She's annoying me. Be gone.
That's it. Be gone.
Be gone, thought.
Okay.
That's just...
God damn.
Hitting her with the holy Kamehameha.
Yeah. As you
Means all the people are finally gone. I can blast this willy-nilly now.
walk into position, the sensor of Farastiel still held in your left hand, the small scorch mark just on your cheek, just ever so gently getting through the divine protections that you carry. You raise your left hand, and in the center of it a bead of light forms, and you just hold it out towards her. Release. And she has 1 hit point left. It was a death ward, so even a save, she's still going to take 30 points of damage. As the beam of light courses out across the back of Tyranny, because that direction facing is towards the tail. This stream of sunlight carves through her. The shadows on her seem stuck. You see the light pushing at them, ripping at them, tearing them away, purifying. Okay.
Ah.
Okay. Let me hold on.
Uh-oh.
1 second. Just need to get a little bit of narrative intel. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. The light burns across the surface of her body. The shadows tear away under the power of your holy sunbeam. And as the very last remnant of it rips away, you hear that inhuman, unworldly roar of 5 voices, all very, very angry at what you are doing. And then it stops. The sunbeam ends, and you kind of close your hand around that pinpoint of light, holding it just in case as you watch her stand, her body cracked and burnt before it begins to just fall apart into a pile of burned ash, like a vampire dying in the sun.
Okay, that was also a pretty dope way to kill her.
Yeah.
You can't beat a laser through the chest.
Ow.
Who needs healing?
Who doesn't, bro? What do you
No,
mean?
I'm good.
All right.
Rose, Rose
first,
needs it more.
Yeah, let's
I'm
first
good.
priority is what's up with that sundering? Is that effect gone now, or do I need to start
No.
repairing everyone? Oh, okay. I need to start
You
repairing.
need to repair your
everyone's
armor in order to get rid of that. As you look down, those black cracks of
Oh,
corruptive energy
my
are still digging
armor.
deep into your armor.
My clothes!
Or mechanically speaking, you need to spend 1 hour repairing your gear in order for it to.
Each?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
that's a lot of mending.
Yes, that's quite a bit of having to put your
Okay.
shit back together.
So
Yeah, we're definitely
I
not going to
say-
be able to fight Ifrit like this. Ain't no way, dude. Or whatever's controlling Ifrit.
I didn't really want to do that right now, anyways.
Yeah.
All right, Rose, you get 34 HP.
34. Okay.
20 seconds pass as you catch your breath.
Wow.
Glorious throws out some healing, and you hear a
Did I do
muffled
that?
voice. On your feet now, Irvine. We got work to do.
Actually, I did that wrong. You actually got 52.
52.
52.
So it's the 13 plus the 17. I take that damage, and then it's doubled and healed to Rose.
So should be 60.
I'm bad at math.
How to do
You're
math?
kind of bad at math. 13 plus 17 is 30.
30, yeah.
To be fair, it's almost 1 o'clock. And I'm
It
back.
is. It was an epic boss battle with
I feel slightly better.
which is always really hard on the math brain. So yeah, it would be 60 hit points, which is still
Okay.
oh
Yeah.
Level
Yeah,
4
life
cure
transfer, very
wounds.
efficient. If not a little hurty.
yeah. But you have hit points to spare.
I
Ow.
do. I
It's
got
fine.
2 more,
Oh.
but I also want to save 1 in case I need to revive someone.
The eye above you blinks one more time,
Fuck you.
I
Before
shoot it.
just-
All the birds.
disintegrating into this mass of the 5 chromatic elements.
Double
And the
birds.
last thing you hear is not not the roaring of an angry dragon god, but the bemused chuckling of Severin.
Fuck off, Severin. You're a piece of shit.
Fuck you.
Take that guy's X away since he...
Okay, anyone else in desperate need of healing?
Oh, I
Not
forgot. We killed
Desperate,
we
I'm
killed
just...
her. So I did get some heals off of my curse.
I like
You did.
slide down from the throne pedestal and just like, where's the crown?
Rose,
I don't
you
think-
had it.
Present.
Rose.
Yeah, because Ken was banished, so he didn't know. He didn't see crown.
Rose
getting
just
smacked.
holds one hand and it's around their wrist like a bracelet. Just present.
Alright, let me just come over and tries to secure it, and I am going to attempt something.
As you
If
take
you-
it into your hands from around Rose's arm, you hadn't really thought about it in the moments that you had been touching it, Rose. And as you take this moment, Ken, outside of the risk of battle, you can feel the evil within it, that corruptive intensity seeping out of it.
Alright, so
Yeah, what else is fucking new?
I have an 8th level spell slot if you need to use that to help purify it.
I'm gonna try something first, but I appreciate it. Arif, Eidos, step up here real quick.
Yep.
What's up?
We're gonna try and use
need-
our artifacts to see if we can purify it.
Yep.
Was there
just like
something
we
you can
did.
do?
Yeah, we,
It says because he was not there.
yeah, because I was about to say, yeah, so, funny story. We were visiting the mountain where my dragon siblings stay, and, my fiance was touching the door, and she accidentally cracked it, and we used our artifacts to kind of patch it. So I'm thinking we can use the same principle here to purify this artifact. Alright, so he's just like, close his eyes, 2 deep breaths, inhale, exhale. Alright, justice, truth, freedom. Let's get to work. And then I guess, I mean, I only have like 1 more charge left with justice, but if I can use it.
I'll say this, it's going to be a charisma check from the 3 of you.
Oh,
The
boy.
more that you each bring to the table, the lower the DC gets.
P12.
Rose
Like
gives you a
our
D12.
charges or
Golden Bond.
Whatever you can narratively think might help purify this object before you. Ken's got a good instinct. You guys take it from there.
I have
use my
2
channel
charges that
divinity?
I'm willing to use, and I want to see if I can also add in 5 charges of my File of Arcane Doctrine.
Okay, so your own. Okay.
Last
Before-
charge just
Trina. Sorry.
Before my rage runs out, can I use that necrotic resistance to try to like put my hand and siphon some of that off of the artifact to make it easier on him?
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I'd be fine taking some damage for it, obviously, but
Can all three of you roll me a charisma check?
I was about to say, I was gonna see if I can use Dragon Trigger, but I don't see anything that'll boost charisma. So yeah, all right.
I mean, anything with narrative weight, because we're in a very narrative moment right now.
Yeah.
So.
So yeah. Okay. So pop Dragon Trigger, just like like anything Ascalon related, minus transforming fully.
Yeah. Okay. As
Don't
you
want to have a Platinum Dragon pop up on here.
Surprise!
focus
Add to the
your
panic.
power, and you go Super Saiyan 2, staying just shy of Super Saiyan 3, because you don't really want to go all the way there. You focus in on that well of energy within yourself and allow it to around you. You see as Eodos walks over, his left eye still wide open and seeping darkness. He places his hand on the corrupted crown. Aerith, you take out the Sicarius, which is attached to Truth. Well, actually, Truth is the bracers, so attached to it through your hand. Sure, I'll say that. But as you hold it out over them, you feel that resonance within Truth. And as you draw Justice out over the crown, it glows. A platinum light that then is reflected within Truth. And then freedom from around Eodos' neck, where he has it currently serving like a brooch. The light billows out from the three of you, reflecting the energy that you are surrounding yourself in. And I need all of you to roll me charisma checks. Eodos, you take 11 points of necrotic damage, reduced down to 5. Oh no!
Oh my god!
powerful.
Oh my god!
Wow. Good job, guys.
You guys do have a
Powerful.
Golden Bond, but
Yeah,
Shit.
all of you have 2d4s. Ken, you have a d12 and 2d4s. I don't know if it will
Wow.
help.
I don't
I'll
know.
throw it in there just to help Ken out a little bit. I won't
Oh
say
my
no to
God.
2d4s.
can I
So
shove my
14.
channel validity into it as well?
Ugh.
What does your channel divinity do?
So I can use it to technically turn undead,
Mm-hmm.
to purge the corruption out of it.
And there's another way to use it usually for a cleric
Yeah,
as well.
That's my Balm of Peace.
Okay.
That's the one thing I did to heal. I don't think healing would do much on it, so I'm trying to use it in the way to purge out the darkness.
Okay.
And I
guess
don't
Say
think I
in
have
this
anything to help.
first attempt.
Pray to
in this
Dad.
first attempt,
That's the only thing else I got.
in this first attempt, unfortunately, it fails. You gather together your collective strength, you focus, and you feel your various artifacts responding. You feel them stirring within your minds, and as you push that energy out, it slams into something very angry and very fierce. Doesn't mean it's impossible, but in this moment, Eodos, you did take 5 points of necrotic damage, and then each of you takes 10 points of force damage. As it kind of repels you away. But your Dragon Trigger channels for a minute, and you guys can continue to try again if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm not giving up.
I'm not
You
giving
keep
up
the
either.
d12 since it didn't work.
Yep. So,
Yeah, I'm fine. I still got that. Only just barely got through the health that I put back up from the kill, so I'm down.
as that wave of energy washes over you, attempting to repel you away from it, Aureus, you see this time, and you place a hand on Ken's shoulder and raise your other into the air,
I
kind
have
of
one more bardic
emanating
inspiration.
out
Well, it failed,
Or-
so I still got the.
Yeah, you have yours, but I can give it to multiple people. So I'll give you one
Oh
to you. So.
yeah!
But that was my last one.
I'm gonna use my last 5 charges of my Doctrina
Okay.
just to give more help.
Okay. Can the 3, I'll call them the main actors here, who are bearing the current relics, roll me a straight charisma check? Rose, you've provided your bardic inspirations. Is there anything else you were going to do to try to help with the situation? Any other ideas?
I guess I don't really.
Fucker.
Wow.
Can I? I was gonna say, can I use peaceful resolution to calm down the artifact?
Well, I was going to have you use your divine, that energy to
This is hurting.
To
me.
Doing
help.
great, guys.
You guys have 2 d12s, and each of you has 2 d4s, so you could roll those and add them up. And Aureus, roll me a charisma check at disadvantage.
Hey!
That'll help a little bit.
Charisma at
Oh
disadvantage.
my god.
So 27 for me.
Okay, so 27 for Eodos.
13 for me.
there goes
13 for me as well.
Okay, so let's do total
Wait, I
numbers.
got
So
D4.
Ken total was 13.
Mm.
Aerith total was 13, so 26. Eodos is 7. Which is so much math.
Especially at 2 a.m. I feel for you, dog.
7. I'll just do this. That's 40. It's 53. Okay, that's what I thought.
Can I roll
Okay.
just for fun?
Yeah. You can roll me. Give me a charisma check at disadvantage as you're.
Put
not-
old Snicker Snack in there. I bet he could talk it down.
Right.
Don't forget your 2d4.
not directly able to interact with the object as you don't have the help of one of its brothers, but you are a part
I'm
of this
here.
team. As you give your inspiration to the party, you all gather together your singular will. And as Ken and Aerith and Eodos focus on their artifacts, the 2 of you focus on your friends. You bolster their strength with your own. You are a team, family. Things you've been through, no one can understand. And the love you bear each other, unquestioning. And as that love passes between the 5 of you, it washes over the artifact. The light that billows out from Ken and Aerith and Eodos is blinding, and the darkness stands no chance. As a new dawn appears to rise here, atop Pride Rock, a light so blinding you could see it from space as it fills the entirety of this peak. You feel serenity and peace. But most of all, you feel love. And as you regain your vision, Ken, you look down in your hands. The once spiked and gnarled black crown that dripped of ichor. And not just hate, but a worse emotion. Emotion of devotion. Forced, corrupted love. No longer there. And a simple platinum circlet with a beautiful gemstone. Actually, yeah, with a beautiful gemstone kind of set into the very center of it that sparkles like you can't tell if it's even of this world. It doesn't appear to be a diamond. It looks almost like pure platinum light solidified into a single stone. You hear a voice in the back of your mind, Ken. Love. He has been found.
I know who to give this to.
You hold it in your hand. What do you do? You all stand surrounding Ken and looking down at it.
Well, everyone, say hello to Bahamas Love.
That sounds weird.
And turns around, looks at Rose, and extends it to them.
And they'll just look up at you and raise one eyebrow.
Don't you want Bahamut's love?
Don't say it like that. Ugh. But really? Me?
Yes, you.
That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but I guess.
I mean, mine
I think it does.
didn't really in acquiring it, so
Well, there's also one. What's the other one? Maybe you like the other one more. What? Ken, what's the last one? There's supposed to be 5, right?
I think it's Hope. Hope's the last one.
You guys,
Are you more hopeful or loving? Which one?
I
what
told
are
you all
feeling?
5 of them, right? You learned
Yep.
them from.
Thanks.
Okay.
So there's
Yeah.
freedom.
You know the 5th one then, because I couldn't remember what I had told you or not, so I was trying not
Yeah,
to
we-
use
yeah.
it. You did learn it.
Justice, truth, freedom, love, hope.
Peace. Peace is the 5th one.
Oh, peace. Oh, sorry. sorry.
Oh well, that
Sorry.
you're definitely not.
Absolutely
You're definitely
not.
not peace.
Yeah,
it's,
no.
well, you're gonna be loved. Sorry, Rose. You don't have a choice here.
As soon as you say that, and Rose like, oh yeah, fuck that, and reaches up and grabs it.
Snag it out of Ken's hand, and as it touches your hand, it is familiar. It is comforting, and you are immediately brought feelings of Taz and Thorn, your allies here, Emmeline, even Chad, Hendir, Hadrian, everyone you've met, everyone who has found you so endearingly annoying, but has stood by your side. It feels like they're all right there in this small ring of platinum.
What do I do?
Well, it's a crown, so where do you think a crown goes?
Aerith
Up
loves my
your
song.
ass.
Yeah, that's a good point. Aerith, roll me a con save.
What? What'd I do? Oh, shit.
As you're about to fucking die.
I only used 4 charges.
I'm
It's
gonna
a
hop
reasonably
quick
high
before
amount.
you do that. I'm gonna hop it over just in case, because Elizabeth has succeeded.
You're
See,
fine.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
You feel that tug at the center of your being, that instant of exhaustion, and you just take a deep breath like a stitch in your chest, and you breathe through it. Oh, yeah.
As you steady yourself, Rose is in the middle of just being like, well, I'm about to shove it up your smart ass. And then they'll put it on, I guess.
Rest it upon your head. You will need to attune to it in order to gain its benefits, and I will get you the card next session.
We've
Don't
got an
leave us
hour to
hanging,
kill right
dude.
now,
we
right?
gotta know what it is.
I don't have the card yet.
It doesn't exist. So too
All
bad.
right, we'll
Yeah.
one time. Because that
As-
fight was really.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
At
Glad
the
you guys
start, I'm
enjoyed.
like, we got this. We're doing solid work.
Yeah.
And then she transforms, like, all right, this is going downhill very
You
quickly.
didn't think that was gonna be the only fight.
I
You
did.
should know
but
better than that.
we're doing solid work. I'm like, hey, we got it pretty well set up.
You got the crown away
transformed.
faster than I thought. That was,
And then
that
she
was
started
solid.
beating the shit out of us.
There
Right?
actually was a way to get it off of her without having to dispel the magic, without breaking the attunement.
What is it?
You all needed to show her love.
Ew.
I know.
No.
I know that it was not something that was going to happen. But if each of you had, without conflict, just shown her true, like, not even her, but just shown love, it would have broken her attunement.
Nah.
So if we had just did one big group hug right at the start, it would have burned the attunement.
Big old cuddle puddle. She
Call
wouldn't have had
down
it anymore.
Nia.
So okay, does that break? So the crown would like free itself, or she would like change her mind? Okay, so she would still be.
Oh yeah, no,
She would've
she's the
still- she
champion
would've-
of
yeah.
Tiamat, my brother. She
You never know. You never know.
she was down to fight to the bitter end, and then gave her physical form over to her goddess to keep fighting.
Maybe there's redemption in the afterlife. You never know.
Yeah, we'll
She's
find out, I
going to the
guess.
9 levels of hell.
Probably, but maybe she'll learn her lesson.
Well, when you get a hold of peace, keep that energy and try to talk her down.
Right?
I will. I will.
You got this. I believe in you.
I was just very annoyed because there was a bunch of bystanders and innocent people, and it's like, shit.
There was no angle for you to not hit somebody else.
You know what was great? You guys actually managed to get through that without killing the bystanders. Because
Mostly.
the only time you
We
hit them, you
injured
dealt
one.
15. You
We
injured
injured
one. You injured one.
Okay.
Absolutely.
As a
didn't
commoner, I was
die.
afraid that they were going to die.
No,
even
when you
with-
live in the Dale Lands, you have to be made of slightly more
Alright.
tougher things.
a lot
They
of
had
iron in their
they had
diet.
18 hit points each.
Okay.
So
That's not
if
too
Aerith
bad.
had done just a little bit more damage, then he would have died. But you did just enough to just knock him back and not, or Ken.
That
sorry,
was Ken, yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
kid shattered, and he could have shattered a innocent NPC.
Yeah,
Right.
he could have. I was like, if Eodos hits her, it will literally, they will just explode.
Kill
Yeah,
like 5 commoners.
Because if I hit, the minimum Eodos can do on a swing is 20.
It's nuts.
And that's without all your other stuff.
Yeah, that's just extra from like Great Weapon Master, Life Drinker. It's dangerous. I'm glad we noticed that was something that was going to happen before I started swinging.
I thought you were going to interrupt her monologue. I so thought you were going to interrupt her monologue.
Every fiber of my always like do it, but I don't ever want to stop you from doing your epic stuff.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Because I don't treat it like as much as I want to treat it like a video game. I put in way too much effort for me to just be like, hey, shut up and swing, you know?
Yeah.
Right. That's why I had to be like, you get blown back by the phase transition, because I want there to be a phase transition here.
Back up just a little bit.
Oh, I need to find the one healer who died so I can resurrect them.
They brought him back.
They brought him back.
Did they bring him back? Awesome, perfect.
Yeah,
It
'cause I was
takes a
about to
minute
say
to
the
cast
dancer.
Revivify.
Yeah, the
Well, I was
dancer
gonna
should have
cast
healing
Resurrection.
spells.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. I don't have to do anything.
I do
can
like
rest.
how the love of Bahamut fits Aerith's aesthetic so much more
Too bad.
than
You
it
already
does
got one.
Taro's, yeah. I was
Ask
just like,
your
eh.
bracelet politely just shift form.
It should be a dope circlet instead.
I really like
Fancy crown.
A fancy crown.
I thought it was hilarious because Rose had like the cardboard crown.
Right.
Yeah, that's a nice fancy one.
Yep. Now I got a fancy crown.
Now you gotta rub it in Takashi's face because he got his other crown. It's like, oh, mine's better.
Yeah, I can do that.
You gotta find him like, I got an even better one.
Oh, don't
Mike,
worry.
I'm so mad we didn't grab that hammer quick enough, dude.
Right.
I was like, okay, they're gonna try to grab the hammer. What can I do? And I was like, all right, he has to be ready, which means that he kind of has to be watching, which is why she narratively had to be like, hey guys, they're here, watch this, so that mechanically, narratively, he could have just
Watch
been
this.
observing. And then literally, in my mind, he's just watching the scry ball while he has that sapphire in his hand, holding his action every
What a creep.
turn.
What a freak, dude.
Yeah, it was pretty
Right.
freaky, but it got the hammer away from you guys.
Hell yeah.
So-
We-
Destruction.
I'm
Ever since that mask, dude, we're all just on top of. If it drops, grab it immediately.
Right.
Uh-huh.
my
I mean, if we'd taken it
curiosity-
from her before,
My curiosity is if I would have casted Private Sanctum. I know it takes 10 minutes, but theoretically, if I would have casted Private Sanctum, would that
Yeah,
have
she would've.
prevented him from?
she would have let you do that, right?
Would that have prevented him
Might
from
have.
seeing that the hammer was dropped?
Let me see.
Might have.
I Here, let me link this spell.
Yeah, I need to just kind of get an understanding as to how.
What if we were in an anti-magic field?
Ugh.
That probably would have worked, yeah. That would have been hard on all the rest of us, but
Yeah.
You're
It
not.
turns like Kid's entire being off for a second or two.
yeah.
You are not sure, Aerith. You know that under all normal circumstances, it should work. But without actually confronting it against an opponent like Severin, I'd say Aerith is probably smart enough to not make assumptions.
Well.
Here's what we do. Next time we get into the situation, Ken, throw a flashbang at that giant eye in the sky.
Yeah, get him.
I still need to make more of those.
Yeah, those were fun when you had them.
We could maybe dispel it? Like dispel the
It's gonna
giant
be
eye
a
in the sky?
high
Depend-
dispel.
The problem is it depends on how far away the eye is, because I was
Yeah.
thinking about doing shit to the eye, but I figured it was high enough away that
Yeah, it
I wouldn't
was-
be able to reach it.
Massive
spells.
and 100 feet or so in the air.
Yeah.
200. I hadn't
Outside of
thought
spell
about the
range.
distance. Yeah.
I'll just cast darkness on myself next time.
Right?
Me and Aerith will
don't
handle
have
it. You guys just sit
Yeah.
back.
Right? You guys got this.
I'll just start firing randomly into the shadows and hope you guys don't get hit. You can dodge this
Right? Dodge.
sunbeam.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Well,
I think
was a lot of
Sunbeam
fun.
would actually, like,
Oh yeah,
break
we
up
probably-
Erase it.
yeah, because it's a high enough level that it would override it.
Originally, I wanted to sunburst her, but the radius is just
Too many people.
massive. 60-foot radius.
Woo!
So pretty much the
Yeah,
entire.
That would have
field.
nuked everyone.
Hey, do that. Yeah.
Orius just
Why not?
comes in and is like,
Bomb.
we need space.
Bombs the entire area.
I was
I
trying
can't
to
get over how
look
good
like-
your emboldened thing is, dude. It is
it gets better.
so great. Everybody working together. There is not
Right.
anything we can't tackle at this point.
Terrifying.
Next round, when you take the damage, you get resistant to it.
Yep, when he hits 17.
Whew.
Yep. That pretty much doubles as long as everyone is like using the reaction to take the damage. It doubles everyone's HP.
Ooh, I like it. I like it a lot.
Or I guess in
Dave's
Eodos's
gonna
case, for
throw
some
bigger
things,
shit at us, but
like quadruples it.
You're all alive.
yeah.
Mostly.
It hurt, but it was worth it. We killed
Hell
that
yeah.
bitch again and got another Bahamut's artifact.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you guys did.
Yeah, we
Well
did.
done. Well done.
And now we're
Now-
gonna sit
now
here
we
for an
just
hour
need-
while I attune to it.
We just got to get the earrings for Aureus to clip onto his horns.
Be
Yeah, like
the
how
owl
it's-
where
Yeah, I was about to say like an hour.
And they're the peace sign shaped dangly earrings.
the hippie ones.
I was thinking of like the peace sign, like the with the hand and such.
Maybe.
Either one. I'm good
One
with
of
that.
each.
One of
Yeah.
And
Are
then
they
like,
gonna be, like,
on his back, he
oversized
just has the
earrings?
coexist
I don't know.
tattoo with all the
Yeah.
religious symbols on it.
I know where they are, and I know. But
Get like a
Never.
tie-dye shirt and sunglasses for Aureus.
Exactly.
when he retires.
It's just that smiley face shirt with the shit happens logo on it. That's the actual piece.
oh man, so many good
Bravado,
options.
Right.
your goatee.
Yeah. Tie-dye, smiley face, shit happens on the front, coexist on the back.
Give him like the ripped jeans. Give him like a
Yep.
bandana.
I
Like,
dig
it's
it.
all cool, bro.
The bandana's his celestial wraps. He just doesn't need them on his arms
Yeah.
anymore.
There you
They're on
go.
his forehead.
You know how they have that like fish, the like weird simple design for Christianity? Is there something like that for Ilmater? Aureus could be rocking somewhere.
I mean,
Probably.
a matter symbol is like two hands like crossed
Mm-hmm.
with like a
Two
ribbon
clasped
around it.
hands.
So what if they're class, but there's two fingers up like peace?
There you go.
I like it. I like it a lot.
We'll just be the chill uncle. I need to get to bed because
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
struggling.
I feel it. It's all good. Thank you for sticking around. Same for Ken. I know it's late over there. I'd apologize to Earth, but he's up this time every night anyway.
Yes. Sometimes I'm falling asleep, sometimes I'm not.
It's 11:15 for you. You're fine. I'm about to go make dinner.
Thank you for the
Hell
great.
yeah, dude.
Yeah. Have a good night, Kyle.
You guys have a
Appreciate
good
it.
night.
Bye.
See ya.
Yep.
Take it
Check
easy.
lottery numbers.
Yeah. Check lottery. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
week.
Peace.